Hi, it's Tom. I talked to friends of David Goldberg, and I suggested to them, hey, let's put together a video series, some way that I can communicate what I know and my knowledge and give people steps and a way out, and help them out. And we decided upon, we're going to do a video series. I told them I wanted it to be titled USA Genocide 2021 to 2025. And I think it'll be about 5 or 10 videos, and we're just going to walk through everything you need to know to get out, save your family, and get out of the control grid and prepare for the economic collapse that's coming to the Northern Hemisphere. Now, I say USA genocide, it really is. It's Canada, it's Western Europe, China. This is where they're going to institute the control grid. It's the Northern Hemisphere. It's where they got the underground bases. It's where they've got all the surveillance grid in place. It's where how do I put it? The whole world's going to change. And they've been planning this for decades, and you don't know about it because they control all of the YouTubers out there that you listen to, whether it's patriotic channels, QAnon, pro-Trump, Christian channels. You're not hearing about any of this. You're hearing about some of it, but that's the whole point of disinfo. Give you a little truth and give you some misdirection. That's why you don't hear about what I'm talking about. You don't hear about Project Cypher. You don't hear about Project Pogo. You don't hear about the TTIP program. You don't hear about what their plans are for the underground bases. You don't hear about the fact that they're going to take 12 to 15 million American patriots, Christians, God-fearing people who love America, atheists, agnostics too, anybody who's awake and aware, particularly of the Israel question, particularly if you have that knowledge. That's what David talked about in his final video. I hope you listen to it. They want you out of the picture. So they're going to take you underground to the underground bases. They're going to eliminate some of those people too, but the main plan is to take them to the underground bases. They're going to get rid of 12 to 15 million of these Americans, and they've already done 100,000 of them are gone. I talked about that in the last video too. That's part of Project Cypher. There's a bigger project going on here. I don't know the name of that project, but I have hints, I have signs, I have my military insider giving me ideas of what they're doing. There's a bigger project for everybody else who's going to be above ground, 340 million Americans that are left. When this economic collapse happens, everybody's going to line up at the military garrisons, at the military outposts to get food, and they are going to be microchipped. Not you, not me, because we're not part of the average American. We're different. We're informed, we're awake, we're the people that are going to put us down in the underground bases. Not me, because I left. But for everybody else, you guys are going underground. But for everybody else up top, above ground, there's another plan for them, and that is they're going to take the microchip during this economic calamity. Now, there's going to be an economic rebirth after that, after 2025. And preceding that a little bit, the economy in America will recover. They're not going to destroy the country, but this is a transition to a new world. And it is a world that is pure hell. So I'm trying to paint a picture here for you so you understand what's really going on. There are disinfo channels. Almost every single one of them is controlled. Christian channels, pro-Trump, QAnon, patriotic, prepper channels, they're all telling you the same thing. They're all telling you the same thing. What's that? Stay in the United States. Remain a sitting duck. Don't go anywhere, because somehow your guns are going to save you. They're going to protect you. And if they don't, well, you'll go to heaven if you die. That's the message. And that is total deception, that you are being completely deceived. So that's part of the project. It's part of Project Pogo. It's, get all these disinfo channels out there pumping Americans full of this garbage about how, stay here, prep, get your guns, defend the homeland. Total garbage. That's like saying stay and defend Sodom and Gomorrah. There's nothing to save. America is gone. And you are either going to be dead or you're going to be in the underground base when this is all said and done, because they're going to send a drone to your home. It's going to drill a little hole in the window. It's going to fly into your house. It's going to shoot a little dart into you and your family while you're sleeping. And it's going to send a little burst of a compound called scopolamine right into your face. Scopolamine right into your face. And it's going to send out some electronic signals, and it's all going to work together in unison, and you're going to rise right up out of your bed in a hypnotic state, and you're going to walk right out of your home with your family of your own will while you're in a hypnotic state with a little drone flying above your head controlling you, and you're going to walk right into a van at night, a bus waiting for you. And you're going to get in that van or that bus calmly, quietly, of your own free will, or so it would appear. And they're going to drive you to the underground base, and they're going to put you in a cage, and then they're going to remove your limbs one by one very slowly without anesthesia, and they're going to extract the adrenochrome that your body creates during that trauma. If you don't know what adrenochrome is, I instructed the friends of David Goldberg to put up a screen that I took, and it should be on the screen right now. That's adrenochrome. That is basically the nectar of these Satanists and the elites, and they want more of it. They're going to take 12 to 15 million of you, patriots, Christians, anybody who's awake and aware. They know who you are through the TTID program. You can't hide. The American surveillance grid is bar none the most advanced in the world. They know everything you're doing. They know what you're thinking, breathing, eating. They know where you are at all times. They are going to put you down there. They're going to take your limbs off one by one. They're going to extract the adrenochrome. This is a compound that's produced by your body under trauma. Do you understand what I just said? When you have physical trauma, your body produces this hormone called adrenochrome. And the elites, the nectar of the elites, and the only way to get it is to traumatize a human being physically. And that's what they're going to do to you down there underground. You have underground bases all over the country, and I'll talk more about that. They're going to extract this, and then they're going to traumatize you emotionally, mentally, physically, forever. Because they have machines that can keep you alive for hundreds of years, thousands of years. Why would they want to do all that? Because they want to create hell on earth. Because they know you have an escape plan, and that is to die and go to heaven. Do you think they're stupid? Do you think they didn't figure that one out? You don't get out that easy. They realize, you know what? All these Christians believe they're going to go to heaven if we get to them. We're not going to give them that opportunity. We're going to put them underground in a cage. We're going to keep them alive. We have the technology to do it. And we're going to keep them alive as long as we can. It could be 1,000 years. And the rapture doctrine is a false doctrine. Get the rapture out of your mind. It's not biblical. Now, I'm a Christian. I'm not going to preach to you. If you're an agnostic and atheist listening right now, all of this applies to you. Why does it apply to you? Because the elites, the people in a little country over in the Middle East who I shall not name, but you can figure out who that is, they believe this. So if you're an atheist and agnostic and you don't believe in any of the so-called woo-woo or the religion aspect of it, that's fine. But they believe it. The elites believe in it. They're satanic. They believe it. So if you don't believe it, it's irrelevant. They're going to implement these things anyway. And you are going to be a target, and you're going to go to the underground base too. They're targeting anybody who has any kind of spiritual awareness, any kind of awareness of what's going on. Doesn't matter if you're a Christian or not, the Christians are going to be a main target. That's what's going to happen to the 12 to 15 million Americans that are awake and aware that they've been using Project Pogo and the TTID program to identify. Your guns aren't going to save you. Your bug out location isn't going to save you. Your guns are sticks. They have no interest in banning guns. In fact, they wanted to encourage Americans to buy guns because it is a false sense of security. If they wanted to ban guns, they would have been gone a long time ago. They initially wanted to ban them decades ago until they realized our technology is advancing to the point that the guns don't pose any threat to what we're trying to do. Do you understand? The technology is advancing to the point that the Americans and their guns, that ain't going to stop us. How is your gun going to stop a little drone that drills a hole into your window and flies in, shoots a puff of scopolamine into your face, and then electronically hypnotizes you to walk out of your house? How's a gun going to work? Not a single shot's going to be fired through that entire scenario. They know that. But they also know this: if we can get all the Americans deceived and believing that the guns can protect them, and believing if they go out in a blaze of glory, they're going straight to heaven, now we have total control. So instead of them taking the guns, there's more guns in America than ever before. People have more guns in their homes than ever before. Nobody's taking the guns. They could have. They don't want to. They want you to believe that your guns are going to protect you and that you're going to stay put in the American control grid and not leave. The last thing they want is for you to do what I did with my family and get out. That's the last thing they want. That's why every disinfo channel, every fake patriot channel is telling you to stay put like a sitting duck, because you're going to end up underground, tortured for 1,000 years. I hope that paints a picture of what's happening. I'm here to help you. I'm here to help. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to the Q&A part of this. That's my monologue. Now we're going to move on to Q&A. And at the end of this video, I'm going to give you a quiz so I can help you get out of this mess. But you need to be ready with the answers about your personal financial situation and the steps you're willing to take to save your family. That's what you need to think about. We'll move on to the Q&A part. I'm just going to go, I sorted the comments here on the video, and I'm going to sort it by newest comments first. And I'm just going to go one by one through all the comments and different questions people had and try to address a lot of these concerns, because I want to help people. I want to help the people that want to be helped. The people that don't want to be helped, that can't be reached, that are deceived, and that are lost, nothing I can do for them, and I'm just going to ignore them, because Satan has a grip on this country that is so far beyond anything that you can't save it. Why do you want to save? Why do you want to save something that Satan controls? You ask yourself that if you're a Christian. So here we go. What does Zypher stand for? I don't know what Zypher stands for. I do not have the answer to that one. Kyle says, if the documents would open people's eyes, just release them. According to what you're saying, they're going to kill you. Okay, first, let's break that down. Number one, just release them. Well, the channel would be shut down in about 2 seconds if they released them. So how's that going to work out, Kyle? They're going to release the documents, like 5 people are going to see them, and then they're going to delete the whole channel, and you'll never see the documents again. Then they're going to move on the people of the Friends of David Goldberg. They know they have the documents. They know who these people are. They know their names. They know their addresses. They know where they live. Right now, it's kind of a stalemate. Right now, there's kind of a truce between the Friends of David Goldberg and their lawyers and some of the authorities they're in contact with. They've basically been told, don't release them and we'll leave you alone, but if you release them, we're going to move on you. So releasing them doesn't really accomplish much. It just means the channel gets shut down and you'll never hear about it again. Releasing these things is really not the answer. If we could get a YouTube channel with a couple of million subscribers, or a major media figure, or WikiLeaks to do it, then now you're talking. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. But we're not there right now. I've talked to friends of David Goldberg, and they are telling me we just don't have anybody backing us up right now. We really can't move forward. So, Kyle, if you can figure out how to get it on Fox News or WikiLeaks or something high profile, then I'm all for releasing them. And then he says, well, they're going to kill you regardless. No, they're not going to kill me. They're not going to kill my family. I've taken the steps to protect myself and my family. We're going to be okay. I have high confidence that we're going to be okay, because we're out of the whole system. We're out. We left. We're in a place where the surveillance grid does not exist, the underground bases don't exist, where I'm not their focus right now. People down here where I'm at, we're not part of the focus. So we do feel good, and I don't want to die. And I don't want to be taken to these underground bases and tortured. So no, I'm not going to risk everything just to have the friends of David Goldberg release the doc. I've told them not to do it. Because the whole channel is going to get shut down in 5 minutes. I mean, how is that a solution? What we want is to get this on a major YouTube channel. I've been talking to them about that too. Can we get it on TV? Can we get some media people? Can we get WikiLeaks? They've been looking into it, but they're hitting a stone wall. They're hitting a wall. So I'm glad I could answer that for you. Let's move on. Kyle says again, why aren't people in the military fighting back against this if they know it's happening? First of all, they don't know it's happening. They've been so drugged up with vaccines, they're so mind controlled, I wouldn't expect them to really be aware or ready mentally to deal with this, Kyle. Now he says they fly overseas to risk their lives. Why won't they fight the government? Kyle, whoa. The military is not going to defend this country. They're not going to save you, and they're not going to stop this. The people in the military are totally full of vaccines. They're totally mind controlled. So I know many of them are good people, but they're not up on this. They're not aware. They're not ready to mentally deal with it when it goes down. They're going to take orders, Kyle. They're going to set up military garrisons. They're going to pass out rations. They're going to chip people with the RFID chips and the other chips they've got ready. They're going to give people vaccines. So they're going to think that they're doing the right thing, but they're not going to fight any of this. They're so mentally conditioned and brainwashed, they're not prepared to know the truth and to be ready, Kyle. A handful of them are. I mean, my military source is, we're talking like 10 or 20 people out of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of military guys. That's not enough, Kyle. It's not enough. So I hope that answered your question. I want to move on down here. Bruin says, thank you, Tom. I'm a fighter. I've been my whole life on this planet. I will not run and hide. If it's your time to go, then it's your time. Well, I wish that was true, but they've taken steps to make sure that that's not going to happen. They're going to take you underground. They're going to put you in a cage. They're going to take your limbs off without anesthesia. They're going to hook you up to a machine that's going to keep you alive. They're going to torture you mentally, physically, and emotionally for as long as they can, and that could be hundreds of years. You think they didn't have a contingency plan for your way of getting out of this? Yeah, they know that death is the easy way out. They're not going to let that happen. Now, that doesn't mean they're not going to kill people. They are killing people. They are going to kill some people for various reasons, for their own reasons. But the bigger plan is the vast majority of American patriots and Christians, free-thinking people that love this country, they're going to keep you alive. And they're going to torture you. And they're going to do things to you beyond your comprehension. That's why I'm telling you, you better take action and listen to what I'm telling you. They also want to harvest your adrenochrome. Adrenochrome is a compound that is excreted by the human body during extreme times of stress and fear, and it's something very important to them. I just searched adrenochrome on a search engine called DuckDuckGo.com. Type it in. It's spelled ANDRENOCHROME. You're going to see the Wikipedia entry at the top, and then you're going to see the second article is titled Adrenochrome, the Secret Immortality Serum All the Illuminati Use. I want you to read that article. It's at disclose.tv. This is very important to the elites and why they want to take you underground and keep you alive. It's also why they want to remove your limbs without anesthesia. They're going to put you in a state of unbelievable fear and torture repeatedly because it is the only way to create adrenochrome, and it's the only way the human body produces it. I'm going to move on down here. Graham says, quit all your social accounts. Tell your family you'll never be on Facebook, Twitter, or Instagram again. Now, he's referencing the AI program where they're going to replicate you after they take you out and remove you from society. You know, that's decent advice, but they can also replicate a phone call. Are you never going to use the phone again? Or you're never going to use Facebook. You're never going to use Twitter. You're never going to use Instagram. You're never going to use YouTube. You're never going to use a phone again the rest of your life. That's a tall order. Most people are not going to be able to do that. The AI program is very hard to escape in the United States. They're ready to go. So it's good advice, Graham, and I like it, but just think about the logistics of that. You pretty much have to go live in a cave, and they're still going to find you, and they're still going to know where you are. The best thing to do is be aware. It's good to tell people, it's good to tell your friends and family, hey, be aware of the AI program. Tell them about the video. Tell them about this channel. Tell them about what Tom's saying. Tell them about what David said. Tell them about what happened to David. Tell them about the friends of David Goldberg and how they're trying to get the information out. If you can do that and take those steps, you're going to be ahead of everybody else. But it's not foolproof. You really cannot escape the grid in America. I hope that answered your question, and we'll move on now. News and Views Today said, why is New Zealand safe, but Australia is not safe? Is it the Chinese that are going to be allowed to invade and take over Australia? That is partly true. Now, parts of Australia are safe. Parts of Australia are safe. Tasmania is safe. But Australia is going to be taken over by the Chinese. This guy is absolutely correct. It's not one of the best places to go, but it is in part, if I was going to go somewhere and I had no other option, I would certainly go there. And when I say parts of Australia, I mean, obviously, Sydney, you don't want to be there. You don't want to be in Melbourne. Those cities are too controlled. They have too much surveillance grid there. You do want to be in the outback. And Tasmania is safe. Tasmania is one of the places that the elites are going to go. There's no underground bases there. There's not a surveillance grid there. You can pretty safely disappear there. But you need money. It is fairly expensive to live in Australia. So, again, that's something we're going to talk about at the end of the video. I hope that answered your question. We're going to move on here. MK Jeep says, F them, I'll go out in a blaze of glory. We all eventually die anyway. My family and I will die with full armor of God on. Plus ballistic vests and lots of rounds sent down. Okay, you know, I appreciate the sentiment, but that's not going to happen, my friend. They're going to send a little drone up to the window of your home. It's going to drill a little hole. It's going to fly into your house when you're sleeping. It's going to shoot little darts into your family and into you. And it's either going to put you asleep or it's going to cause you to stand up and walk out of the house while you're in total daze, because they're going to use a compound called scopolamine. It is a very powerful compound used to induce people into a hypnotic state. They're going to do what they're told. They use that in addition to some other compounds to induce people to walk out of their own homes into these vans or these military vehicles and then drive away in a hypnotic state. And if they don't do that, they just put you to sleep. So the drone is going to drill a little hole into your window, going to fly in while you're sleeping, very small drone, shoot you with these darts, put you to sleep, and then they're going to take you out. And they have different methods of doing it. Like I said, they use a compound called scopolamine and a few other compounds that will induce you to actually stand up and walk out. And it actually involves some an electronic device too, to induce that hypnotic state, to tell you what to do. And you're going to walk right out. There's going to be a big military truck there, or it's just going to be a bus. It's going to look it could look innocuous. It could look like something nobody notices. Could just be a regular van, and you're going to walk into it with your family, and they're going to drive away, and they're going to take you to the underground base. So no, you're not going out in a blaze of glory. You're not going to die eventually. You're not going to die with your family with full armor of God on you. You're going to be taken in the underground base. You're going to be tortured. You're going to be put in a cage, and you're going to have your limbs removed, and different body parts are going to be removed. You're going to have experiments done on you. You're going to be tortured. You're going to be mentally, physically, emotionally tortured for as long as they can do it. It's going to be hell on earth. That is their plan. I hope that answered your comment. Now, someone below that, the Great Awakening, said, "You won't die, you'll be taken underground base, kept alive, and tortured." Now, the Great Awakening is a colleague of mine, and he has been answering some individuals. We've been in communication and talking for a while, and he is providing some excellent information. You should listen to what he has to say in the comments section. I'm going to address some more comments here. Does anyone feel relaxed about Jade Hem? I don't. There's a reason they brought all that military equipment here, sent our troops out, but they're not done. That's more or less correct. Thou shalt be free said, there are these black awakening super soldiers that have been mind controlled to kill everyone. When their code is sent, all hell's going to break loose. That is correct. I don't care how long the videos are. I want to know everything. I have a long attention span for things that are important. Thou shalt be free said that. Thank you. You know, I'm gonna do that. We're just gonna talk and get the information out for the people that want to listen and want to hear. For the people that are deceived and don't care, I'm not here for you. One in the Spirit Ministry says, "Thank you for sharing. I really appreciate the work and the sacrifices." Thank you. Frankie J says, "What can we do to prepare and how much time do we have?" I'm going to give you a quiz and some advice toward the end of this video on how you can prepare. So be sure to listen to that. And how much time do we have? Well, as I instruct the friends of David Goldberg, this is about 2021 to 2025. The years 2021 to 2025. Those are the years you really need to think about. You do have a little bit of time left because they're not done with Project Pogo and they're not done with TTID. You do have some time. But 2021 to 2025 are the target dates that you really want to look at. If you're not out of the United States by then, it's game over for you. Kniblin said, create a torrent with files and info, then paste the magnet link on 4chan and watch it spread. They can't stop peer-to-peer torrent. He goes on to share a little more information. You know, that's not a bad idea. The problem with that is not enough people are going to see it, and they do have the ability to shut some of that down. So if the torrent goes out and people get the documents, they will be able to find out who those people are that have the documents, and they will be able to shut down their internet. They'll be able to go after them. They will be able to stop some of it, not all of it, but some of it. The problem with that is not enough people are going to see it. If you want to do this and WikiLeaks is involved, if you want to do this and a major YouTube channel with millions of subscribers wants to do it, then we can talk. But the idea you have here is good, but it's just not going to reach enough people quickly enough. I mean, and not enough people know about this. They turned this YouTube channel off, which could happen any second now. I mean, the friends of David Goldberg are worried about it. I'm worried about it. We don't know how much longer it's going to be around. It's over. It's over. So a torrent goes out and a few people grab the documents and they talk about it and they look at it. There's going to be a full-on effort to stamp that out by the agencies here in the United States. They're watching. They know. They will be able to stop a lot of that. Not all of it, but enough that nobody's really going to, it's not going to make the front page news if you think that's what's going to happen with that. Hope that answered your question. Let's move on. Bree View said, if guns are not going to help, then why are they so desperately trying to take them? They're not trying to take them. If they want to take the guns, they could have done it a long time ago. They want you to believe that the guns are going to protect you. They want you to believe that, oh, my guns are going to protect me. And that's a psychological operation been going a long time. Now, they wanted to take the guns a long time ago. Back in the 90s, they did want to take the guns until the technology progressed to such that the guns aren't going to be an issue for them. They don't care if every American is armed to the teeth. Right now, the gun issue is a right-left paradigm issue to keep you controlled and keep you believing that your guns are going to protect you. Why do they care about guns when they can send a little drone into your home, drill a little hole in your window, fly in when you're asleep, and shoot you with a dart that's going to cause you to stand up, walk out of your home into a van, and be taken down to an underground base? Why do they care about your guns? They don't. Do you understand what I'm telling you? They used to want to take the guns. The technology advanced into the 2000s and 2010s until they realized the guns are meaningless. The guns are as strong as sticks. And they realized we can conduct a psychological operation where we can get all the patriots and all the Christians believing that the guns are going to protect them. And that's what they've done. Now you believe that if you're armed to the teeth, that's somehow going to protect you. Slow them down a little bit. You're going to go out in a blaze of glory. That's what you believe. That's not what's going to happen. So they've got you totally mind controlled about the guns. And I support the Second Amendment. I love guns, but we're way beyond guns. We're way beyond that. The technology they have, guns are nothing. Guns aren't going to stop anything. And no, they're not trying to take them. If they wanted to take them, they would have. Have they taken the guns? Not even close. Not even close. You can buy a gun, you can get a gun. They haven't done anything to stop it. If anything, people have bought more guns, and that's what they wanted. All right, we're just going to move on to some more comments here. I'm going to try to answer more of your questions. I'm sorry, I'm just scrolling through this. How do we know this guy's real? What if it's an AI program running his account? Says Nigel Charles. Well, I guess you don't know. But if you're willing to believe it's an AI program running this video, then you're willing to believe everything I'm telling you is true. Let's move on. Ben Mosley said this would explain all the cloned Facebook accounts. Thanks for the info. That is correct. Facebook is, about half of all Facebook accounts are totally fake and controlled by AI at this point. Again, it's all part of testing. A lot of people take it literally and they say, well, they got a Facebook account over here and it's totally, look, there are many different operations going on at once. They're testing these things. Just because they've got some fake Facebook account over here doesn't mean that's part of the main operation. It means maybe it's a test, maybe it's something they're trying out. You can't take everything completely literally. They have all kinds of operations going on at once for different reasons, different agendas. Clone Facebook accounts are part of it, but the real goal is to take your real account, take you out of your home, put you in the underground base, and then continue to post on Facebook as if you never went anywhere. And I'm going to address some of that a little bit about the people that said, well, if they take you away, eventually your friends and family are going to realize that you're gone. That may be true. They have a contingency plan for everything, trust me. The goal is not to make it seem like you're gone forever. The goal is to make your disappearance not be investigated. Do you understand what I just said? Make it so your disappearance isn't investigated. So weeks and months go by and it looks like, well, he's still around and oh, he's still on Facebook and he posted something, so that law enforcement doesn't take it seriously, so friends don't take it seriously. So no one's really looking into the fact that you're gone. Now, that's really their goal. There's a bigger agenda at play, but that's the initial part of this. Make it so when they disappear all these people and take them away, it isn't a shock to the system. There aren't articles on the news, oh my God, 1 million people disappeared. They want to make it feel like, okay, nothing really happened. And it's working. Like I said, they already took 100,000, people are gone. They've already eliminated and removed 100,000 patriots and Christians from the United States of America, taken them underground or killed them, and nobody's talking about it because nobody knows, nobody's thinking about it, nobody notices because the AI program is working. All those people, these were test cases, all those people are gone. But they're still posting on all their social media, they're still making phone calls, and the algorithm, the automation algorithm is running. Where now they went on vacation, now they have the flu, they don't want anyone coming over. All these excuses why they're not around. There's an automation algorithm script that's in place for all these people, and it runs, and it works. Even if you go over to their house and you knock on the door and you see that they're not home, does that prove that they're gone? No. Then you call law enforcement. Is law enforcement going to do anything? No. Because law enforcement has access to all the Facebooks. Law enforcement uses Facebook. Law enforcement looks at Facebook. And they're going to say, well, your friend is still on Facebook posting. He just posted a video of himself in Disneyland. Why would we go investigate that? We're already swamped with cases. We don't have time for this. So you can see how the AI program, the goal is to just make it so these disappearances don't cause a shock to the system. When they eliminate 12 million people, if they didn't have this AI in place, yeah, people are going to notice. It's going to be a story on the news. Wow, these people disappeared from the town. What's going on? The AI automated program is in place so that it's not a shock to the system. Nobody really notices. Nobody really makes a big deal about it. They're very, very smart. They're smarter than you. They're smarter than me. They know what they're doing. And yes, some people will figure it out. Some people will realize their friends are gone. But then other people won't, and there'll be arguments about it. One family member is going to realize, wow, my uncle's gone. And another family member is going to come into that conversation and say, no, he's still here. Look at his Facebook account. What are you talking about? He's fine. This is what's going to happen, and there's going to be no resolve. Law enforcement won't be involved, and there's nothing you can do about it. I hope that explained a little better what this is about. All right, I'm going to move down here. This guy says, give regard to truth. He says, you're an asshole. You gave the people no hope, but instead told them they're going to die. Incorrect. And don't have money to get out. Incorrect. And go and chase this goose. Here's a hint because it's highly private. I can't tell you. You're an asshole. That's what he's saying about me. It's incorrect. I did give people hope. I didn't tell them they're going to die. I told them they're going to live. Unfortunately, they're going to be taken underground. And I told them they don't have money. A lot of people don't have money to get out. I'm trying to give you the pathway forward to help yourself. And no, I can't talk about it. I signed an agreement. I signed a non-disclosure agreement. You want me to break that and jeopardize my life and my family because you demanded I break a promise and a document that I signed? No. But I'll do my best to lead you down the path, and that's what I'm doing. And I've already done it for some people. I've already helped some people. Maybe not you because you're not paying attention and you're very negative, but I have already helped some people who are listening very carefully to what I'm saying. Let's move on here. This guy says, Nemesis Now says, patriots need to stay in the USA and fight the satanic New World Order. The more patriots who leave the USA, the less resistance. I want everyone to think about that. Don't leave. So this guy is completely deceived and deluded, dangerous. I mean, this is dangerous advice. No, we do not need to stay in the USA. The more patriots who leave the USA, the less resistance, he says. Nobody's leaving the USA right now because you're all deceived and you're all totally mind controlled right now. You don't have to worry about that. They've got total control of the USA. Nobody's leaving. You do need to get out if you're listening to this. The answer is not to stay and fight. You're not going to be able to fight. That you cannot stop their technology, and the United States is not worth saving. If you think the United States, one of the most evil, corrupt countries on the face of the earth and human existence, you think it's worth saving. It's like saying, I'm going to go save Sodom and Gomorrah. You need to get out, save your family. Otherwise, you're looking at a future of being microchipped. If you're above ground, you're going to be microchipped and totally controlled. If you're lucky enough to be able to stay above ground and live and survive, you're going to be microchipped. If they take you underground, you're going to be tortured, have your limbs removed, and they're going to keep you alive for as long as they can and torture you. So that's your future if you stay in the control grid that is the United States. That is terrible advice. Let's move on. This guy says New Zealand's a socialist country. Why go there? Well, the goal here is to save your life, not argue over the political system of where we're going. New Zealand is a place where the elites have protected. They're going to keep it safe. It is their own little precious backyard. All right? So you may not agree with the political system there. That's socialist. It is a safe country. They don't have underground bases there. They don't have the control grid the way they have it in the United States. If you can get into New Zealand, you can find a little place to live. And I recommend, and I'll talk about it at the end of the video, going off grid anywhere you go is the goal and the plan. You just can't do it in the United States because they're going to find you. And I just want to reiterate for people, the control grid in the United States is the most advanced in human history. That's where they poured all their resources. They've got every imaginable form of surveillance going 24/7 right now in the United States. They know what you're doing, they know where you're at, they know what you're eating, they know what you're thinking. The level of control in the United States is beyond anything you can imagine. That's where they put their resources. They have not done that in some of these other countries. In some of these countries down in the southern hemisphere, that's their own playground. That's where they're going to go. They haven't poured those resources there. The control grid isn't there. The surveillance isn't there. The underground bases aren't there. The military isn't there. These are safe places. But the United States is the complete opposite of that. There is nowhere to hide in the United States. Nowhere. Parts of Canada, there are nowhere to hide in parts of Canada either. And Mexico, there are parts of Mexico that are safe, but not very many, and I'll talk about that too. I'm going to move on here. Oh, this lady Patricia says, dude, people like me and my family are dirt poor, we can't move out. Well, that's why I'm doing this. I'm trying to help you. You got to listen to what I'm trying to tell you. I signed a non-disclosure agreement. I'm not going to jeopardize my family and my financial well-being, but I am going to lead you in the right direction. You got to listen to what I'm telling you. I've already told you what to do, and some people have already followed that advice in the previous video, and they're going to be okay. But you got to listen. This person asked, Namanansaki, gotcha. He asked a couple different questions here. The QR code as an electronic tattoo is the mark. The QR code is part of the surveillance grid. I don't know if it's what you would call the mark of the beast, because they are going to put an electronic device in you. And the QR code is more of a barcode, but it is part of the plan. Yeah, it is. When did they program this catastrophic event? When I talk about the dates 2021 to 2025, I'm going to talk a little bit more about the events that they have planned. There's going to be an economic calamity that's going to come. There's going to be a crash. In terms of catastrophic natural events, I don't have a lot of information on that, but I can get more information from my military insider on that, because he alluded to that the last time I spoke to him, that they're doing something with the weather, that they can control some things, and he basically hinted at that they're going to implement some of that soon. So I'll get more information on that. The attempt against POTUS will happen in 2020. Will it be a success? Okay, he's talking about Trump. Are they going to do some kind of attempt against him in his life? I don't have any information on that. I can't answer a question I don't have information on. I do not have anything on that. How much time do we have? I'm giving you the timeline, 2021, 2025. That's your timeline. And if you're still in the U.S. in 2021, early 2021, you might have a chance to get out, but beyond that, you're not going anywhere. You will not be able to get out. Joan of Arc, I hope that answered your questions. Joan of Arc asked, what countries are safe to move to? New Zealand, parts of Australia, Tasmania, Chile, Argentina, Ecuador, some parts of Mexico and Central America. Colombia, Venezuela, Brazil are too unstable. I would not recommend going to those countries. Bolivia is okay, but the United States has made a move on Bolivia recently, and there was a coup, and I would recommend staying away from Bolivia. So that's the direction I would go. There are some Pacific islands that are safe, but that's the list I'd stick with right now. Great Awakening said, instructions received. Thank you, Tom, for God and Country. Great Awakening, somebody I've been in communication with, and he knows a lot too, and he could be helpful to everybody, because I asked him to start giving people some information too, and I think he started to do that. So look for his comments. I told him to put up some videos too, and I think he's going to do that. And once he does that, I'll direct everyone to his channel and then get people on board with what he's doing. He hasn't put anything up yet. I'm reading through the comments here. Pain is coming, God wins, patriots fight. Says sunshine after the storm. I wish it was that simple. It's not. RJL Harris says, what or who is BQ? The answer is in the notes, the video with the notes. I already told you to go watch that. I cannot expand any more on that. I've signed an agreement. I signed a non-disclosure agreement, and it affects my family. People want me to just break an agreement and break my promise. I'm not going to do that. I've done what I can. And if you listen, you'll go in the right direction. Sean says, enjoy life while you still have it. Love your family. Cherish every moment. The blink of an eye could be over. Well, that is true to an extent, but unfortunately, they have plans to ensure that it's not going to be over. They want to create hell on earth, and they figured out how to do it. And it is biblical, but the pastors and the Christians in America are totally deceiving their flock and leading them in the wrong direction. They're telling them, stay here. God's going to take you to heaven. You're going to be raptured. Even if you get killed, at least you go to heaven. Just horrible advice. Horrible advice. It's like saying, stay in Sodom and Gomorrah. Stay here in Sodom and Gomorrah and fight to save it. No. Why would they put them underground for torture? Yeah, that is exactly why they're going to do it. And they mentioned the rapture. The rapture is only going to take 144,000 according to the Bible. I don't know why anybody would rely on that. Most chances are you're a sinner and you are not one of the chosen ones. If you even believe in the rapture. Some people don't believe the rapture is even biblical. I personally do not believe in the rapture. I think the rapture is not biblical. I think it is a device used to deceive. I mean, if you're believing the rapture is going to save you, then you are completely deceived and deluded beyond any hope. You've got to get your mind right. It isn't that easy. You don't get a free ticket out of this. Read the Bible again. Linda Hurley said, all I can say is I can't do anything or afford to get out of the country. You can. I've given you the path. Do it. But if you're not going to listen or take that path, there's nothing I can do about it. Rena Martin said, what good is having all this information when most have no choice to just get up and move? Again, I've given you the path, the thing that saved me and my family and has helped other people. You've got to listen. And I understand a lot of people don't have the option, but I'm trying to help people here. You know, David did this for my family, and he helped us, and it's real. And we're out. We could not afford to leave before David showed us what we needed to do, and now I'm trying to show you what you need to do without jeopardizing it for myself. I mean, I signed a non-disclosure agreement. I made a promise. I will lose everything if I break that agreement. I've done everything I can within the NDA, the non-disclosure agreement, to tell you what to do. There are some loopholes in it. I can direct you to certain things, but I cannot come out and explicitly tell you, here, X, Y, Z, go do that. I can't do it. Then I will lose everything. I'm doing my best here, but you've got to listen and follow the directions I've given you. Janae P. asked, John Hay P. asked, hi, Tom, what do you think of COPPA? What is that really for? I think that refers to some YouTube thing with this. I know YouTube did something with the kids and trying to protect children. The whole, I don't even know anything about it, to be honest with you, I don't. Is the government killing ICE vehicles? I can't comment on that. I do not know. What is TTID program? I can't believe you'd even ask that. It was discussed in David's last video. I assume people that are listening to this channel know what's going on and have been watching David's videos. If you haven't been watching, you need to go watch his videos. Go watch the one that talks about Project Cypher. The last words from David, it's right there on his channel for friends of David Goldberg. What is TTID program? Well, it's tag, track, and ID. We've been talking about it. David talked about it. I've talked about it. I'm really surprised someone even asked that, because I assume you're informed. You got to go read the blog. You got to watch the videos on David's channel and get up to speed. Any idea why there's a statue of Moloch in the Vatican? Well, to the mere question answers itself. The Vatican is a satanic organization. The Catholic Church is satanic. That's why they have a statue of that nature. And I don't even know if there's a statue in the Vatican of Moloch, but I assume there would be. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Is there a way to disable 5G? Well, there is, but you're going to be arrested. If you go out and try to take down one of these 5G towers in your neighborhood, they're going to know that you did it. They have the surveillance. They're going to see you do it. They have cameras. The 5G itself can even detect what you're doing. It's got capabilities beyond what they've told you. So if you go out and you take down a 5G tower, they're going to be showing up at your door the next day. You're going to be arrested. The only way to disable is you have to line your entire house with lead. Very difficult to do. You're still going to be exposed to it when you leave your home. If you lined your entire home with lead, it would be very expensive, costly, dangerous to do it. You could prevent it from getting into your home, but that's not very practical. Do you think that celebrities are cloned and into some kind of MK Ultra? I don't believe they're cloned. They are cloning programs. I don't think they're cloning celebrities. They don't have to. The celebrities already sold their souls to Satan. They've been promised things. They've been given wealth. They've been given everything on this earth they could ever want. Now, when they leave this earth, they will have nothing and they will be in hell. But that's the choice they made. They're all part of a program to carry out disinfo campaigns and mind control on you. Tom Hanks is a part of that. Next question, why human depopulation? Are we running out of land to live in or short on food and resources? To an extent, that's true. Really, the elites just want to preserve the earth for themselves. They do want to reduce the population, but not quite to the extent that has been suggested by some other YouTube channels out there. That's something I can't really comment on with total authority, because I'm not privy to information on it, but I don't believe they want to reduce the human population too drastically. Some, particularly the United States, but not too drastically. Because, well, there's reasons I want to get into, the economic reasons why that is. Are we running out of food, or we're not running out of food yet? Part of the reason we're not running out of food is they've developed a way for bacteria to create food items like an orange. Probably half the oranges in the stores you buy, when you pick it up, you're holding something that was created with bacteria. It was not grown on a tree. They have the ability to produce food with bacteria very efficiently. It's something that is totally classified. No one really knows about it, but the food issue is not quite a problem yet. So when you're in the store, you need to look around you. You need to ask yourself, how is it possible all this food is here? How is it possible all this food is here? Well, it's not possible. Half the things you're looking at have been created in huge warehouses, huge vats of bacteria, and they're able to basically tell the bacteria, okay, create this cell, create this molecule, create this compound that will form into an orange. And they look just like an orange, they feel like an orange, they don't quite taste as good as a real orange. All this food they're creating with the bacteria is a little more bland and not quite as good, and certainly doesn't even remotely have the health benefits. But about half the food you see in a grocery store is created in these huge warehouses with bacteria. It's not grown on a tree, it doesn't come from the land. And it is severely lacking in the nutrients that you need. And that's a big reason why cancer and a lot of health problems are becoming worse, particularly in the United States. This program is in the United States. If you go to South America, almost all the food is grown in the land. Almost all the food, as far as I know it, all of it is. Comes right out of the ground, and it is grown here. And it is very healthy. Because again, these programs have not been implemented down here. The elites, the people in power, the Satanists, they don't want to destroy the entire planet. They want to destroy the United States and a few other Western countries and implement their control grid. China, Europe, United States, Canada. That's their plan. But there's a lot of safe places on this planet that they've left alone. Where are the places they said that they kept people underground experimenting? Denver International Airport's a huge one, massive underground base under there. They have them all over the United States. I mean, most people kind of have an idea of where they are. You know, they got them out in California, Lancaster and China Lake and a couple of Air Force bases out there house massive underground bases. We're talking miles and miles in width and miles deep. They've been building them for decades. They can house millions of people because they have these cages set up that are very small, a few square feet, and they stuff your body in there. You can't move, you can't walk. They're going to remove your limbs anyway. They hook you up to this machine. They keep you alive. They torture you mentally, physically, and emotionally for as long as they can, and hundreds of years, thousands of years. They can put a lot of people in these bases because you're not going to be in a nice cell where you have a bed and you can walk around. Get that out of your mind real quick. You're going to be in a very small little cage. And they have room to put a lot of these people in there. And again, California, under Denver International Airport, they have a couple of huge ones in Wisconsin. Nobody knows about them at all, but there's a couple out in Wisconsin. They've got a couple in Montana. They're all over them. There's a ton of them. They've been working on it for decades. Let's move on. I would say, knowing the locations is important, but at the end of the day, there's so many of them, you'd be overwhelmed if you had a list of them. It's probably 120, and they're huge, and they're everywhere. Every state's got one. Hawaii's got them. And I've seen these lists. My military insider shared some of that with me about 2 years ago. Absolutely horrifying. Absolutely horrifying. Rena says they can't find us all. Yeah, they can. They know where every single American is at any given time. Unless you manage to find a cave somewhere that goes, 1,000 feet underground, maybe they can't find you. That's about your best bet. Because there's things in your body. Do you understand that there are things in your body? There are nano devices in your body. Do you understand that? It doesn't take much, but every American has consumed a nano device that has gone into their body and it is hidden, and they can use that to track you. And these devices are able to actually go to different parts of your body. So if one person is able to find out where it is, maybe he finds it in his pinky finger and says, I found the nano device in my pinky finger. As far as I know, nobody's even found them yet because they're so small, very hard to detect. They go to any part of your body. I mean, they're going to go anywhere. So that if one guy finds it in his pinky and he says, I found the nano device, I was able to get it out of there, go look at your pinky and get it out. No. These things implant themselves anywhere in your body. It could be anywhere. And they use those to track you. But they want a better system. These little devices are effective, but like I said, if you can go get into an underground cave or you can use a lead-lined room, they cannot track you. So when this economic calamity happens, they're going to have everybody lined up at military garrisons. They're going to be passing out rations. And to get the rations and the food, you're going to have to accept a chip. And the chip is going to be much more effective at tracking you than this nano device they've got in your body right now, because the nano device is just too small. There are some technical limitations. That's why they want everybody chipped. And the only way to do it is they're going to have an economic calamity, which is inevitable anyway, but they're planning it. There's going to be military garrisons in every city, every town, and you're going to go there to get food. It's going to be the only place to get food. And like I said, they've got this bacteria technology that they've created where they can produce a lot of food. And that's why they're getting rid of a lot of the farming in the United States. If you've noticed, farming in the United States is diminishing rapidly. How are they providing 350 million Americans with all that food? That's because they got these huge warehouses where they're growing the food with bacteria. And it looks real, but the taste is different and the nutrients are not there. They're going to be passing out food. They're going to have plenty of food for Americans, but the only way to get it is going to be through these garrisons, these military outposts where they're going to be passing food out, and people are going to be okay. Not everybody's going to die, but if you don't accept the chip, well, you don't get food. And now there's no food growing anywhere. There's not going to be farmers markets. There's not going to be farmers farming food. They've been phasing that out so that when this happens, you don't have that option. Is that making sense? Is that clicking for you? I hope so, because that's a big part of this. The food distribution, how they're going to use that to control you. And if you open your eyes and you look around, you're going to realize, wow, wait a minute, he's kind of right. There is a lot less farming in the United States. There have been a lot of farmers that have been retiring, and the young people aren't carrying on in the farming business, and they're phasing a lot of this out. Where do we get all our food? Look around you. Do you see farms everywhere? No. But the grocery stores are full of food. Well, that food, a lot of it, is grown by bacteria in the huge warehouses they have. A lot of them are underground too. And the technology is remarkable because the food looks real, but it doesn't taste the same. So get ready for that. The only way to get food when this is all said and done is going to be through the military outposts and garrisons, and they're going to ask for you to be microchipped before you get that food. Most Americans are going to do it willingly because they're going to be hungry. So I'll move on here. Sherry Williams said, thank you for sharing. We're taking the steps, already following the instructions from the notes video that Tom talks about. We are looking at southern parts of Chile. We already know some people who move there and love it. They have a farm and they're mostly off-grid. It's a very safe place. Okay, that's wonderful to hear that Sherry is doing that. She's right on point. Cass Smith says, there's nowhere to go, it's global. That is incorrect. That is incorrect. She says there's nowhere to go. Well, there are places to go. How in the world do we come up with the money to leave, says Fritz Cat Bar. I've given you the directions. If Sherry Williams can follow it, you can follow it. So I'm going to take a break. I've talked like crazy, and I want to just finish this up with a quiz and just kind of give you guys some direction here. Be right back. All right, that concludes Q&A. I want to just kind of go over some tips on how to save yourself and your family and your life. And I mean, I hope that you thought about your finances and where you're at and what you could do and can you leave and can you get out. You got to think about that. Unfortunately, most Americans can't get out. I couldn't get out. All right, I couldn't get out. I knew that. My military insider and source, who I've known for many, many years, he'd been telling me, Tom, you got to get out. You got to get your family out. You got to get out. And I'd always say to him, you know, I want to, but we got debts. We just don't have the net worth. Even if I sold everything, the money's going to run out eventually. We don't have the income. You know, it's something I've been thinking about for a long time. And I wanted to go to Eastern Washington, and I wanted to kind of bug out, but then I met David, and I saw the documents, and I talked to my military insider, and it all came together, and I said, wow, okay, that's not going to work. I can't stay here. They're going to target me. I'm going to probably at the top of the list of whoever they have a list of all these people. I'm definitely at the top, or was at one of the top of the lists. And I said, well, they're going to take us to the underground bases, they're going to torture us, and they're going to hook us up to these machines that can keep us alive for hundreds, thousands of years. That's pure hell. I don't want that to happen to my family. I don't want that to happen to my kids and my wife. It's just unconscionable to even think about. I said, I got to get out. And I talked to my military insider about it. I said, what if we get out? What if we get out? Won't they come after us? Won't they get us? And he said, no, they're not. They have certain spiritual rules that they follow. Tom, and that's what he said to me. The people who leave, the people who take action to leave, go to the Southern Hemisphere, they're going to leave them alone for the most part. Not all of them, but for the most part. There's spiritual rules that they follow, and it may sound really messed up. I mean, they're Satanists, right? They're evil. But they have these rules they follow. It's like 9/11. They told everybody before 9/11 what they were going to do. You know, and informed people know what I'm talking about. Uninformed people don't know what I'm talking about, but people that are informed know exactly what I'm talking about. It's called white balance. It's something they believe in. And I pressed my military source on this and said, look, if I leave, they're still going to come and get me. He said, number one, this is your best chance. You got no other option. I mean, this is it. You leave. Or you stay here and you suffer. And he said, if you leave, you're going to fall under a certain protective order. They don't mess with the Americans who escape, basically. They're kind of leaving them alone. Doesn't mean they're going to leave them all alone. They can still come for me. But he told me that, and I said, you know, okay, I believe you. I don't have any other choice anyway. We got to get out. And then I met David, and we talked, and that's when he introduced me to a project that he's involved in. I've told people, you know, I've given people directions on what to do. Go watch the video with the notes. It's on this channel. It's on Friends of David Goldberg channel. Click on the videos. It's going to show it there. David's notes. Go watch it. That's going to give you the path that you need to follow. I've already helped people. People have already been following that path, and they are thankful, and it's working. Some people, unfortunately, just aren't smart enough to follow simple directions and do it, and I can't help those people. I've given them directions. If they can't follow it, there's nothing I can do. That's up to God. If you can't go click on a video that I tell you to click on and watch it for 5 minutes, I can't save you. You are unsavable. And you're going to go to the underground base and you're going to be tortured and you're going to suffer, and they're going to extract the adrenochrome out of you when they remove your limbs without anesthesia, and they hook you up to this machine in a little cage, and you're going to be alive for the next 1,000 years being tortured because they're Satanists. They want to create hell on earth, and they don't want to let you get to heaven. Does that make sense? They don't want to let you get there. Because you die, you get to go to heaven. They don't want to let you get there. But there's some people that can't be saved, and I'm sorry for their souls. I've done my best to do what I need to do. I can't. I've signed a non-disclosure agreement. I'm not going to jeopardize my family. If I came out and said, go X, Y, Z, go right here, that's a violation of the non-disclosure agreement I signed. I'm not going to ruin everything for myself because somebody can't follow instructions, so I've given you what I can give you. If you have that key, you will be okay, but you better act quick because time's running out. 2021 to 2025. Early 2021 is about the end. If you're not out of the United States by early 2021, maybe spring of 2021, game over, because I've been told the economic calamity, the economic collapse is planned for 2021. And it's going to be severe. It's going to be bread lines, food lines to the military garrisons where they're going to have you stamped with the chip. They're going to implant the chip. If you don't take the chip, you don't eat, you die. The problem is this: if you're above ground and you're one of those people who refuses the chip and you die, that they've got a contingency for everything. You're not going to be in that line. If you're a Christian, if you're watching this video, if you know the truth, if you're an agnostic, an atheist who understands the Israel question, who knows the truth about 9/11, guess what? You're not going to be above ground. You're going to be one of the 12 to 15 million Americans who is below ground in the underground base. So don't you think you can count on being in that line, refusing the chip, and then maybe going off grid or something? Nice try. It's not going to work that way. I already talked about the food distribution program they've got in place. You're not going to be able to grow a garden. They're wiping out the farmers. They already can grow these Franken foods in a vat bacteria. It's not good. It doesn't taste as good. You don't know that because you've been eating it for so long. You forgot what real food tastes like down here in South America, where the food is beautiful and rich and delicious and full of nutrients. You don't know what that's like anymore because you're totally used to this garbage that's in the supermarkets. It's a little more bland, less nutrients, but you think it's real. If you think you're going to get in that line and refuse the chip and then go walk off somewhere to your bug out area and grow some food, you are in fantasy land. You are dreaming. Dreaming. They have a surveillance apparatus. They know where every human beating heart is in the entire continental United States. They know where they are in Alaska, Hawaii, Western Europe, Canada, parts of Mexico. They can see your beating heart from the satellites. You think that you can hide? They've already got these little nano things in your body. They can track you with that. It's not very effective. They want to upgrade it and implant the chip in 340 million Americans. I've given you the path. You've got to get your finances in order. You've got to follow the steps I gave you, the clues, and you got to prepare, or two things are going to happen. You're either going to take the chip and you basically accept the mark of the beast, or you're going underground and they're going to torture you and hook you up to the machine and take your limbs off, extract your adrenochrome, torture you in front of your family, rape your children in front of you. The worst things you can imagine while still being alive, that is what is going to happen. My military sources told me that. Some of it's in the documents. I've seen it with my own eyes. It is happening already. It's already happened to 100,000 Americans that I already told you they took away. They got the AI program. You don't even know they're gone. They're still posting on Facebook. They're still making these fake phone calls because the AI program can emulate them. They can emulate you. You can make a fake phone call. The program's going to make the phone call. Your mother, your dad, your son's going to think it's you because it sounds just like you. Now that AI program is going to expand in this new world, this hellscape that they're creating, and it's going to have a whole new role. Right now they're testing it out for this Project Cypher to get rid of all these people, but the AI program is advancing and they're going to create a whole new world where they have total control. They control all narratives, all political discourse with these AI creations online. Entire political movements will be created with an AI automated, fake, computerized human beings that look real, that look like they are holding rallies out in a field somewhere with 100 people. And you're going to go, wow, look at that rally that guy held. Like maybe a Bernie Sanders type. Maybe there's some Bernie Sanders guy that you think is great and you see these videos of him holding rallies. I really like him. He's speaking truth. Totally fake. It's all deep fake. The rally's fake, he's fake, but it looks real. It looks like he held a rally out in a cornfield in Iowa. And you think, wow, I'm going to follow him now. You're following a computer-generated, AI automated script that you think is real and you think he's some guy speaking for you. That's the world you're going to be in. They haven't gotten there yet, but they're getting damn close. And some of it's happening with Trump right now. And I'll get into that in my next video. My next video is going to be about the disinfo campaign. We're going to talk about Trump. We're going to talk about Israel. And we're going to talk about more things about moving down to the southern hemisphere and what that's about too. That's it for this video. Get on board. Get ready for the next video. Get a part of this. And turn off those damn disinfo channels and YouTubers that are lying to you and telling you to stay put like a sitting duck and try to save Sodom and Gomorrah. Who tell you you're going to be raptured, or tell you that, well, defend your homestead with your guns, and if you get killed, you go to heaven. That's what they tell you. Total fiction. Total deception. You think that Satan and the elites didn't have a contingency plan for any of that? You think that guns are going to stop them? Not even close. So that's it, and I'll have more coming. I'm sending more of these tapes to friends of David Goldberg. We'll get more videos up. I got to get it out. We don't have much time left. All right, so this is part two. I want to get into the Trump presidency, and I'm also going to talk a little bit about the collapse and how it's all going to happen. It's basically going to be a reset. It's going to be a controlled collapse. So I'll get into the detail on that. It's really not what you're thinking it's going to be. I'll explain how they're going to handle it. And I'm going to spend a lot of the video talking about Trump and the Trump presidency and a lot of my conversations with David and what we talked about and where we agreed and where we disagreed. Because we had some pretty heated discussions about Trump. His viewpoint was very different from mine when we first met. By the time of his death and conversing with each other so much over the course of many, many, many months, we came to kind of conclude similar things, but I still have my own point of view. So I'm going to talk about Trump. I'm going to talk about what I know from a military source who's also shared with me some interesting highlights and things from his own knowledge, his experience. You know, he's got access. He does. Not White House access or anything like that, but he's pretty high in the chain of command, so he hears a lot. And he shares it with me, so I'll get into some of that. But before I do that, I'm scared. My wife basically told me to stop doing these videos and stop sending friends of David Goldberg audio and just stop altogether. And the reason she did that and said that is some of the comments that people are leaving on these videos, just recently too. I talked to friends of David Goldberg about this. We're in email communication every day, and they send me screenshots of some of the comments that they're having to delete. They're not leaving this stuff up because it's so toxic, so nasty, and threatening. And some of it concerns me, so they send it to me. They say, well, this guy said this. Do you know anything about this? And you probably want to be aware of this. And I do want to be aware of it. I don't recognize a lot of any of these accounts, but they're really coming after me, and they're coming after the channel. And it's pretty disturbing. We really got somebody's attention, in other words. I asked the friends of David Goldberg, had you seen this kind of thing over the past few months or 6 months? If you look at the channel, was David getting attacked? Was he getting the same kind of response? And they said no. They can go back and look at all the comments. They can see the comments that ended up in the spam section, I guess. They were telling me about that. And they said it looked pretty normal. He said you'd have some people that didn't like David, or you had people that were kind of grouchy, but it was about what you'd expect. But they said the past 3 videos, things have changed, and particularly the past 2 videos. They said the one that I did about Project Zypher, and then the last one, USA Genocide, they said things totally changed. There was a deluge of extremely vitriolic, hostile comments, wide range. Some were direct threats, some had some personal information about people that are behind the Friends of David Goldberg, like their names, addresses. Now, we know the authorities know who they are. They know who they are. I'm not going to say how many people it is, but they know who it is because they were associated with David, and they know. And they have lawyers, and the lawyers have been in contact with the authorities. Now, it's all formal. It's all just the kind of rarefied legalese speak you'd expect, but the underlying message that they've gotten is, don't you dare release the classified documents. If you do, the hammer's coming down on you. If you don't, we're not going to move on you. Partly because there's nothing to move on. They can't get the documents. They can't necessarily prove they've got them. So it's kind of a stalemate. I mentioned that in the last video. There seems to be a stalemate. They don't want them released, but if they're not going to release them, they're not going to move on them yet. So they know who they are, and some of these people that left comments that Friends of David Goldberg took screenshots and they deleted the comments or removed them. Some of them had personal information about them. In some cases, about their kids. And a few of them had personal information about me. Really, really, really weird stuff. These people are really hostile, really nasty, just human garbage. And I'm not holding back. You are scum. In addition to the threats and some of that crap, there have been some other people that we don't understand what their angle is, but they seem to be trying to mislead, and they're posting some real bizarre things. Friends of David Goldberg sent me screenshots of a couple of them, and I think a couple of those comments are still up. I'm not sure. I was reading through all the comments, and one guy said, well, scopolamine, which is the drug that blew in your face to hypnotize you, he said, that's not what that is, and you made it up. His comment is totally wrong. He has no idea what he's talking about. Anybody can Google scopolamine, and you can see what it is. And there's I know the Friends of David Goldberg, I believe they responded to this guy, and they gave him some resources so he can educate himself. There was another gentleman who said something about adrenochrome. He said, well, adrenochrome isn't real. That's something that is made up. Well, of course it's real. It's a real chemical. You can Google it right now. So I don't know who these people are. I don't know if they're just incredibly ignorant and full of just hate in their hearts, or there's something else going on, and whether it could be a troll farm, it could be a campaign to discredit. We speculating on what it is, who these people are, what's going on. But in my conversation with David, when we would talk, he told me about something called Israeli Hasbara. It is an official arm of the Israeli government that produces propaganda. They have a huge room full of trained people on computers all day posting garbage on the internet, comments, pretending to be other people, trying to mislead, post disinfo, cause discord. It's real. You can Google it. So we've speculated, as the Israeli Hasbara propaganda operation moved in our direction at this point because they're tired of what we're saying and they want the channel taken down, that's very possible too. I've been asking the question, I asked him at Friends of David Goldberg, how's the channel still up? Well, here's the thing, it could be gone tomorrow. We know they want to get the video with the notes taken down. That could be removed soon. I don't want it to be removed, and they don't want it to be removed. But the one with the notes, don't be surprised if that's gone real quick, because I won't get into it, but they want that gone. Not the Friends of David Goldberg, not me, but they. And I'm going to leave it at that. But we have reason to believe they are trying to get the whole channel removed. Something that's kind of interesting is it looks like there's some good people at Google who have made an effort to try to keep certain channels up against the will of their superiors. So we hope that's true. We hope there's somebody there just kind of keeping the channel up, kind of dismissing the request to have it removed. I hope. We don't know for sure. So that's something to think about. I mean, it could be gone tomorrow. So the Friends of David Goldberg asked me, they said, hey, let everybody know we do have a BitChute channel. It's going to be, the link is in the description. Go to that and bookmark it, because that's an extra step for them to protect what's going on here. And they do encourage other people to repost the videos, and I think that's a great thing too. So these are all things to think about. This is just kind of my opening monologue again. I find that I end up just talking and talking, and then I get to the meat of what I want to talk about. So we'll put the timestamps in there. Somebody also they recommended they're going to turn on the closed captioning. When you watch the video, a little says CC, click that. That can help in terms of being able to watch and understand what I'm saying. But we'll put the timestamps because there's so much to talk about and people can't listen to the whole thing for hours and hours. My wife, like I said, my wife said stop. Because these people are nuts. They're nuts. And we don't know who it is. It could be a variety of organizations. It could be Mossad. It could be U.S. government. It could be even some group outside of that that doesn't want certain things out. Not everything that goes on in this world is government related. There's private corporations that have an agenda. And there's just people out there that hate the truth. I mean, I've encountered them in my life. They'll make it a personal mission to go after truth tellers and distract and try to confuse. And that's just what they do. These people are nuts. I had a neighbor who was one of those people who was on my ass for 10 years over just stuff that I was doing in my yard. And you might know somebody like that. These people are miserable SOBs. And they aren't just online, they're in real life. So my wife says don't do it anymore. I'm going to do it, and I'm going to just get the audio out, and I'm going to get it to them, and they're going to put it up, and I hope it stays up. I don't give a crap. We're safe. They're not going to get to us. I've taken steps to make sure that ain't going to happen. I feel confident in that. I'm just disgusted that the friends of David Goldberg are being attacked on a personal level. Children are being talked about by some of these scumbags in the comments. Scary. I mean, I'm scared for them much more than I am for me because I'm safe. We're safe. So I'll take a break. That's my opening monologue. Then we'll get to the meat of it. That's Trump presidency and the collapse. Take a break. I'm doing 10 of these videos, and I wanted to have a topic or topics for each of them so you can reference them. I think you need to watch these a couple of times so it all sinks in. And the friends of David Goldberg encourage me to encourage you to participate, to comment. We do appreciate the positive people that are participating. It actually helps get the word out. If we don't get the word out, none of this matters. If we don't spread the message, none of this matters. I mean, they've done the best they can do. I'm trying to do what I can. What else can we do? When we have people attacking the channel and leaving these threatening, disgusting comments, coming after my family, coming after friends of David Goldberg and them on a personal level and their kids, you know we're at war. You know this is real. I mean, if that doesn't send a chill down your spine, what will? We put the information out, and all of a sudden we got this campaign of dozens and dozens of these YouTube accounts out of nowhere just sandblasting the videos. Now, you don't see all of it because they're having to remove it. It's got personal information in it. These people, I mean, it's full of profanity, some of these comments, and I've seen the screenshots, and at some point, I might have them share that because I told them, I said, you should just put this up, put a video of it up, maybe, I'll give you permission to use mine if we can just remove some of the stuff they said about my family and use some names. I don't want the names of my children to be shown. I said, maybe we should put that up. And they're going to consider that. So it's possible the next video we'll get all the screenshots of some of this garbage because we're going to fight back against you scumbags. We're going to expose what you're doing. But for now, they're removing that trash. I mean, I think they got rid of most of it. I was looking at the comments, and I still saw some really stupid stuff, but I think that was just more just people being stupid, basically. The stuff they removed is on another level of hatred, toxicity, threats, just demonic. I mean, straight up demonic. When I read these comments, I get a sick feeling in my stomach. That's how bad it was. That's what we're dealing with. So it feels like we are over the target. David's channel been up for a long time, and they've had some people that didn't like him, but now it's getting ratcheted up. So that means the people that are listening who care, we do need your help, and your help matters because channel could be gone tomorrow. If you don't care, if nobody cares, nobody does anything, truth's never going to get out about Project Zypher, Project Pogo, TTID, how the collapse is going to roll out, the things they're doing that all these other disinfo channels aren't telling you. They're giving you some truth, but they're not telling you about this. They're not telling you to get out of the United States. They're telling you to stay. Oh, stay here. Fight the good fight. Save Sodom and Gomorrah. Why the hell would you want to save America? Why would you want to save Sodom and Gomorrah? There's nothing left to save. It is way over. It was over 20 years ago. If you're a patriot and you're a Christian, you know in your heart it's been over a long time. Now, the only reason you don't think it's over yet, Donald Trump is president, and we're going to get into that. The only reason you don't think it's over yet, he's president. Now you got a little bit of hope. Maybe we can save America. Trump's president. Maybe there's hope and we can save the country. Well, hold your horses. We're going to get into that. Because the level of deception is way beyond what you can even imagine. They got you deceived. You believe that the guns are going to protect you. And you believe if the guns don't protect you and they get to your family and they get to you, well, you know what? You go to heaven. You don't want to die, but if you do die, well, you're going to heaven. I mean, that's what some of these people really, truly believe. Christians particularly obviously believe that. They've got you right where they want you. Totally deceived. Sitting ducks, easy targets. Because you don't know the truth about what they're going to do to you. Because all these disinfo channels are feeding you a line about how the guns are going to protect you and you need to defend the Union and stay put, get bugged out, stay right where you are. That's right where they want you. Because guns aren't going to protect you. And you're not going to heaven because they're not going to let you get there. They're not going to let you get there. Now, I didn't say you're not going to heaven. You will get to heaven at some point if you don't allow all this deception to corrupt your soul. But they have a plan, and that is the underground basis, getting the patriots, Christians, free thinkers. It includes agnostics and atheists. Anybody who spoke badly about Israel is going underground. I don't care what you believe. If you said something bad about Israel, if you liked a video that was against Israel, they're coming for you. They're going to get you. And they got a list, and they know who you are. They're leaving no stone unturned. They want any goy who's got even a hint of the truth, a whiff of it. They want them down there, underground. It's real. You know in your heart, you know there's evil in this world. You know how bad it is. You know what they do to kids. You know who's in power, pedophiles. You know all that. But you still experience the cognitive dissonance that says, well, my guns are going to protect me, and I'm going to go out a blaze of glory, and I'm going to defend the Union. You still believe that crap, despite what you know in your heart is true, and that is you are living in a total cesspool of demonic evil every day in the United States of America, and it has been over for 2 decades in terms of saving this country. That passed a long time ago. So you got to ask yourself, why do they want me to stay here so bad? This channel right now is the only channel on YouTube telling you to get out. Only one. Only one. 5,000 other channels out there, Christian channels, QAnon, pro-Trump, patriotic, prepper channels. What are they all saying? Stay right here in Sodom and Gomorrah. Don't you dare go anywhere. That is mighty interesting, isn't it? Now, I'm all about saving America, but that ship sailed. This country is done. We are the very small minority that is awake and aware we are not enough. It's not enough. And we'll talk about Trump in a little bit. Don't you worry, we'll get to that. Because I know that's on your mind. Like, well, what about Donald Trump? We elected Trump. Trump's going to save us. QAnon. Nah. Oh, I can't wait to get to Trump. I can't wait. I'm going to have them timestamp my Trump part, and I'm going to make sure they feature that so people go to it. Because that's just as important as this part. The collapse. That was a mouthful, what I just went through. My point is this. You got to think deeper and bigger on what's really the agenda. It's not so simple and so easy as just holding on to your guns and getting your bug out bag. Do you think they didn't have a plan for all that? I already told you that the whole gun thing, they want you to have the guns. If they wanted to ban guns, they could have done a long time ago. They don't want to ban guns. They want you to have your guns. And they want you to believe that the guns are going to protect you. That's what they want you to believe, and you believe it. I'm all for the Second Amendment, but that ship sailed too. Saving America sailed 20 years ago, and the gun issue sailed a long time ago too, because the technology advanced for them, and it did not advance for us. We're still holding on to our AR-15s and our Colt 45s and our shotguns, thinking that's going to really stand a chance to protect us and defend the Union. You are dreaming. You're in fantasy land. We don't have the technology. They do. What they got is 100 years ahead of what you got. 100 years ahead of your guns, technology. So the gun issue, you really need to think about that. I'm all for guns. Everybody should have a gun in their home for protection. But if you want to talk about saving America and defending the Union from what is about to come, it's sticks and stones compared to what they got. And they know that. You're playing right into their hands when you talk about how guns are going to protect you and your family from what's coming. You are dreaming. Now let's move on to the collapse. And I'll have them timestamp this part, because I just rambled again. We'll move on to the collapse. The collapse is a controlled collapse. They know it's coming. They know the financial system's a bubble. They know there's trillions and trillions in debt, bad debt, loaded up on the banks, the currency. They know there's going to be a collapse one way or another. They want to control it when it happens, and they want an agenda to play out when it happens that they're in control of. They're not stupid people. These are really smart people. They're smarter than you, smarter than me. They're not going to just let some economic collapse happen at some point without them taking advantage of it. So what are they going to do? They're going to plan the collapse. My timeline, what I've been told, what I've seen, is 2021 to 2025. It could be wrong, it could change, but it is going to happen. It's going to happen soon. The collapse is going to look like this. It's not going to be Mad Max. The whole power is not going to be out across the entire United States. There's still going to be power. Now, there's going to be power outages that lead up to it. They have to do a Project Zypher. I've talked about that before. But the collapse itself, I'm going to paint a picture of what it's going to look like based on what I know. You're still going to have power. Stock market is going to totally evaporate. It will be a meltdown unlike any other over the course of about a week or two. There will be panic. The television will be on. You will be watching the news. What will follow from that, mass layoffs, high unemployment, just overall economic disruption where Americans are already financially stressed. It's going to put them on the brink. This will transpire over a few months. It will just get worse and worse and worse. It will get to the point the military is going to come out into the streets. They're going to set up roadblocks. There's going to be food banks. because the currency is going to have serious problems. Your buying power is going to start to evaporate too. Now, people don't have any money anyway. People aren't even going to have any money. They're going to be jobless. There's going to be serious shortages of just having money. Meanwhile, the currency starts to destabilize too. After a couple of months, it's going to lead up to a point, and this is what they're planning on. The breadlines, the government is going to provide food for 350 million or so Americans. They're going to provide assistance, cash handouts, food stamps. You're going to see people that are living in mansions right now with net worths in the millions and millions of dollars in those breadlines, and it's by design. Because to get the food, you're going to have to take the microchip. And if you don't take the microchip, you don't eat. Now, I talked about before, they got these nano devices in people's bloodstreams and everything. They're not very effective. There's limitations to the technology. They want everybody to be microchipped. And they know if there isn't some kind of calamity, Americans aren't going to take the microchip. Right now, would Americans go take the microchip? No, they're not going to do it. This is the catalyst to make it finally happen, and it will work. So the collapse is going to proceed. It's going to get worse and worse and worse. It gets to the point where people are in the bread lines and they're getting the food from the military, the garrisons that are set up in every city in America, National Guard, U.S. military, and foreign troops. They're going to bring in a lot of foreign troops to help out with this mess. And it is going to be like a domino effect across the Western Hemisphere and all over the Northern Hemisphere. It'll affect Europe, it'll affect China, but America will be ground zero at first. And they're going to bring in the foreign troops. And you're going to see all different kinds of faces from a whole bunch of different places, including China. So that's the first 4 or 5 months. As this happens and proceeds, this is when the government goes into high gear in terms of implementing all the globalist agendas through Congress, through the presidency. You're going to see it go into high gear during the chaos. They're going to be issuing bill after bill after bill, all about Agenda 21, Agenda 30, in terms of changing the laws, getting America on track to becoming a total globalist controlled surveillance police state where freedom of speech is shut down and you don't even have the freedom to think anymore. But that's after the reset. So you're going to have a period of a couple of years of deep, deep economic chaos and depression. The government will be there with food to help because, as I said, they do have this food program where they can grow food in these huge vats with bacteria. It's not real, but it looks real, and nutritional value in there. You won't be able to farm. You won't be able to grow food yourself. They're going to ban all of that. They're already doing that. So you'll be 100% reliant on the government for a period of 3 or 4 years. And then there will be an economic recovery, a new currency. Things will recover, but it will be a new world. And all this stuff with Trump and the patriotism and nationalism and Americans still having free speech, and that's gone when this new world begins. It's over. And I'll explain more of that in the Trump part of this, why they're doing what they're doing. If you make it to that new world, you're going to have a microchip, you're going to be totally controlled and surveilled. Now, they're going to tell you that it's all roses and sunshine, by the way. They're going to tell you this is good for you. And this new world, that we survived the economic collapse, and we came out of it, and you got your microchip now, and now you got a job, and you got nice things again, and you've got power and water, and you've got a new iPhone 15, and it's going to start to look like the world we got now, but there will be some big differences. No more freedom of speech. No more freedom of speech. And the ideas of the Trump presidency, the nationalism, America first, all that will be completely destroyed and faded away. Gone. Constitution, gone. And there'll be no resistance to it because you and me, patriots, gone. I've already told you the number, 12 to 15 million. Now, there's way more than that that are Republican, that voted for Trump, but they're not awake. They have a very, very shallow understanding of the truth, and they're not a threat, and they will assimilate. They've already done testing on all this. They've done profiles of these people. They've ran it through their programs that they have. I mean, they have very advanced data analysis programs where they can look at the human population of America and they can determine, okay, there's about 12 to 15 million Americans that are going to be a problem for us. And then there's going to be 100 or 150 million conservative Republican types who won't be a problem. They may resist a little bit internally, but they will take the microchip and they will assimilate. They've already determined the numbers because they have the computer algorithms to do so. 12 to 15 million of us got to go. But they're not going to just kill us. They're going to kill some of us. They're going to take us to the underground bases. Now, people have said, well, how could they house 12 or 15 million in underground bases? Of course they could. Of course they could. I've already explained to you, you're not going to be in a cell. You're going to be in a cage. It's a few square feet in size, maybe even smaller than that. These bases have been being built for 50 years, 50, 60 years, and they've got hundreds of them all over the United States. They have enough room to put at least 10 million souls down there and keep them alive. You all think that, well, that's just too many. Give me a break. You can fit the entire human population into the state of Texas. The entire population of Earth can be fit into the state of Texas where everybody has a little bit of land, a little place to stand. You're telling me that they can't put 10 million people into all the underground bases they've been building for the past 50 or 60 years in America? Of course they can. Now, they can't give them big, nice apartments, but they can put them in these small cages. And that's what they're going to do. I've explained how they're going to do it. They send a drone, drill a hole into your window, it flies in, it blows the puff of scopolamine, you walk out in a hypnotic state into the bus, waiting for you. This operation goes on at night. Nobody notices, nobody thinks about it, nobody cares, because the vast majority of Americans are totally brain dead and mind controlled. Now you're gone and they took you to the underground base and they're going to begin their process of assimilating you into that underground base. And that means removing your limbs one by one without anesthesia, extracting the adrenochrome that's produced in that process, and hooking you up to a machine that's going to keep you alive for hundreds of years. Meanwhile, they're going to remove body parts. They're going to remove an eye, and they might remove one of your kidneys. They're going to sell that on the black market and make an unbelievable amount of money. China, Russia, a lot of countries are going to buy, especially in the Middle East, are going to buy from them and purchase these body parts because they're in high demand. People need them. People need new kidneys. People need new. They're going to take part of your liver and be able to grow it in a lab. They're going to take as much as they can without killing you, and they're going to sell it or use it for their own experiments. All right? So as that process is going on, you're being assimilated into this new life of yours, if you can call it that. You're getting tortured mentally, physically, emotionally every single day. It is absolute hell on earth for you. They're doing all this. They've got the AI program running in the run-up to the collapse. I already explained the AI program. You can go listen to the other videos about it. That AI program, the whole point is so that nobody really comes looking for this 12 to 15 million that are gone over the course of a few months. Now, if they didn't have that AI program in there, So people would start to wake up. People would realize, wow, a lot of people just went missing out of the blue. What the hell happened? The AI program serves that purpose to push that, kick the can down the road so that your disappearance does not get investigated, basically. It doesn't become a news story. Because it looks like you're posting on Facebook, you just made a phone call to your mom, it sounds just like you, nobody's going to investigate it. You might have your suspicions that my dad's gone, where did he go? He's not at home, he's missing. But he just left a phone message for my mom. And then he just posted something on Facebook. And he says he took a trip. People will have their suspicions, but it won't be investigated. So the AI program in Project Pogo and Project Cypher serves a very specific purpose, but it will also serve a larger purpose. They're testing this for the long term. They want to make sure it works, and it does work. But it serves a very specific purpose so that when the 10 to 15 million, 12 to 15 million patriots and Americans and Christians all disappear over the course of 6 months, 6 to 9 months, it's not going to make the headlines. It's not going to raise suspicions. That's a lot of people to disappear. They're going to be able to create what is called plausible deniability. You may suspect that your uncle is gone or your sister disappeared, but she just called you yesterday and you talked to her and it sounded just like her. Now what? Is she really gone? Or is her explanation legitimate? Oh, hey, I took a trip. Oh, hey, I'm sick, don't come over. Oh, hey, I'll talk to you soon, but I just can't make it. I've got a lot of work right now. The AI algorithm is very advanced. It runs these scripts that have already been tested as to what is going to work on you. They're going to run a script depending on their analysis of your personality. They have a database of 360, 70 million Americans in their computers. They know everything about you. They know your habits. They know your beliefs. They know your positive qualities, your negative qualities. They're going to incorporate that in the algorithm so that when your sister calls you, your AI-generated sister calls you. She's already gone. She's in the underground base, the real one. When the AI-generated sister calls you, they're going to know what she needs to say to make you believe that she's still alive. Did that make sense or not? Sometimes I wonder that some of the people listening, if you're smart enough to understand what you're being told by right now, because some of those comments are so dumb. So dumb. But the good news is we're winning because there's way more positive comments, way more likes than dislikes on those videos. The smart people outnumber the dummies by a wide margin, thank God. Just in terms of the comments and the interaction, I see positive. The smart ones are winning. But boy, there's some dumb ones too. So, does that make sense? The AI, they're so advanced, they're so smart, they know what you're going to do before you do it. So when they disappear, 12 to 15 million American patriots, all their friends, all their family members are going to get totally bamboozled by this AI automated thing that they got set up, ready to go. And it's going to create plausible deniability. You're not going to be able to prove that your dad is gone. It's going to look suspicious. You might know he's really gone, but then your friend doesn't know it, and your local police department doesn't believe it. Months and months and months go by, and guess what? The collapse happens. And now it's just an afterthought. And now people are worried about eating. They haven't heard from their dad in months. They keep getting phone messages from him. He says this, he says that. They don't know if he's alive or dead. At that point, they can't investigate it. Local police won't look into it. They don't know what to do. And now there's an economic collapse. And now they're lining up to get food at the military garrisons And now they got to take a microchip. And they're going to take that microchip so they can eat. Am I painting a picture for you for what's going to happen? Is it starting to click? 12 to 15 million American patriots are going to be gone. They're going to kill a lot of them, too. Don't get me wrong. They're going to kill a lot of them. They're taking millions down underground. They have a data profile of every single American. They know what you believe. And if you're Christian, you better believe they're going to target you, and they're going to make sure that you survive and that you're taken underground. The people they're going to kill, well, I have good reason to believe it's a lot of these people who've gone after Israel. A lot of these people that really called out Israel, they're really going to make sure that you suffer, and then they're going to kill you. That's my understanding. I mean, I don't know for sure. Based on documents, some of the things my military source told me, my conversation with David, kind of direction they're going to go. But they want the Christians alive. Not that they're real specific about that. And if you got any doubt about who I'm referring to, it's Israel. Now, I'm not going to use the other terms, the J term or the Z term. I'm not going to get into that because I want the video to stay up. But you know what I'm talking about. Who do you think controls the media? That's who I'm talking about. They hate you. They believe that you are no better than cattle. And they hate that you can think for yourself and that you're starting to resist. So they've got this plan in place to make sure that there is no resistance. And there isn't. Your guns aren't going to be able to stop this. So we got out. I took the advice of my military source, who's been telling me a long time you need to get out. And David pushed me to do it too, and David helped me to do it. David helped me. And we got out. Now, that is going to conclude my section here on the collapse. I tried to paint a picture for you for what's going to happen. There is going to be a reset. It's going to be bad for a few years. It's not going to be Mad Max. People still have food as long as they take the microchip. The news will be more controlled. Trump presidency is going to fade, and I'll talk a little bit about that. It's not going to be quite what you're seeing now. And that's going to, that collapse is going to dominate American life for about 2 to 3 years. But then there's going to be a renewal. And that renewal is going to create a new America. Not going to have free speech anymore. But you're going to wake up every day and you're going to be told that things are better now. And all the people that took that chip, they're not very awake, they're not very aware. There's a reason they're not in the underground bases, in other words. They're going to wake up every day, they're going to believe that this new world, this globalist nightmare, is good. That's a good thing. And they're going to think, they're going to be glad that the Constitution is dead and gone, and that republicanism has been stamped out, and conservatism and conspiracy theorists are gone. That's the new world they're going to create. And these idiots that are going to be above ground, that are going to take the chip, they're going to cheer it on. They're really going to believe that it's better. And they're going to institute Agenda 21, Agenda 2030, all of their transhumanist, insane policies they've been wanting to get through for a long time, but people like us have been in the way. Not anymore. They got rid of us. They're going to start instituting the total control grid, total surveillance grid. They want total control of your life, your thought processes, everything you do, and they're going to take it even to a level beyond that, and that's where the AI comes in later on. So I hope this is all making sense. I hope it crystallized for you what the collapse is, how it's going to kind of transpire. Not going to be a Mad Max chaos, total meltdown scenario. It will be a controlled collapse, and it's going to be bad. You would not want to leave. It's not going to be fun for Americans. It's going to be rough, but it's going to be a controlled collapse. And they're going to usher all these millions of Americans through the red lines, get the microchip, and there's going to be the renewal that comes later on. New currency, new America, no more Constitution, no more freedom. And conservatives, conspiracy theorists, anybody free-thinking person, well, they're gone. They don't exist anymore. As far as anybody's concerned, they're just gone. A lot of them been killed at that point, and the rest are underground. There are already people underground. I mean, they've been doing this for years. This is going to be a mass operation to get millions of people down there. They already take people down there and torture them and do all this stuff to them. Thousands. They've already took 100,000. I told you, 100,000 went down there. But they take a few thousand every year, people that are just a problem for them, and they do whatever they're going to do to them. They have children that they abduct. You know all this. For some reason, you just can't believe they'd do it on such a large scale, but they will. So that about concludes the class part. We're going to get into the Trump part. This is a lot. It's a lot for me. I get emotionally exhausted doing all this, and we're only on part 2. We got a long way to go. I pray these videos stay up. There's actually a lot of really good positive comments here. A lot of the negative ones got deleted. Thank God. They're toxic and threats and other garbage from a bunch of demonic scum. But the good ones are up, and I'm very pleased to read a lot of this stuff. A lot of you are really awake. A lady named Tracy asked this. She asked, question for Tom. You said that the elites made sure they have safe places to go, which would also be a safe place for others getting out of the U.S., right? Correct. Well, why would the elites need to have a safe place to go if they are the ones behind the diabolical plans? Who do they need to be kept safe from? And why would we want to relocate to the same area that they plan to go? And that's actually a couple of really good questions. First part of that, she said that the elites want to have a safe place to go. That is correct. The part of the reason for that, Tracy, is that the Northern Hemisphere in particular is going to experience a severe collapse that I just talked about. It's a controlled collapse, but the debt bubble is finally going to pop. There's about $250 trillion in debt in the banking system, basically just funny money that they've been printing up for decades out of thin air. And they know it's going to come down at some point, so they decided, let's try to make it a controlled collapse so we can benefit from it. So there'll be a reset, and then they'll start over with the new currency. When that happens, it's going to cause serious problems in a lot of countries. It's not going to be a fun time, and I previously just said that you're going to see people that lived in mansions with millions of dollars in the bread lines with everybody else in the United States of America. Even very rich people will be impacted by the stock market collapse and just total wipeout in the U.S. and in Europe, China. It's going to affect a lot of countries. Because of that, Tracy, the elites want to have some safe zones and some countries that are going to be okay. They really don't want to be there during that time. If they are, they want to have a second or a third home in a clean, safe country that does not experience this kind of disaster and mess. So I'll move on to the other part of your question. Why would the elites need to have a safe space or safe place if they're the ones behind these plans? Well, they do need that, and they do want that. There's certain parts of this planet that they really like, and that's the Southern Hemisphere. It's less polluted, it's less populated, and they've made it their own little backyard where they can do all their Agenda 21 and Agenda 30 over in New Zealand and Australia, where they've been experimenting on that for years. And they can keep it preserved and clean and they keep the chemtrails pretty much situated in the northern hemisphere. That's their backyard. Tracy asked, who do they need to be kept safe from? They don't want to be trapped in the chaos of the economic collapse. They want their own place to go. And she said, why would we want to relocate to the same area they plan on going to? Makes no sense. No, you do want to be there, Tracy. It's a far better alternative. I explained it in the other video. They don't have underground bases in these countries and these places. They don't have a surveillance grid in place. Somewhat in parts of Australia and New Zealand, but not even close to what they've got in the Northern Hemisphere and in America. The surveillance grid down in the Southern Hemisphere isn't even like what they got up north. They haven't invested that kind of time down there because they really don't want it there and they don't need it. They're not going to have 5G in a lot of these countries. So you want to go there. They're not, their focus is on the Northern Hemisphere, all their energy's going into it, all their time. If you manage to get down there and you can maintain a low profile, you're going to be okay. And I also mentioned in my last video, again, I hope people listen all the way through because I addressed all these things. They're taking kind of a hands-off approach to the Southern Hemisphere. It has to do with some of their spiritual and religious beliefs. These people are pure, they're evil. They're totally evil, but they do have a code that they follow. They like to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. They like to get your permission to do evil. And they also like to give certain people a pass. Basically, let them through. We're not going to worry about them. And my understanding is there's kind of a hands-off attitude to the Americans that manage to get down there. They're not going to bother them. Now, if it was millions of Americans that went down to South America, that would be a different story. But if you've got dozens of them moving down there, people like me, they're not going to waste time with it. And they seem to have this attitude or approach that says, they made it out, we're going to leave them alone for whatever reason. In their own twisted ideology and ethics, they seem to be, it's kind of hands off. That's what I've heard. I don't know for sure. I do feel safe right now that I'm here with my family. But I have been given some information that says, you'll be all right. I mean, I could be wrong. But at this point, what alternative do we have, Tracy? We stay in the U.S. That is not an option. You got to go somewhere else. Where else are you going to go? The Northern Hemisphere is in big trouble. The Northern Hemisphere is going to experience a collapse, and it's already under total surveillance grid, and they got underground bases everywhere, not just the United States. That's not an option. So where do we go? Well, we've got to go to the Southern Hemisphere. We go to the countries that are safe, that they've been protecting. That's the only other those are our options, Tracy. We don't have anywhere else to go. We can't go off the planet. I'm just trying to give people guidance and tell them what I did, and I believe it's the right decision and it's the right thing to do, and that is to get out. You got a hell of a lot better chance of avoiding this nightmare scenario if you're out. I don't have much time. We got a little over a year, but that's enough time to start making the decisions, start making the plans. Now, if I were you, I'd go to Chile, I'd go to Argentina, Ecuador. New Zealand would not be my first stop, although my understanding is it is safe. And there's parts of Australia that are safe. There's Pacific Islands that are safe. So that's the direction, Tracy, and I feel it's the right one. I hope that answered your question. I'm going to move on here. Patrick asked, How do you stop the drone from getting into your home while you're awake or asleep? Good question, actually. How do you stop it? Very hard to stop the drone. These drones are very advanced. They have lasers that can just cut right through glass in about 3 seconds. You could live in a home that has no windows and no glass and just solid concrete with a door. But you're going to be marked, and they're going to know what you did, and they're going to have other alternatives. How many people can go be in a home that has no windows? Not a lot, and if they do it, they're going to be targeted and marked for that, and they'll have other alternatives of getting you. And if that involves them busting your door down and getting you out, they'll do it. They have other means of disabling you. They have electronic weapons, they have sound weapons that can disable you to where you can't get your gun. Not just the drones, not just the scopolamine, they have other means. They will get you. And if they see that you're taking steps to avoid this, you're going to go up higher on the list, on the priority list. So there's really no way out. If you can manage to go live in a cave 1,000 feet underground somewhere with no electronics whatsoever and survive, you might make it. You might get off the radar. Because the little nano device they got in you that tracks you, they can't track you that far underground. So pretty much the only safe place you can go is a cave or really far underground. At least 100 feet is what I've been told. Very, very difficult for anybody to really pull that off, and I don't know how you're going to survive, and eventually you're going to have to come to the surface. And that little nano thing in your body, it does send out a signal, and the satellites can pick it up. Not great, but they can pick it up. Now, if you want to live in a lead-lined suit, now they can't get you. But now you're walking around in a lead-lined suit. Not very safe, not practical. So I hope that's painting a picture of how difficult this is going to be for people. They've thought of everything. They're evil, they're smart, they're diabolical. Not in a million years are they going to let you at your bug out property with some guns stop them. They just want you to believe that that was going to work. All right, let me move down the list. Somebody suggested that I'm scaring people or somebody's going to commit suicide. That's just ridiculous. I mean, if you're going to do something, no, don't you dare even think of committing suicide. If you commit suicide, you're risking your entry into heaven. You're not getting into heaven. That's purgatory. That's another thing. I don't want to get in a religious discussion about it, but committing suicide is not an option. This individual, Anthony, said, I'm a targeted individual. This makes sense as to how gang stalking is perpetrated, the TTID program. I've spoken out against the Zionist movement, and that could potentially be a reason why. That is correct, Anthony. Off-grid desert farming with Paul and Adrian, he said this, he said, so the New World Order is going to devote that many resources, money, manpower to cut people's limbs off, torture them, feed them, keep them alive. Do you know how many staff that is going to take care of 10 to 15 million people, let alone to feed the staff? Doesn't make sense. No, what you just said doesn't make sense, Paul and Adrian. With all due respect, what you said just doesn't make sense. Of course they have the staff to do it. They have robots. They have machines to do it. They're going to have a staff of about 20,000 people to manage the whole operation of these underground bases. But the vast majority of what goes on is done by robots and machines. I mean, they've got technology 100 years of what you even know about. You think they've got a bunch of housekeepers walking around and porters moving around and taking care of all those people in the cages? Of course not. The whole operation is all virtually automated. So no, you're not thinking clear. You're making excuses in your mind about that this can't be possible. Of course, very, very possible. It's very, very, very realistic and possible. And as I said, they've got technology so far ahead of what you can imagine. it makes it even more possible because of that. Even with today's technology that you're aware of, it could still be done. Just because, he said this, just because you flee to another country does not mean you will be safe, because the Antichrist system is worldwide and you'll be faced being shipped in the country you flee to. How are you going to escape? That's actually a good point. It probably will be worldwide. I've been told they're not going to implement it down in some of these other countries for a very long time. Again, the apparatus isn't in place. They don't have the underground bases. They don't have the surveillance control grid down in some of these countries. They don't have it in Africa either, by the way. I haven't mentioned Africa because it's not safe really to go there, but there are large parts of Africa that will also be safe. So it will probably be implemented in time, but it's going to be a long ways off. Their main focus is the United States, Western Europe, China, some of the Middle Eastern countries, but Canada, that is their main focus. So you're right to a point, but at this point, what other options do we have? I don't want to accept a chip, so I'm leaving and I'm getting the heck out. That was my attitude, and that's what I did. Linda Hurley said, I've often wondered about our food. It's terrible. You're absolutely right, Linda. If you're down in another country like where I'm at, you're going to taste food that's delicious because it's grown in the ground. In America, far, far less is actually grown the way you think it's grown. Farrah said, Tom is blunt and straightforward, but does not entertain bullcrap. Thank you. We need stand-up discussions. I appreciate his audio and the discussion of questions asked from this last video. Thank you. A human social observer said, if human consciousness can elevate the right frequency, we can defeat the AI reptilian technology. I wish that was true. I don't know if it is. Maybe we can. This person also said, stay calm, Patriots, but Tom does have correct information. Thank you. And this guy said, I don't think anyone with an NDA would care more about his family than humanity. Well, I do care about humanity. Why do you think I'm doing this? I've given people the pathway. I have helped some people so far. But some people just can't follow instructions, and I'm just not going to waste time with it anymore. I'm done. I still want to know the truth and the path to get out. That's what I'm doing. I'm going to move on to the section about Trump. I know I just talked for a long time there. I just rattled and rattled. I've already gone an hour now. You know, I asked them to put in these timestamps so that you can at least jump around and get to the parts you want to listen to, because I know it's a lot. My recommendation, you listen to all of it. I think you should listen to all of it. If you really want to be informed and know what's up, you should listen to all of it, but I get it. You might get tired of listening to certain things, so you can skip around, and now you jump to the Trump section here. And this is just a huge topic. It really should be its own video, and I might explore it in another video and talk more about it in a different video, but the Trump presidency is, it's a big, 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 big deal. They've not talked about it a lot. We had a lot of discussions about it. And ultimately, after all those discussions we had, we came to the conclusion that Trump, there's too much crap surrounding him. Chabad Lubavitch, his love of Israel, how he has done everything for Israel, how he allowed his daughter to convert to Chabad Lubavitch. How he has signed this, he just signed an executive order that he's pushing to outlaw anti-Semitic speech. David talked about that too. So there's real problems, and he has connections to Epstein, although there isn't really any evidence that he ever went on his plane. You know, guilt by association is a slippery slope. Just because he was in Epstein's black book doesn't necessarily mean he was involved in what Epstein was involved in. His daughter was in Epstein's book. So it's hard to reach conclusions on that. But he did appoint Alex Acosta as the labor secretary. And Alex Acosta is the idiot prosecutor in Florida who helped Epstein get off. So why would Trump appoint him to a position of power? Acosta eventually had to resign. So there's some suspicious stuff with Trump that doesn't look good. You know, and it's possible it's just total cognitive dissonance, that Trump really believes what he's doing. He really believes it's all about America first, but he's got this cognitive dissonance. He's got this blind spot where he puts Israel first. It's a problem. The problem is when they control both candidates, it doesn't matter who wins. Hillary Clinton received more money and more funding from Jewish organizations than any human being in history. And then you got Trump, who got millions and millions and millions from a bunch of Jewish billionaires. So how could they lose? So I can't totally explain it. Part of the thing that's confusing is Trump does do some good stuff. He seems sincere. He seems to believe the stuff that he says. But you've got to remember, he's a little bit of a fraudster too. And somebody like that's a chameleon. He's able to shift and change to suit a certain crowd, constituency, and he's done a hell of a job of it. If you look back at his positions, if you go way back, this is the guy that said Hillary would be great as president, way back. He said Oprah would be a great president. Trump said all kinds of dumb, contradictory things over the years. He donated Democrats and Republicans. But it's hard to draw conclusions from that. It's hard to say, well, is Trump a bad guy, or did he just play the system? And when it comes to the Israel question, he's either one of them or he is being duped. He's got a blind spot, or best case scenario, he's trolling them and he's playing them. He's keeping his enemies close. He's saving them for last, kind of thing. And I think Q said something like that. I could be wrong. I haven't kept up on all that. So David was more in the feeling that Trump was just a total traitor and in bed with Israel and could not be trusted. I was more of the feeling that I kind of support Trump and I don't want to totally throw him under the bus. Let's give him a chance. So we had a lot of arguments about that. But at the end of the day, Trump is pushing 5G. Trump has suggested that 5G is like the race to the moon back in the 60s. So Trump could be saying all these good things, but then he's doing all these evil things. Remember, he's talking one good thing, talking a good game, but the actions tell you a different story. He hires all these swamp creatures. Nobody gets arrested. The agenda hadn't shifted that much. And if Hillary got in power or another Democrat got in power, they can reverse whatever the heck Trump has done. Now, everybody says he's appointing judges. Well, how do you know those judges aren't a bunch of Freemasons? Just because they're conservative doesn't mean anything. I really question the judge's part because he talks that up a lot. Wow, look at these conservative judges I appointed. No. They're all swamp creatures and part of the agenda. So there's something going on, but I don't believe Trump is the guy to clean the swamp. He's more about himself. He's very upset about the impeachment. He's very upset about how he was spied on. But what is he doing to really move the ball to change the real agenda? And when you put Israel first the way he does over and over and over again, you can't ignore that. That's a problem. Now, you could say he's keeping his enemies close, but what's really changing right now? Right now, he supported Israel on everything. He supported Saudi Arabia on everything. They got him by the balls. It's pathetic. He hasn't given us any 9/11 truth. He hasn't arrested anybody. He hasn't indicted anybody. What's changed? Other than Q telling you that there's all these indictments and all these people in Gitmo with no evidence at all, what has changed? Not much. You just have to be objective about it, because he talks a good game, and the people that love Trump, they love him. And he's right about the fake news, but what's changing? Everything he's done can be reversed pretty quick. If there's a collapse, if there's a Democrat in power, if Pence got in power, it all gets reversed. Whatever the heck he's done, which isn't a whole hell of a lot, they can reverse it. The problem with Trump is he's a paper tiger. He talks big, talks good game. But he hadn't moved on a lot of things he needed to move on. So it's a tough one. Is his heart in the right place? Or is he compromised? Or does he have blind spots? These things David and I talked about a lot. At the end of the day, what I've learned from my military source is Trump's compromised. That's the problem. He does talk a good game, but there's something really wrong when it comes to some of the decision-making that's gone on. He hadn't been tough enough. He hadn't followed through on a lot of things. He talks and talks and talks, and he cries on Twitter a lot, but he could do a lot more than he's done. He's just not tough enough. He's not taking the steps he needs to take. So he's a Pied Piper. You get a guy like that in there that makes you feel like he's going to save the country, but he really doesn't do it, doesn't get the job done. That's almost worse than having somebody like Hillary in there, who at least you know she's the enemy. So my personal view is I think Trump has some sense of what's right and thinks he's doing the right thing, but he's so dumb and ignorant on certain things, and he's so compromised. He'll walk the country off a cliff if it means helping Israel. He seems to have gotten out of the Iran thing. That's something David talked about a lot. They're going to send us to war with Iran. Well, clearly they were planning to do that. You have to be blind not to see that. So David talked about that a lot. He was right about everything. But the public response to Iran was extremely negative. And it looked like they had to change course, and David talked about that. He said, well, having to change course because the public response is extremely negative. They had no appetite for the war. So the little false flags they did weren't enough. They weren't enough. So we don't really know what Trump was doing. Were they telling Trump, hey, we're going to have to back off. You need to pretend like you are trying to get out of the war, and we'll save it for your second term? Will they have a big false flag and there's no way out of it? Wow, Iran fired a nuke at Israel. Okay, we got to go get Iran. Something like that. Iran attacks the U.S. as a U.S. aircraft carrier. Real obvious, no doubt they did it. Okay, now we got to go get Iran. The Gulf of Tonkin kind of thing, or a 9/11 kind of thing, where they're going to get you into the war. My feeling is, and David seemed to kind of indicate this in some of his videos, is they poll tested it. Do Americans have an appetite for Iran right now? And clearly they didn't. This was back in May. They were gearing up for war. What happened? A couple little false flags were conducted. Nobody bought it. Trump started to look like the hero, like he was pushing back against Bolton, and all the Trump people got on board with that, like, wow, Trump's fighting back against Bolton and all this crap. So that gave Trump a little street cred. Does that make sense? So now when the big false flag happens, people are going to trust Trump because they feel like he's got their side. He's not pro-war. He's the anti-war president. They've given him that street cred. Does this make sense right now? These are smart people. They realize the whole Bush crap isn't going to work anymore. Bush was all about jingoism. Rah, 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 America's the policeman of the world. We're going to go get them and get the bad guys in the Middle East. That worked, but it doesn't work anymore because people have wised up and they're tired of the crap and the false flags and the wars. So if they got Trump in there and he's got a little street cred and he's a little bit anti-war and he rebuffed Bolton on the war with Iran, now it looks like, maybe Trump's the guy we can trust on this. And then he kicked Bolton out. So we don't really know for sure. My hope is Trump has a plan, a trick up his sleeve, and he's playing these idiots over in Israel like a fiddle. It's hard to tell because he came out yesterday and said, well, Jews need to love Israel even more than they do. He said he was the king of Israel back over the summer. I mean, he's done all kinds of weird stuff that make you think he loves Israel. Or is he just trolling them? Is he trolling the mofos? Is he buttering them up? Does he know they're full of crap, but he knows he's got to play the game? Otherwise, they'd crucify him as an anti-Semite. So he knows he's got to play the game. But when push comes to shove, he won't go to war with Iran. He won't do it. He does the symbolic things. He moves the embassy to Jerusalem, for example. He lets Israel have the Golan Heights, even though they already have the Golan Heights. I mean, there's no stopping that. They've settled the whole thing. I mean, they're not going anywhere. There's 500,000 of them in the Golan Heights. They're not going anywhere. So Trump throws them a bone on that. So he's throwing Israel these bones. But when push comes to shove, he sort of got us out of Syria and he avoided the Iran war and he fired Bolton. So it looks like he could be playing them. He could be gaming them. And then he butters them up with these ridiculous statements about, well, Jews don't love Israel enough. And then he signs these executive orders that are really bad, punishing the BDS movement. I mean, this stuff's really bad. So if you take it at face value, Trump looks like a total Shabbos Goy butt sponge at face value. But if you read into some of the things he's saying, you could argue he's trolling them. He's playing them. He knows he can't come out against them. So he's got to be subtle about it. That's the best case scenario. But why would you let your daughter marry this guy? Kushner, why would you let that happen? And why would you put Kushner in charge of the wall and in charge of Middle East peace? I mean, he's giving Kushner so much power. That's why David said, hey, he wants Kushner to be vice president. We don't know for sure. I talked to David about this a lot. Do we know what Trump's doing? There's one way you can look at it where it's really, really bad, where he's a traitor. He needs to be tried for treason, for giving so much to Israel, cooperating with Israel, putting Israel first. That's treason. And doing nothing to put America first other than a bunch of symbolic crap about the wall or this or that. Things he could really do to stop, but he hadn't done it. Letting some of his bullcrap filter through the courts and get knocked down to where nothing really changes at the border and the immigration system. So it's all symbolic. It's not actually doing anything. So if you look at it that way, Trump is just a paper tiger. He's up there to mislead and distract. He's a Pied Piper. And they'll get rid of him at some point, and they'll usher in the New World Order and globalism. And they'll look back at Trump, and they will characterize him as a Hitler in the history books. And they'll say that was the last vestige of conservatism and republicanism in America. And now it's dead. We killed it. Impeachment isn't going to do it, but something's going to do it at some point. Then you got another way of looking at it. Trump's just playing these people, and at some point he'll drop the hammer on Israel. That's the best case scenario. I don't see it happening. Nothing he's doing is doing that. They know the Israel thing isn't popular, the Iran war is not popular, so they put it off till the second term. And they're going to have a big old false flag, get everybody behind it. Something that is so, there's no way you could deny it. A 9/11 type false flag that puts the target on the back of Israel, or on the back of Iran. That's what I think they're plotting. Trump says he wants to make a deal with them, and he exchanged the prisoners recently. What's true? Maybe 5D chess is in play, but if Trump doesn't know about Project Zypher, and he doesn't know about Project Pogo, and he doesn't know about TTID, and he's totally wrong about 5G, and he's just spending all his time talking on Twitter, and he isn't indicting anybody, he didn't put these people in prison, he isn't draining the swamp. He may be playing some chess, but he's not doing enough. It's not going to matter at the end of the day. Because on some level, maybe Trump realizes Israel is full of crap, and he knows the game, and he thinks he can play the game, but he doesn't fully understand how deadly that game is. And if you aren't tough, and you don't take action, and you don't declare martial law, and you don't arrest these people, and you don't really get tough, not going to matter. They're going to get rid of you. So if Trump doesn't do the Iran war, and if Trump doesn't do more for Israel, or if Trump really tries to play both sides, they'll get rid of him. My concern is this: at face value, he's a Shabbos goy, straight up. He grovels for Israel. He crawls across hot coals for Israel. His entire cabinet's full of a bunch of Israel firsters. I mean, what are we supposed to conclude? We're trying to read between the lines and find a silver lining with Trump, and trying to say, okay, maybe he's trolling Israel. Maybe he's playing both sides. Maybe he knows what the game is. Maybe he knows he's got to play the game. So he throws the symbolic crap like moving the thing to Jerusalem, the embassy to Jerusalem. Maybe he does these things because he's got some plan for the future but I don't see it happening. Like, where is it happening? Explain to me what he's doing to change anything. It's just tweeting and tweeting and tweeting. There's no real solid change. And we talk about judges, they're all Freemasons. Who cares? Based on what my military sources told me, he said this. He said, Tom, nothing is really going to change. You're going to see all this talk. You're going to see the patriots riled up and feeling confident, but it's not going to change. Project Zypher collapse is coming. Trump will, whether he's there or not, it doesn't matter. No fundamental changes were really made to prevent what's coming in terms of what the Trump administration's been doing. That's what he told me. It's going to feel good, it's going to look good, and you're going to feel rah, 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 go Trump. But the fundamental things that had to be done to save the country did not and will not happen. Trump needed to declare martial law pretty quick, arrest a lot of people, get the Marines, get the military in Washington, D.C., shut down a lot of these departments, FBI, CIA. They needed to be shut down, everybody arrested, and the buildings demolished. IRS, demolish them. Literally demolish them. Line them up with explosives and blow them up. After you've removed everybody, taken them to Gitmo, blow these buildings up. Arrest Congress, get them to Gitmo. This is what you had to do to save the country, and my military source said he didn't do it. It's just been talk, and it's been good talk. So it's been some good talk. It's really got everybody riled up and feeling like, well, there's hope. We got Trump in there. He said, don't buy into it. because the fundamental things that need to happen did not happen. And Trump's moving the ball forward for Israel, and he's moving the ball forward on 5G. 5G alone ought to be enough to tell you things are not what they seem. So that's my assessment of whatever Trump's doing. He appears to be embattled with the Democrats. There seems to be a power struggle. I mean, that could be real. Is it theater? Is it real? Are Trump and Hillary friends? Are they not friends? We don't know for sure. We know Trump was connected to Epstein, but there's no evidence he went on the plane. Guilt by association is not enough. What's real? We know there's video of Epstein and Trump 20 years, 25, 30 years ago checking women out. And a bunch of models were hanging out and they were checking them out. Okay, I mean, that's not criminal. It looks bad, but it's not a crime. So we don't know the extent of all that. We know that Epstein was deep in a lot of crap, and Bill Clinton was deep in with him. Trump's association is not quite as close. Whatever the case, it doesn't matter. Trump's president. He hadn't done what's necessary to save the country. It's been too much talk, too much pro-Israel, too much window dressing. Too much window dressing, and it won't matter in the end. He didn't make enough fundamental changes to turn the country around. It's over. Too much talk. Too many Israel firsters. Too many tweets that were written by Stephen Miller, the Zionist spokesperson that seems to write half his speeches. It's all pro-America, but the actions, the fundamental actions are pro-Israel. It's one thing to talk, it's another thing. You always have to look at people's actions. You got to look at their actions. What do they do versus what they say? Trump's words and his actions just don't line up the way they need to. I would advise great caution when it comes to Trump and jumping on the Trump train and getting all rah, rah, rah. You really got to check yourself on that. It ain't what it seems. And David knew that. David talked about it extensively. There's too many disturbing things that we know in terms of his connection with Israel, Abad Lubavitch, Jared Kushner, the rabbis, the funding of his campaign, the moneyed interests that want him in there. They're Zionists. The only little tiny sliver of hope, little silver lining we got is maybe Trump's playing them, maybe he's operating 5D chess, way beyond what they see or what we see. I don't believe so, because the fundamental things that need to happen didn't happen, haven't happened. And what I mean by that is arrests. So you got to ask yourself, why is QAnon saying all this stuff? And we know it's not happening. QAnon probably has access to information. It's more than just what they call a LARP. There's something to it, but it's just talk. Nothing's happening. They just want you to believe that something's happening. They want you to believe the indictments are coming. They want you to believe it's just right around the corner, tick-tock, tick-tock, but nothing is fundamentally changing. Just kicking that can down the road a little bit longer before the collapse. So the Project Zypher, Project Pogo, TTID gets completed and gets done, and then the collapse happens. Now, they may pin that collapse on Trump. He may be the fall guy. They may use him as a symbol, say, wow, we allowed Trump to get in power, and then the whole thing fell apart. He was a modern-day Hitler. I mean, that's what the history books may write. That may be the agenda that they want to play out. He may be a willing participant in it. He may not be. But the end game hasn't changed. The end game hadn't changed. No matter how many tweets that guy sends, no matter how many great things he says that America-loving patriots eat up and gobble up and love, the fundamental things that need to happen haven't happened, and a lot of really bad things have happened. particularly some of this stuff he's signing with respect to the Noahide laws and the anti-Semitism stuff. That's really bad. I don't see any resistance from Trump on that. He's either a complete moron or he's got some game plan to play him. I don't see it happen. I don't see it. What's he doing to stop any of this? Nothing. Whether he's conscious with all this or he is just being played himself. Maybe he's a puppet, maybe he's compromised, maybe they give him a script and say, well, go out and talk about that and talk about this and do that. We don't really know. You got to search your gut and the Holy Spirit on that one. But you need to open your eyes and you look around and you say, wait a minute, things aren't fundamentally changing in a way that needs to happen to save the country. And I just told you what it was, martial law. Shut down the agencies, arrest all of them, get them in Gitmo, get them in the military bases, try them for treason. You have to declare martial law. You've got to get troops on the streets in Washington, D.C. to clean out the swamp. Get the Constitution back in play. You've got to undo all the legislation from Congress and Obama and Bush. You've got to completely undo it. Patriot Act, all of it. Trump hadn't done any of that. You've got to totally cut ties with Israel, send all the dual citizens back to Israel, cut all the funding, and you got to open the 9/11 investigation. You got to ban 5G. I mean, these are all the things that need to happen, and they haven't happened. And you got to get the Clintons indicted and arrested. None of it's happened. It's just been talk on Twitter. Good talk, but just talk. You're being played. You're being played for fools. That's why I said you can't save America. That's the things that need to happen to save America haven't happened. It's over. Trump, he's Pied Piper. A psyop to lead the Patriots, give them a false sense of security and lull them to sleep. And boy, they've done a hell of a job with the QAnon thing. There's a lot of things that Trump says, written by Stephen Miller, an avowed Zionist. All these sons of bitches are crafty, aren't they? So that's my take on Trump. I'm going to end this, and this is part 2. I recommend listening to these over and over again just so it all sinks in. You get the information and you spread it. I hope you can spread it and post it and get it out there. And I'll get another, I'll get part 3 up soon. I'll get the audio to them and we can get that up too. That's it. So this part 3, some really big news has come through. I want to share with everybody. I've been put in touch with someone who is an employee of a major American news corporation. Some of you probably know who it is. It is a major television network. It's not Fox News. I was put in touch with this individual through my military source, and this person has a conscience. Basically, they have a conscience, and they know what's going on. They don't specifically know about Project Zypher, Project Pogo, but they have information. And we've had a lot of discussions the past week over the phone, and we're using an encrypted line, a method that is over the internet to talk. And he's told me some things that are just mind-blowing. Basically, he told me that a lot of the people in the television networks, on the news, reporters, people you're familiar with, they know what's going on. They have a real good idea of what the plan is. Now, they don't have the exact details of Project Pogo, Project Zypher, or TTID, but they know there's going to be a reset, there's going to be a collapse, and there's going to be microchipping. They're aware of this stuff, and they're going right along with it. They've been promised a lot of money. They've been told, hey, here's what we're doing. This is good. This is part of the plan. This is great. Don't worry about Trump. He's in on it. This is what they've been told. And this individual who I spoke with, he doesn't care for it. He has a conscience. And he knows about what I'm doing. He knows about the Friends of David Goldberg. And he is trying to figure out a way to get this information out. It's not going to be easy because he has editors. He has people watching over him and what he's doing. He can't just come out and do a story on this. He's got to figure out a way to get it out. So that's what we're working on right now. And that is really good news. Really good news. So I wanted to let you all know what was up with that. I don't have much more I'm going to say on it. I'm going to save that probably for the next video when I can get a little more information from him and what I can share without compromising his cover. Because we've had encrypted communication so far through email and over the internet, and I don't think they know what's going on. I don't think they know that he's doing this. I don't think that his cover has been blown, and we don't want to do anything that would cause that to happen. So that's great. I wanted to just kind of do a recap. My name is Tom. I was a friend with David Goldberg's. We had a lot of conversations before his passing. He became a friend to me. And we didn't share the same political views. We were really different backgrounds too. He ended up becoming a good friend, and they took him from us. They took him from us because he had these documents, and they believed he was going to release them, and they took action, and they killed him. And he believed his life was in danger. They had made attempts on his life, and he had talked about it. And he believed my life was in danger. And because of him, we're safe, and my family is safe because of what he did for us, which I've talked about before. He didn't have to do it. And we owe him everything. And that's why I'm carrying on his legacy. I'm helping and working with the Friends of David Goldberg, his friends who have been tasked with carrying on his wishes. He left instructions for them, very detailed instructions for them. These were just friends of his, lifelong friends that he'd known for many years, and they are honoring those wishes. And I really appreciate what they're doing too. So that's where we're at right now. I've done 2 videos. I've covered a lot of stuff. It concerns me that people aren't really getting it though. We're going to do a little recap here just to get it to sink in. Because I read these comments, and boy, there's some people that just don't get it. They are in deep denial. Let's be clear. This is about Project Pogo. This is about Project Zypher. And it's about the TTID program and the AI program they got going. It's called Full Spectrum Dominance. Google that, Full Spectrum Dominance. This is a military operation to take over America and destroy America, kill patriots, and remove patriots. When I say remove, I mean take them underground. They're not going to kill all of them. They're going to take them underground. This is a huge operation that has been in the works for years. I don't know when this channel is going to be taken down. It's something I wondered about. It's something we're wondering about. We're scared to death it's going to be removed any day now. Now, something happened the other day where all the things that the Friends of David Goldberg had posted in the community section of the channel were removed. They logged in and it was gone. That had them real worried. Now, it looks like they can still post there, but everything they'd posted over the past many, many months, gone. So we're very concerned about this because the information I've given you is classified. No one else knows about it. I don't know if they want it out or not. We've talked about this before. It's called white balance. They're going to tell you what they're going to do to you before they do it. They did that with 9/11. So maybe that's why the channel's up. It's not getting a lot of views. A lot of people don't know about it. That's probably why it's still up. They don't care, and they like to tell you what's going to happen before it happens. They gave David the documents for a reason, but they don't want them released. They're real clear about that. But they don't mind that I yap about it, and they didn't mind that David was going to talk about it. The problem was David was about to let them out, release them. They believed he was going to release them, and I think he had plans to do that. That's when they took action, took his life. So you understanding the picture here and what's going on? It's a miracle that the channel is still up and you're still getting this information. But I think it's because of a couple of reasons. White balance. They believe in telling you the evil plans that they have before they do them. This is their means of doing it. They gave David the documents. They knew he had a YouTube channel. David was going to go a little too far and release him. They said, no way in hell we're going to let that happen, and they killed him. But David was a smart guy, and he had plans. He had plans in place. And he got his friends involved. He let me know what was going on. And we've still got the channel up, and we're still getting the information out. Praise God. Praise Jesus that we're able to do this. So now we're at this point, and we're getting close to the end game. I've told you it's 2021 to 2025. We got a little bit of time. Project Pogo is the plan to compromise all of the YouTube channels so that they're all pumping out disinfo. I've talked about it before. David talked about it. Project Pogo. That's why you cannot trust any of these other patriotic channels, pro-Trump channels, prepper channels, New World or anti-New World Order channels, Christian channels. You can't trust any of them because not a single one of them is telling you to get out of the United States. Is that sinking in for you? This is the only channel with that message. The only one out of thousands and thousands of channels. Why is that? Because they're compromised. They're compromised. They're part of the disinfo apparatus. And that's Project Pogo. It's been going on for years. They had to compromise the truth of channels, and they did. So that's step one, Project Pogo. They've got TTID, Tag Tracking ID. All right? I've talked about that. Listen to me. It doesn't matter that you comment on it, on the channel. It doesn't matter. You've already been tracked. Now, somebody was saying the other day, they were saying that, well, if you comment on David's channel, now they know who you are. No. Just by viewing it, they know who you are. But here's the thing. If you're looking at David's channel, you've probably already looked at 20 other channels. It's over. They know who you are. Coming to David's channel doesn't change anything. I want to assure people we're not trying to track you. Believe me, they already knew who you were. They already knew who you were. This program's been going on a long time. Tag Tracking ID, TTID. They track your IP. They look at the videos that you've been watching. They put you into a database. They categorize you according to a certain level, a threat, basically a threat level, different color designations. And there's not much you can do about it. If you looked at one or two videos over the past 3 or 4 years that had anything to do with the truth or QAnon or anything to do with Zionism, anything to do with 5G, vaccines, anti-vaccine material, they know who you are. It's over. You can't really take steps to hide at this point. That's why I'm telling you, get out, because there is no other solution. You've got to get out. So that's where we're at right now. So that's Project Pogo. That's TTID. Now we're going to move on to Project Cypher. Project Cypher is a wide-ranging program. It involves 5G. It involves a surveillance grid. It involves vaccines. It involves power outages. It involves the systematic elimination of American patriots. It involves underground bases. It is a wide-ranging program, but the purpose is this, and let me be absolutely crystal clear what the purpose is of Project Cypher. Remove 12 to 15 million American patriots who are a threat to their plans. And when I say remove, for the most part, I do not mean kill. They have killed some people, and they're going to kill some people. But the vast majority are going to the underground bases. Now, if you don't believe and you don't know that there are underground bases in America, I can't help you. You are so uninformed and far gone, I can't help you. Go do the research and come back when you're done. Yes, there are underground bases in the United States of America, and they are extensive. They are huge. They've been building them for over 50, 60 years, and they can house millions of people, but not in the way you think. I've said it before. We're not talking about apartments down in these bases or prison cells. We're talking about cages. They're going to take you underground, they're going to put you in a cage, and they're going to remove your limbs one by one without anesthesia to acquire the adrenochrome from your body. And then they're going to keep you alive. They're going to remove some of your organs. If they can sell them on the black market, they'll do that. That's not a priority, but it's part of it. And they're going to keep you alive. They have technology to keep a human being alive. As far as I know, for up to 500 years, it could be much longer than that. My military source has said they think it's up to 1,000 years. They can keep you alive for 1,000 years. And that's an interesting number because it is biblical in nature. 1,000 years. I'll let you ponder that. But their plan is not to exterminate and kill. It is to take you underground and keep you alive in a cage with your limbs removed and undergo psychological, mental, emotional, physical torture for 1,000 years. Or longer or shorter, whatever it is, it's as long as they can do it. The technology they have is impressive, to put it mildly, what they can do. So why would they want to do that? Well, they don't want to kill you because they know that's the easy way out. Does that make sense? I hope it does. They're smart people. They know what they're doing. Killing all these patriots, that's just too easy. These people are devious and evil on a level you cannot comprehend. So that's Project Zypher. 12 to 15 million American patriots, Christians, agnostics, and atheists. Anybody who is awake and aware, if you know who did 9/11, you're one of those people. And I don't mean that Al-Qaeda did 9/11 or Saudi Arabia did 9/11 or Osama bin Laden did 9/11. You know who I'm talking about. It's a little flea of a country, a little tiny flea of a country in the Middle East that I'm talking about. I won't say its name. You can figure it out. If you know who did 9/11, you're a target. You're on that list. You're going to the underground base. If they don't kill you. Now, they are going to kill some patriots. They've got their reasons for that. I don't know what those reasons are. But they have eliminated some, and they'll eliminate more. But it is a pretty small percentage compared to who they want to take underground. That's Project Zypher. And they have their methods to do it. And I've talked about the methods to pull this off. And we've got all these people in the comment section that just don't get it. Well, they can't do that to 160 million Americans. That's a comment I saw. 160, where did I ever say 160 million Americans? Never said that. And some yokel in the comment section says I said 160 million Americans are going to be taken underground. They don't listen. Either that or they're shills, disinfo agents, when they say stupid stuff like that. I said 12 to 15 million, not all of which are going underground. Some of them are going to be killed. Some of them be put in camps above ground. They have the means and the ability to get, 8 to 10 million Americans underground in these bases. You're damn right they can do it. You're not going to be in a big fancy prison cell. You're going to be in a little tiny cage. And these bases are massive. They got them in every state. They've been building them for 60 years. You bet they can take you underground. And you bet they can pull this off. But it's a big operation. I've talked about that. It's not just one thing. You've got an AI program. You've got vaccines. You've got 5G. You've got the power outages. You've got the flu virus outbreak, you've got this AI drone program that is absolutely wild, but totally feasible. I've got people on the comments saying, well, they can't do that, Tom. There's no way they could do that. Oh, yeah, they could do that. They're going to send a drone to your home at night. It's going to drill a little hole in your window. It's going to fly in. It's going to shoot a little puff of scopolamine in your face. Scopolamine in your face. And other compounds. And it's going to use electronic wavelengths that are going to be transmitted at you through this drone, and it is going to hypnotize you. And you're going to rise right up out of your bed, and you're going to walk right out the door to a van or a bus that's waiting outside, and you're going to get in there with your family, and they're going to take you to the underground base. And you're going to do it willingly. Well, you're in a hypnotic state, and so is your entire family. You bet they got the technology to do it. And it's all going to go off without a hitch in the quiet of the night, and nobody's going to be the wiser because they've got this AI program in place, which I've talked about, whereby they're going to take you to the underground base, but you're going to keep posting on Facebook. And then you're going to call your mom on the phone. It's going to sound like you, but it's not really going to be you. Now, they use this technology in 9/11. But they're playing earphones and cell phones that don't work at that altitude. It didn't even work at that time in 2001. But you got all these phone calls from, I believe his name was Todd Berman or Todd Beeman, and he's calling his mom, and he sounded like a zombie. Totally fake. They had the technology back in 2001. It is way more advanced now. So you're going to be on the underground base. You're going to have your limbs being taken off of you one by one while they're extracting the adrenochrome from you. It's going to be absolute horror and hell while you're down there above ground. Everything looks normal. You're still posting on Facebook. You called your mom on the phone. Hey, Mom, everything's fine. You called your work. Hey, I'm calling in sick. I can't come in today. And this goes on and on. The AI program is very advanced. It knows exactly what to say and when to say it to maintain what is called plausible deniability. It may appear that you're gone to some people. Your neighbors may suspect, hey, there's nobody home. What happened to that family that was there? But there's still plausible deniability. That is the point of the AI program. The point of the AI program is not to pretend that you're still alive forever. It is there to maintain plausible deniability for about 6 months. Project Zypher is going to take place in 2021, a little bit before the collapse. They want to have some plausible deniability while they remove 12 to 15 million of these Americans. It's not there to pretend that these people are always going to be alive, because once the collapse happens and the reset happens, the average normal American isn't going to have time to worry about how their neighbors are gone. The AI program in this instance also has a secondary purpose. They're developing it for the future for other things that they're going to use it with. It's a little bit of a test run. Ultimately, they decided, you know, if we remove 12 to 15 million Americans forcibly from their homes without using these other means, and there are people going to ask questions. It's too many people to just get rid of. You're going to have people launching investigations. You're going to have just too many people raising their eyebrows. Where the hell did those people go over the past couple of months? They're all gone. What happened to them? The AI program is in place for a reason, to maintain plausible deniability. Oh, it looks like they're gone, but wait a minute, somebody just posted on Facebook, or one of them made a phone call to a friend, and it seems like they're still alive. They're somewhere. We don't know where. The police aren't going to investigate it. This goes on for a few months, and then the collapse happens. And now there's no investigation, and people have already forgotten that you're gone, and they're not really sure. That's the whole point of it, and it's absolutely ingenious what they're doing. And we've got dummies on the comment section that, oh, well, they can't do that. Of course they can do it. Open your eyes and wake up. Of course they have the technology to do all this. The drone thing is, I mean, that's pedestrian for them. I've got people in the comment section saying, well, they could never do that with a drone, and drone can't fly into your home, and it can't drill a hole in the window, and, oh, they could never hypnotize you like that. That's just not possible. Are you kidding me? They had this technology 20 years ago. That's the easy part for them. The AI is taking a little bit more work to perfect. The drone part of it, I mean, that's just simple. Like, why would you go into their house forcibly, have a big gunfight, have it in bloody bloodshed, everybody in the neighborhood knows it happened, when you can just send a drone in? Puts the whole family into a hypnotic state. They walk out willingly into the van or the bus and drive away at 2 in the morning. Nobody sees it happen. No one knows what's going on. Why not? Because they're smart. This isn't about the guns. It's not about going after the Americans with the guns, with guns ablazing and busting into your home and knocking the door down and dragging you out. They're too smart and strategic for that kind of Hollywood brutality and brute force. They don't have to do that. They've got a plan for everything. They're going to get rid of 12 to 15 million Americans, and they're going to do it without a peep. And you're going to wake up 6 months from then, and there's going to be an economic collapse, and you might suspect that your neighbor Bob has been gone or disappeared, but you're not really sure because he keeps posting on Facebook, and you don't have time anymore to worry about it because now you got to eat. And now you got to take the microchip because there's been an economic collapse. That's how this scenario is going to roll out. Before the economic collapse, they're going to eliminate the people. Project Zypher is going to be completed. They're going to get 10 to 12 American patriots out of the way, get them into the underground bases. Boom, economic collapse happens. The rest of the sheep up top above ground are going to know what the hell's going on, and they're going to take the microchip so they can eat. They've been planning this for a long time. This is how it's going to go down. And if you're here in the United States of America, 2 things are going to happen to you. If you're watching this video, you're probably on the list, and they're going to take you underground or they're going to kill you. Without a shot fired, your guns don't mean anything. You're never going to have an opportunity to fire your gun at anybody or anything because they're going to come and get you, and you're going to walk out of that home in a hypnotic state in a daze. You're not going to remember a thing, and you're going to get in that bus, and you're never going to have an opportunity to fire a shot. Now, I want to add a little asterisk to that. Scopolamine and the hypnotic compounds they use do not work on everybody. And yes, they've got a plan for those people. They've already got a psychological and biological profile of you. Do you understand that? They've been able to identify the people that this is not going to work on. It's a percentage, 5% of people it's not going to work on them. Scopolamine is not going to work. The electronic inducement in the hypnotic state is not going to work. Some people will be resistant to it. I believe I'd be one of those people because I'm pretty woken up. Guess what? They got a plan for that. They know that there are people that it's not going to work on them. So what are they going to do? Well, they're going to send the drone in there and they're going to shoot you with something that's going to put you to sleep. Bingo. Problem solved. Drone flies in, shoots you with a dart that's going to totally knock you out cold. And once that's done, they're going to send a team in there and extract you at 2, 3 in the morning. They've got cameras all around your neighborhood that you may not even know about. They know if the neighbor's going to see any of it. And if the neighbor sees it, they'll take care of that. They know the surveillance grid is way beyond anything you can comprehend. They are logging every keystroke, every blink of your eye, every movement. Do you understand me or not? When you come at me with some excuse in the comment section about why it's not going to work, believe me, I'm going to have an answer for that, and it's going to make you look kind of dumb. Because they've thought it through. You haven't. And it's true. The scopolamine and some of the hypnotic electronic technology they have does not work on everybody. They know that. So there will be a few people it doesn't work on, and they've identified who those people are because they have a psychological and biological profile of you. They can reasonably predict who it's not going to work on. And they're going to send a drone in, and they're going to completely knock you out, totally out. You're not going to wake up. And a team is going to go in there and extract you. And that's going to be for a certain small percentage of the people that this isn't going to affect. And yeah, they got a plan for it. There's nothing you can do about it. Are you going to shoot them while you're there in a comatose state when they shot you with a compound that nobody can resist that compound? I don't know what they are. Smarter people than me could add to the comments what kind of compound they might shoot you with to put you in that comatose state. It's a tranquilizer, basically. No, you're not woke enough or black-pilled enough to resist the powerful tranquilizer they're going to shoot you with. Sorry to inform you. They have a plan for this. So that's how it's going to go down. There are other contingencies. There are other people out there that don't have windows, or maybe they're not in a house that is designed for this, or the drone might have a little difficulty getting into it. They've identified those people, those targets, and they'll have a plan for those people too. They will have a contingency for those people, and they will take care of those people too. And your guns don't mean anything. I love the Second Amendment, but your guns don't mean anything. I've got people in the comment section saying, well, my guns are going to, oh, you tell me to get, I'm not telling you to get rid of your guns. I'm telling you they're not going to work. I think you should have a gun to protect yourself. If somehow you manage to survive this mess and you're still above ground and they want to microchip you and you resist and you're somehow trying to feed yourself out on some off-the-grid location that they haven't found, then yeah, you should have a gun, but that's just not going to happen. Let's get back to what I was saying. Two things are going to happen. Number one, they're going to take you underground and they're going to kill you. Most likely, that's anybody viewing this video who's been watching any of these videos in the past couple of years. Me, you, everybody. Well, not me. I'm going to be okay. I'm safe. My family's safe. We're going to be okay because of what David did for us. And we are very thankful for that, and I've been trying to help people with that and trying to move forward on that, and I'll talk a little bit about that later. But I'm going to be okay. But for all those people above ground, 350 million Americans above ground who have no clue what's going on. They're not on the list. They're not a threat. They might be Republican. Maybe they support Trump. They have no idea what's going on. There's a different plan for those folks. They're going to take the microchip or they're not going to eat. It's that simple. They control the food supply. They control the money supply. And these sheep above ground, they don't have the wherewithal to stage any kind of insurrection or resistance at all whatsoever. They are totally mind-controlled and vaccinated and full of fluoride and chemicals, and it's totally hopeless. I mean, there will be no resistance. They will take the microchip. Now, there might be a few people that don't want to take it, but they'll take it when they're hungry. And the military is going to facilitate all of that. They will comply, they will take orders, and they're going to believe that they're helping Americans because they're passing out the food rations. And they're going to rationalize to themselves, well, you know what? It's kind of weird we're giving them this microchip, but at least we're feeding them. This is a really bad economic situation. I'm glad we're here to help. And most Americans are going to feel that way too. Total currency collapse, devaluation, total economic bedlam, but there will be a certain amount of order because their plan is a controlled collapse. They want a certain amount of order because they want everybody to get microchipped. They don't want a Mad Max scenario where everything's chaos and people are cannibalizing and eating each other. They want you in the line. They want you in the military garrison line, getting your microchip and getting your food rations and behaving and taking orders. And this will go on for a few years, and then the whole country's going to pull out of it. We'll have a new currency. They're going to have the North American Union, which the USMCA established that Donald Trump just is going to sign, or I don't know if he signed it or not, but he's going to. Goodbye, American sovereignty right there. Trump signing that. Trump signing the vaccine executive order. Trump going on about 5G. If Trump taking away your free speech. Trump just took away your free speech, by the way, with an executive order. I'm not going to get into the particulars of what it pertains to because I don't want this channel to get taken down, but it has to do with that little flea of a country in the Middle East and Trump selling us out. To be crystal clear, he just took away your free speech. He just increased the vaccines and is signed an executive order to increase the vaccines. And he's going to sign the USMCA, which totally, North American Union, here it comes. That's your president right now doing all that, and you still think he's great. That's how mind controlled you are. And 5G is a nightmare. 5G is going to lead to infertility. 5G is a mind control weapon. It is already utilized by the military for mind control. 5G is the end game. 5G is going to cause a lot of problems with the environment and with animals and with insects. It's going to lead to cancer for a lot of people. 5G is a nightmare. And the technology is so insane that they need to put these things up every 100 yards everywhere. It's going to make them a lot of money. And it's going to cause a lot of problems. And if you got one of those in your neighborhood, at that point you've taken the microchip and you've got a 5G tower outside of your house, you're a slave. It's over. That's the future we're looking at. Total, complete control of society. A social credit score system. 5G is going to be tracking your every move and everything you do, but it's also used as a weapon and a mind control weapon. 5G is the absolute end game, and it should scare you to death. And the fact that Trump is pumping it and talking it up, that ought to give you a real good clue that our leadership is not looking out for us. That guy is a wolf in sheep's clothing. He is a Pied Piper. He's leading us right over the cliff. You got to look at his actions, not his words. So I hope that just gives you a recap of what's happening. Unfortunately, a lot of people in the comments just aren't totally getting it. It's sad, but it's a lot of information. It's hard to hear the truth. It's really hard to hear the truth. That's why you know this is real, because the people aren't able to accept it. They love the QAnon crap. They love hearing that. They gobble that up because it's easy to hear, very reassuring. This is not. This is scary as hell. And there's no easy answer. It's not simple and easy to fight back against this with your guns. You know that's not going to work, so what do? You have very few options and very few choices. You can hunker down here in the U.S. off-grid. Well, how are you going to do that? You already got a nano device on your body that they can track you with, but it's not very effective. I already talked about that. The nano device, it works, but it's not as effective as they'd like. That's why they want the microchip. But you better believe it, everybody's got a nano device in your body. I mean, you've had it in your body for years, whether it's through the vaccines, the water, the air, the chemtrails they've been dropping. Everybody's got one. I've got one. You know that. Did you think that they hadn't come up with that by now? You bet they have. You bet they're tracking you with that. But it's a nano device. It's a very, very tiny little electronic device that its effectiveness is impacted by you being inside, you being in your car. It has limitations, and they know that, and they don't like it. But it can be used to track your movements, and they can get a general idea where you are most of the time. So, what are you going to do? You got some off-grid property. Maybe you got one of those shipping containers and you put it underground, and it's full of food. Well, you know what? That's not a bad plan, but here's the problem. They know you bought that food. They know where you put that shipping container. It's in your file. They know exactly where it is. Unless you used cash and you never used a cell phone for the past 10 years and you never used the internet for the past 10 years, they know where that shipping container is buried. And that's a problem for you. Because they're going to come out there and they're going to have a drone, they're going to have a team come out and take care of you. And if there's any resistance, your gun's just not going to matter. If there is a gunfight, they're going to win that fight. They don't have to use guns, by the way. They don't have to use guns when they're dealing with that situation. They have technology way beyond anything like that. So what are your options? Well, my military source has been telling me for years, get out. He said, Tom, Because I was with you guys. I wanted to prep. I want to get ready. I'm all about that. Getting the bug out bag, getting prepped, getting ready. I've been talking about that for years. I had places I wanted to go. I wanted to go to Eastern Washington. But my military insider, my friend, I've known him for a long time, and he's pretty high up in the chain of command. He does know what he's talking about, and he's never given me wrong information. He said, Tom, it's not going to matter. You got to get out. And I told him, we don't have the money to get out. We don't have the money to get out. He said, I understand that. Do what you can. Sell what you can. Make plans. Get to the Southern Hemisphere and get out. And that's what he'd been telling me. And then I met David, and that's when it really hit. Because David provided the documents, and he completely backed up everything my military friend was saying, cross-referenced it with everything he was saying, the documents, everything my military friend had been saying. Same programs, Project Zephyr, Project BOGO, same thing. Totally backed it up. And David was planning to get out. He was planning to get out. He didn't make it. But he had plans to get out, and we had a lot of conversations about it. He ultimately helped me and gave us a miracle, basically. He gave us a miracle. And we were able to get out. It took us about 2.5 months and working pretty much 24/7, all day, all night. My family, my kids, packing, planning, getting documents in order, where we're going to go, selling everything. It took a lot, but we were able to do it. We were able to do it. Not easy for a lot of people. I've tried to lead people to water. Basically, you lead the horse to water, but you can't make it drink. I've tried. I can't help it that some people just don't listen, and they don't watch the videos, and they don't pay attention. And I can't help things out of my control where one of the videos got deleted, and there was some legal action that was taken against the channel. I can't control that either. But I hope that other people took action into their own hands, because that information was out there for a while, and if it comes to it, I'll do it too. I don't want to break the non-disclosure agreement that I signed, but if it comes to it, I might take some action myself. I'm thinking about it, but I don't want to jeopardize things for my family. I don't want to break the non-disclosure agreement. But we'll see what happens. Anyway, back to what I was saying, you got to get out, and that's not easy for a lot of people. But you got to take the steps. I mean, you got to plan. You got to have some kind of plan. You cannot end up taking that microchip, and you cannot end up underground. Death is the easy way out, but unfortunately, death is not coming for most of us. They don't want that. They know spiritually what that means. They want your soul down here on the mortal plane. They don't want you to move on to heaven. It is absolutely evil and insane what the plan they've hatched here, but it makes sense when you think about it. From a spiritual standpoint, why would they want to kill all the Christians and kill all these people? They don't want to do that, because then those people go to heaven. They will keep you here. They will keep you alive. And whether it's a so-called FEMA camp above ground or an underground base, that's their intention. Keep you alive as long as they can. And they've been working on this technology to keep people alive for hundreds and hundreds of years. Now, the technology works for them, too. They're not going to be in a cage. They're not going to have their limbs removed. But they use the technology, too. And you bet they can live a long time. You damn well bet they can do it, too. The very, very top level elites use this technology for themselves. But it's fairly limited. You got to be really, really high up in the order to have access to it. But it's going to be used on the patriots they're taking down there. They're going to keep you alive. It is hell on earth, what they're planning, what they've got going on right now. Because I already said they've taken 100,000. Now, it may not be that exact number, but it's a lot they've already taken. Do you know about it? Of course you don't know about it. They've taken, some of the YouTubers are gone, but they're still posting the videos because the AI is posting them. The AI has control of the account. The AI can do the voice. It sounds just like them. You don't know any better. You still trust them. Maybe they're talking about QA now, whatever. They've removed some people. My understanding is they removed a few YouTubers who were not going along with the program. Some of these people have accepted money. They went along with the script, particularly with the QAnon thing, and there has been a mutiny because they realized how evil it was, and they realized who was behind it, and they realized Trump is pure evil, and they said no more, and they eliminated those people through the Project Cypher. So now those people, they're still posting on YouTube. You don't know any better because it's the AI program doing it. Sounds just like them. The videos seem the same. You don't know any better, but they're gone. Now, you can say the same for me. I mean, that's always a risk. I mean, this technology they got is unbelievable. They say, well, all of a sudden Tom's posting videos, and they sound great, but it's not him. I can tell you right now, it's me. They don't have me yet. They haven't gotten us yet. I don't know if they will. Like I said, we believe there is some purpose to this channel. There is some reason they want it up. They want Americans to hear this truth and to know and give their consent to the evil. Just like they did with 9/11, just like they do with any of their evil plans. They plant these predictive programming nuggets, Easter eggs in media to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. And it's so that they have your consent to evil. They believe if they tell all the sheep out there, hey, we're going to kill you, we're going to do this to you, we're going to do that to you, we're going to destroy your culture and society, we're going to take away your family values. And when they tell you what they're going to do, they believe if you don't do anything and you let it happen, then you gave them their consent to do it. Now, that might sound pretty twisted, but in a way it does kind of make sense, doesn't it? They told us about 9/11. They told us on that show, The Lone Gunman, they said exactly what was going to happen 6 months before it happened. Right there in front of you. They're going to fly airliners right in the Twin Towers, and they're going to say the terrorists did it, but it was really the government that did it. I mean, that was a show that was on television 6 months before it happened. The exact scenario that happened. They aired it on television, right in front of your face. What'd you do about it? Nothing. So my hope is, and this was David and I talked about this, maybe they'll leave the channel up, maybe they want to get this information out to the few people out there who might be listening, because this is their way of spiritually justifying the evil they do. Well, we told them what we were going to do, and they didn't do anything about it. I believe it's called white balance. So our hope is that that's the case. I do believe if the channel gets big, they will take action. They just deleted all the comments on the community section of the channel. I don't know why they did that, but they did it. We know they're monitoring everything. Now, like I said at the beginning of the video, I got a contact. I've got somebody who is real high level in media, and he has conscience, and he says he knows what's up. And we had some really good conversations, and we're just trying to strategize what can we do. What can we do that's going to work? Now, he could maybe try to do a story, and then his editor, it has to go to his editor, and then his editor says, wow, well, we're not going to publish this, and you're fired. And then they start tracking him, and they poison him, and they kill him, whatever. He's gone, because they know that he's not with the program anymore. He's not on board. That's how quickly this could all fizzle out if we don't do this right. So we're going to be working on that. I want to finish this up just by going over some of the safe zones where you can go, that you can be safe. We're going to timestamp all this. So if you're here now, that means you use the timestamp and jumped ahead, or maybe you listened to the whole thing by now. I don't know, but I've talked about it. Chile, Argentina. Those two countries are a good, safe bet. Ecuador. I keep talking about New Zealand and Australia. Listen to me. I don't support either of those countries. Those are not my first choices. No, they don't have freedom. Yes, they have surveillance grid. But there are parts that are safe, and those are the places the elites are going to make their home. There is a certain level of safety there. They don't quite have the surveillance grid that they have up in the Northern Hemisphere. The economic collapse is not going to be as severe. They don't have the underground bases. Parts of Western Australia are probably going to be safe. Tasmania. Something to think about. I had somebody ask me about East Asia. Yes, there are safe places in East Asia, but boy, you better be off-grid and you better have a plan. Unfortunately, those governments are too tied to the United States government to be trusted. And I love some of those countries. Vietnam, Thailand, good places to be, but those governments are totally compromised. And if there's a crackdown and they want to come after you, they will. But anywhere is better than the United States when it comes to that. And so if that's something you want to do, you want to go to the Philippines, you want to look at a place like that, you are way better off doing that than staying in the United States, you bet. There's places in Africa that are safe. Namibia, Botswana, Eritrea, Ethiopia. These are a couple places I look at. South Africa, no way in hell. No way in hell should you go to South Africa. But there are a few places in Africa that you want to look at. There are a few places in Europe. Now, I mentioned that on the blog. Croatia, Montenegro, Moldova. It's not a lot. Parts of Italy actually are pretty good because Italy's a unique, they don't quite have the surveillance grid, the technology and stay in place there. Italy is not as wrapped up in some of the EU crap. There's places in Italy that are probably going to be safe. Places in Greece that might be safe. Definitely places in Turkey that are safe because there are a lot of remote areas in Turkey that you could hide. But again, is it safe? Not really. Any country that's part of the EU is going to be a problem because they're all going to take the microchip too. And this Brexit thing is meaningless. The UK is the worst place to be. The UK is a total surveillance grid. There's no freedom of speech there whatsoever. Zero. And now there's no freedom of speech in the United States of America either. So there's places you can go. Really far out places in Alaska. Yeah, it's better than being in the continental U.S. Really remote places in Canada. Of course, it's going to be safer than the continental U.S. Central America, I've said it's compromised, but yes, it's better than the alternative of being in the continental U.S. Get out. And just to emphasize it one last time, the United States is gone. It is the most corrupt cesspool on the face of the planet right now. I mean, China's a close second. Total surveillance, no freedom, police state, highest incarceration rate. The judges, the prosecutors, people are told that, oh, God almighty, if you can't see the evil of Hollywood and what your government's doing to you and what these plans are and how they manipulate you, how they take your freedom, how they treat you like you are a slave, if you cannot see what they're doing to you, well, you're going to be part of the people that are left above ground who take the microchip because you're not a threat to them if you can't see the evil. I know most of you can. I know most of you do get it. But God, it is a scary place. Get out. And I saw a few comments. People were saying, well, what about the rest of the world? They hate us. They don't like America. So hold on a minute. They don't like the American government, but most of the world's pretty accepting of Americans. If you are respectful and you show your goodness and humility, and if you show your heart to these people, they are going to accept you. The only place I would not go is France. But everywhere else, or the French part of Canada, everywhere else, you're going to be all right if you present yourself in a way that is humble and respectful and you show these people, you know what, I hate America too, you're going to be all right. So don't worry so much about that because there's a lot of really good places in this world. You don't know about them because America keeps you trapped in the insane asylum. They keep you trapped there. I'm going to respond to a few comments real quick here before I close this up. I think I've I covered it all. Lori said, friends of David Goldberg, I want to thank you for sharing these videos, caring enough to carry on David Goldberg's work and his passion. Thank you so much, Lori. I want to read one more comment that I think is really, really important. One of the most interesting comments I've seen or read. You do need to listen to what this gentleman said. A lot of good comments, actually. It's really encouraging. A lot of good people have jumped in here, and I'm encouraged by a lot of this. But I got to find this one gentleman here. Here we go. Day Trading Oil Futures said, listen carefully to this. He said this on David Goldberg's Final Words video. If you want to go read it, you should be able to find it. Go to David Goldberg's Final Words Classified Documents warning video. Go click on that and look at the newer comments, and you'll see this gentleman's comment, Day Trading Oil Futures. I would like everyone to know that the entire global financial system, such as stocks, bonds, currencies, indexes, are not really trading as being perpetuated by the media. Instead, a computer program is control of all financial markets worldwide. The owners of Amazon, Google, Facebook, Microsoft are not really the owners, and they are rich because those who are in control of the computer have made their stocks go up and make them rich. In other words, it's all a gigantic global fraud taking place. They are making themselves rich through massive fraud, making everyone else poor on purpose. This is the biggest crime in the world in history taking place right now. I have been gang stalked by Freemasons for over 3 years in the USA for revealing this information to the public, and I have broken the Freemason code. I want you to go to David Goldberg's Final Words video on David Goldberg, Friends of David Goldberg's channel, and I want you to click on the new comments so that you can see what this guy just said. Day Trading Oil Futures. You get it. This guy just told you a big potent dose of truth, and he's 100% right. The global markets are fake. These companies that you think are a big deal, Amazon, Google, Facebook, Microsoft, they've been promoted through the fake movements of this fake stock market and created out of thin air because they were chosen by these Satanists to carry out these agendas. Now, these companies are real and they do function, but their valuations were totally artificial and fake through the stock market to make them big and make them what they are. Totally, very, very, very good comment from Day Trading Oil Futures. I hope people take a look at that. I'll read a few more. Shelly Back said, I linked in from Steve Quayle's channel. Holy cow, this guy's dead on. Appreciate that. Nancy said, dangers to your family aren't worth it. I very much appreciate the info you're giving us, but I have to side with your wife on this. We have evil beings all around us. I agree, Nancy. We are taking steps to protect ourselves. I haven't revealed certain things that I normally would have in part 3 because of that. Someone said, who is David Goldberg? Well, I just encourage you, click on the channel so you can learn. It amazes me, these people that don't even bother to do the most simple research. All you got to do is click on Friends of David Goldberg YouTube channel and go watch the videos, and you'll know. A lot of really good comments from a lot of great people. John B. says they cannot control you like he says, and you cannot live 1,000 years. No, I'm afraid, unfortunately, they can, John. I wish it wasn't true, but it is. Alex said, as soon as this clown said they want you to have guns, it's a false sense of security. I effing LOL'd. This is beyond BS. I can't believe it's real. Well, Alex is referring to the fact that I've said that they want you to have guns. They don't care if you have guns. They're not trying to take your guns. They could have taken them 20 years ago. What they realized is they did want to take your guns 20 years ago. Absolutely. They hate the Second Amendment. But what they realized about 20 years ago is our technology is advancing so much, so far beyond the civilian technology or what they have with their guns, that it doesn't matter if they got guns. And it actually works in our favor if they believe the guns are going to protect them. So what happened? People have been buying guns. I mean, the gun ownership has exploded in America. Absolutely exploded over the past, particularly 10 years. If they didn't want that to happen, it wouldn't have happened. Alex, you're wrong on that. I support the Second Amendment. I love it, but it's antiquated technology. It's not enough. Your tax dollars have been paying for research into technology. Look up DARPA. Look up DARPA. Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. Look up what they've been spending your tax dollars on for the past 60 years, and you can get an idea of the technology they got. And no, you don't have it, and you can't buy it at Walmart. Daniel Hudson said, regardless, my great-great-grandfather fought for and died for my freedom. Let me be clear about something. He didn't die. Nobody died for any freedom. The United States is not a free country. The United States was created by Freemasons who do not believe in Jesus, did not believe in Jesus. The United States is an occultic creation. Look at Washington, D.C. Look at how it was laid out. You're a part of an occultic plan that you believe is all about freedom in 1776 and this and that. No, it goes a lot deeper than that. It's really scary when you look into the history and what the country's really founded on. It is controlled by Bolsheviks, we'll put it that way. I'm not going to say the other word. I want the channel to stay up. But there's, all this rah, America's great stuff, you got to really check yourself on that. Of course we love freedom, we love the Bill of Rights, we love all that, but unfortunately this country was founded on occultic underpinnings, and they have a bigger plan, and you're part of that bigger plan unwittingly. But no, you haven't had freedom for 100 years. I mean, the country is a corporation. The 1913, the country was totally lost at that point. Before then, it was still not under the control of God or the purview of Christ in any way, in any sense. It is the property of the banking class is property of Satan. Then you haven't had freedom for 100 years. You've been nothing but a controlled guinea pig in all their experimentation and mind control and propaganda for the past 100 years. World War I, World War II, Vietnam War, Gulf War, all 100% BS. Everything you know about those wars is totally false. Daniel, I appreciate your sentiment, but you have been fighting for a very evil country for a very, very long time, and you've been duped. And yeah, America needs to fall. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen if we don't all wake up real quick. Because they got plans. There is going to be a collapse, and you bet it's going to fall, but it's a controlled collapse. They have a plan for all this playing out. Now, Cheryl said, leaving the U.S. won't do any good. They're worldwide by now. I'll fight to my death. I mean, that's true to an extent, but as I've said, there are safe places to go. There's places that are off the radar. There are places in the Southern Hemisphere that's their playground. They're not there to build underground bases and institute some police state-controlled surveillance grid in places like Chile or just remote regions of the world, and particularly in the Southern Hemisphere. I mean, you can find a few in the Northern Hemisphere, but not as many. There are places. There are. And it's not totally worldwide. It's just not. If they wanted it to be, it would. But they have decided they've kept areas pristine and unaffected by their 5G is not going to be down in a lot of these countries. I believe it's going to be in New Zealand, but none of these other places are going to have 5G. They want it that way because they're going to live in these places. Now, New Zealand's going to have some 5G, but not in the places they live and raise their children. Watch what happens. All right, we're going to move on here. John B. said, if we have nanochips in our bodies, it should be easy to deactivate them. He says that an EMP could be generated if you build a device to do so. I believe he's correct on that. I believe John is correct. And I mean, how many people have an EMP device in their garage that they can use to deactivate the nano device? How many people have that, John? I mean, it's an idea. I think it's worth a shot. I don't even have anything like that, but it could work. Now, Chris said this, and I referenced this earlier. He said, where are they going to get the people to drive all these buses around door to door to 160 million people and get them into the underground bases? You know, it's just unfortunate he'd say something like that. Never have I said 160 million people are going underground bases, my friend. Please listen to the videos and pay attention. I've already explained how they're going to do it for 8 to 10 million people that they're going to take down there. Big difference between 8 to 10 million, 160 million, and yeah, they can put 8 to 10 million down there. Chris says, I think this guy is another tribe member trying to get people to leave the U.S. Chris, explain to me who the hell is telling you to leave the U.S. other than me? Are the tribe members trying to get you to leave the U.S.? No, they're not. Nobody's trying to get you to leave the U.S. The heck are you talking about? Chris says, how do you not know that WikiLeaks is a CIA cutout? Well, you know, we talked about that before. I'm very skeptical of WikiLeaks. But I don't like what they did to Assange. I think that is a little bit of an indication that at least Assange really rubbed some of these elitists the wrong way, because he's enemy number one for them. They're going to make sure he ends up dead in prison. It's travesty. And I think Assange is naive. I think Assange thought he's doing the right thing. He thought he's doing this and that, but he's very naive. If you look at some of his comments over the years, he buys into the whole false system. Unwittingly, in my view. I think he's a good guy. But he doesn't have the full picture at all. They made him pay because he stepped on some people's toes and got some information out there, and they're going to destroy him. But as for WikiLeaks, can they be trusted? Probably not. Probably not. You know, we're not going to go get involved with something unless we know for sure, Chris. It's not like I never said, oh, let's go to WikiLeaks. I said, we'll look into that. Let's get somebody involved who can maybe get the word out. No way in hell we're going to work with somebody we don't trust, we're not 100% sure about. All right, Chris said, Google how to make mini EMPs. Not very hard for drones to fly when you have an electric magnetic pulse flashed in their direction. Okay, Chris, do 12 to 15 million people have these little EMP devices ready to go when a drone comes up to their window and drills a hole into it, ready to shoot it in the middle of the night? Think that through. Yeah, it might work, but who's got them? Where's the EMP? Who's got these devices that are going to stop these drones? And who's going to sit up all night with a little EMP gun pointed at the window trying to stop these drones, Chris? Think it through. Maybe it's a good idea, but we're not there. There's enough time. 5G, wet leaves can stop 5G. That is possible. How many people got wet leaves covering their entire house to protect their family? And guess what? When you step outside, now nothing's protecting you. How feasible is that? A 22 long rifle dead center in a 5G box, take it out. Well, guess what? They're going to know who shot it, and they're going to come to your home the next day, and they're going to put you in prison for property destruction, Chris. You think they won't know who fired that gun at that 5G box and disabled it? They got cameras everywhere. They know who's going to do it, and they're going to come and get you, and they're going to put you in prison. You know, I'm not going to advocate property destruction because we want to keep this video up, but yeah, Americans should take them down. If we all rose up and took them down, we might have a shot. But if you look online, boy, there's a lot of dumb people out there that don't even care, and they're welcoming it, and they think, oh, faster speeds, great. They have no clue. Chris said the biggest problem with 5G is they all need those towers very close to each other. Because they do, because of the nature of the spectrum. He's saying be in the mountains where there's leaves. Take out the towers, no problem. Wow. I mean, I wish it was that easy. It's not. Now, he's talking about Australia and New Zealand. They're already way ahead of us on 5G. I already told you, man. I said it clearly. They're not going to have 5G in the neighborhoods that the elites live in. They want 5G there for control purposes, but the elites aren't going to have it in their neighborhoods and where their kids go to school. Think it through. It's a little more complicated than that. Chris said again, you can cover your house with a bunch of leaves and turn the hose on them because 5G cannot penetrate wet leaves. Good luck with that. We're all going to cover our houses with wet leaves. Think about that logistically, how that's going to work, Chris. And the second you step out of your home, now you're exposed to it. Totally not feasible at all. American Patriot said, come and get it. You are describing a future that I've dreamed about since I was a child. I know where I'll go after my death, and this is nothing but fear-mongering. Well, you may know where you're going after your death, but you're not going to die. Did I not communicate that clearly enough? They don't want you to die, my friend. They want you to be alive and kept alive. Let's move on up. Colleen says, you must understand the chip is not the mark. People will have the mark without the chip. The mark is spiritual, just as God's mark is spiritual. If people believe the mark is a physical chip, they're already deceived. Well, they want a physical chip one way or another, Colleen, and it's going to prevent you from eating and having food and surviving. So you may be right, but one way or another, the plan is they want a chip physically implanted in you for control purposes. I would argue taking that chip means you spiritually taking it too. Somebody said, Shannon said, Sheryl Sandberg's husband was David Goldberg, COO at Facebook. Well, they're two different people. I mean, there's tons of David Goldbergs out there. I mean, you think that there's only one David Goldberg on the planet? My God, how stupid are these people? A lot of people seem to think that he's this guy who was married to Sheryl Sandberg. I'm just going to say this. David Goldberg may not have been his real name, and somebody with an IQ above 100 could probably have figured out that maybe he didn't use his real name, and maybe he used that name for a reason. Look a little bit between the lines, people. I know his real name. And yeah, it could be David Goldberg. I'm not going to get into it. But think a little deeper than that. What matters is the information is real. Doesn't matter what his damn name was. When you're trying to get information out, you have to take steps to protect yourself. We've got people all hung up on whether David Goldberg was the husband of Sheryl Sandberg. I mean, well, first of all, no, he wasn't. That's not him. But smart people can read between the lines on that. Colleen goes on, and she says that maybe Mossad has put this out to scare Christians. There's no logical reason or way to do anything like this. Additionally, you cannot actually believe those who practice bloodlust and adrenochrome harvesting haven't come up with scientific and clean ways to get their needs satisfied. Wow, Colleen, do you really think that they care about extracting adrenochrome in some clean scientific way? Think about what you just said, Colleen. They want the adrenochrome from the source. It may not be the cleanest way. It may be possible you can make adrenochrome in a clinic. Sure, of course it is. They don't care. They want it coming out of you when they remove your limbs in that state of terror and pain. That, to them, is how they harvest it. That's why they want it. That is what's meaningful to them, Colleen. Think about what you just said. You think that these evil people are going to go out of their way because, wow, they don't want to hurt anybody. They'll find out a way to get adrenochrome in some lab somewhere because, wow, that would just be really mean. We don't want to take it from people when we hurt them. Think about what you just said. Give me a break. You're damn right. They're going to take it right out of you in a state of terror and pain while they remove your limbs. That's what they do now. That's what they've been doing. That's how they get it. Doesn't matter whether the purity or whether you could get a different version out of a lab or something like that. That's not the point for them. They believe the adrenochrome is only the most pure when it is removed from a human being who is alive and suffering. Period. Get with the program, Colleen. You know I'm right. John Drake, MI6, said, someone just shared this information with me. I'm also a U.S. Customs whistleblower with an extensive law enforcement background. I have happened to work inside the White House. All interesting information. He questions whether the documents given to Mr. Goldberg as it could have been used as false intel or to discredit Mr. Goldberg. That is a valid argument. That is true. It is something that we explored, but I came from a background where I had already been exposed to this information, John. I had a military source I've been talking to for years where he had been telling me about this program. And then I came across David's channel, and I started talking to him, and we started communicating, and I realized, oh my gosh, David's got the same information. So that kind of triangulated, and I felt like very confident. I felt very confident this is real. Are we being played is basically what he's saying. I don't believe so. Anything's possible, but I don't believe so on this information. Now, he goes on to say that the Dems, the socialists, would do anything to damage this president, no matter what, and they'll plant false stories against, presumably against Trump. Well, they don't need to plant false stories against Trump. Trump's doing that himself. Trump is damaging himself. He's signing legislation taking away our free speech. He's signing pro-vaccine legislation. He is celebrating 5G. He's giving everything to Israel. He's tweeting and tweeting and tweeting, but nothing has fundamentally changed. He hadn't arrested a single swamp creature. And those are the facts, John. I mean, you cannot argue with what I just said. I respectfully disagree with some of that, John. I'm going to move on here. Colleen goes on. Now, Colleen is referencing here the AI program, and she's saying, well, when you take people away and you have this AI program posting stuff on their social media to make it like they're alive, she's saying, well, who's going to pay their electric bill? Who's going to pay the property tax bill? Who's going to pay the water bill? Who's maintaining the property? If people disappear, their stuff is still there, and if it falls into disrepair from abandonment, people will notice. You know, I've made real clear from the moment I talked about the AI program, this is it precedes the collapse, Colleen. The AI program is not there to pretend that these people are going to be alive for the next 30 years. It's there to provide plausible deniability so people don't go out and start looking for them, so it doesn't become a news story in the run-up to the collapse. I've been pretty clear about that. I agree with what you're saying. This could not go on forever without somebody figuring it out, and some people will figure it out, but the AI program is there to mitigate the disappearances and the impact that's going to have on this society when that many people disappear. In addition to that, they're testing this program for future uses. They want to pull this off, see how it works with this Project Zypher program of taking these people out, taking them to the underground bases. They want to implement this AI program at basically a test phase, make sure it works, see how well it works, how well they can pull this off. But it is not a long-term solution. What's going to happen is they're going to remove the 12 to 15 million Americans in the run-up that precedes the collapse. And then the collapse occurs, and at that point, people are worried about food, Colleen. They're not worried about, well, maybe my neighbor Bob, I don't know, I think he might have disappeared even though he's still posting on Facebook. At that point, Colleen, they've moved on to other things. They're taking the microchip, they're worried about food. The AI program is there as a test They're testing out this program for future uses and other capacities. But it's also there just to mitigate the extreme occurrence of taking that many people out of society so that the investigations don't happen, the police don't look into it, family members, friends, there's plausible deniability. Maybe neighbor Bob is still there. We're not really sure. It's kind of weird. So you have all these people not really sure what happened, but it's not enough to cause alarm. Where 12 to 15 million people disappeared, if they didn't have the AI program in place, as this phase of Project Zypher goes through, and they take all these people underground, they get them out of society, and they kill them or they take them underground, this process is going to take 6 to 9 months to do all this, Colleen. If they didn't have this AI program there, you might see real alarm among everyday average Americans saying, well, our neighbor just disappeared. And I don't know what the heck's going on. That's a lot of people to disappear. 12 to 15 million is enough to have a real impact in a country of this size. They needed a little bit of a backup plan. They said, you know, we've got these AI programs, we've got this technology we've been developing to create deep fake videos, fake video phone calls, fake media, social media postings where it looks like the person's still alive or they're real. Let's implement it with Project Zypher. So what you just said there doesn't make a lot of sense, Colleen, because you're not taking it in the context of what I said. This is not there to make it look like they are still alive 30 years from now. It's there to mitigate the disappearance, the impact it's going to have on society when that many people disappear, so that over that 6 to 9 month period when they take these people out, the average, everyday American sheep isn't going to panic and make a big stink about it and get law enforcement involved investigating it. They're going to say, well, I think my neighbor's gone. He's still posting on Facebook. I don't really know. Or mom's going to say, well, I think my son's still alive because he did call me yesterday and I had a 3-hour conversation with him. With the AI, that sounds just like him. And you better believe they've got it perfected. They had it in 2001 for 9/11. Go back and listen to all those phone calls. They don't quite sound right, but they're close. And that was 20 years ago. Think about what they can do now. And that's how I presented this. Unfortunately, some people took it just to mean, well, the AI program is going to make it seem like people that disappeared are still alive for the next 30 years or 40 years. Absolutely not. That is not what I've said. It's there to mitigate this mass disappearance so it doesn't cause panic, doesn't get on the news, don't have people going, where's my neighbor? Where's my son? What the hell happened to him? It's there so they get a phone call from their son. They get social media postings. They see these things happening. There's plausible stories about how they left or they're sick or they went on vacation. And this keeps that ball rolling for a few months before the collapse. And then at that point, well, it's over because people are worrying about eating food. They're not worried about, I'm going to go investigate whether my neighbor disappeared or what happened to my son. They're going to think about it. They're going to wonder, but they're just not going to have time to really investigate it because now they've got an economic collapse on their hands. It's going to last 2 or 3 years. It's going to be bedlam. They're going to be in breadlines. They just won't have time to make us think about it. But yeah, it's going to be in the back of their mind. What can they do about it? There's plausible deniability. I talked to my son on the phone before the collapse. I think he's alive, but now I got to worry about eating. I just don't have time to look into it. So it's a brilliant plan that they cooked up, and I don't think that it was necessary for them to pull off Project Zypher. It's not, but it's something they implemented because it's a test phase. They're going to use AI in all capacities in terms of their propaganda programs and mind control programs going into the future. They're going to use this technology, and they're already using it in so many different capacities. This is just one example of how they're going to use it. They're going to disappear 12 to 15 million Americans. They're going to roll out this AI thing to make it seem like, well, maybe these people are still here. We're not real sure. We're not going to investigate it. And then, boom, 9 months later, there's a collapse. We don't have time to think about it anymore. We've got to eat. I'm just telling you what's in the documents and what's there. You don't have to believe it. I think you probably should believe it, though. because I know it's real. I'm going to read a few more of these. John Drake, MI6, said, I'm a professional whistleblower. I know the legitimate procedures for making protected disclosures. Most attorneys will not get involved unless you pay them a lot of money. John, I can tell you right now, you're 100% correct about that. And I know that from personal experience with friends of David Goldberg and what they're dealing with. You are correct. You are correct. Let's move on here. All right. Ellen Fisher said, David were alive, he would answer your questions about Trump, Israel, and the rabbis, the Noahide laws. Get the book, The Jewish Utopia. Most, if not all, the judges Trump appointed are Jewish. I'm not. Okay. Great comment from Ellen Fisher. That is on USA Genocide Part 2. Go do the newest comments first, scroll down and read that one. Great comment from Ellen, and you're correct, Ellen. David would tell you the truth on all that if you were alive today, and he did talk about some of that in his videos. Okay, Daisy says, this is disinfo. Don't be fooled. It's here to scare the citizens into fleeing the nation. Well, yeah, I do want to scare them. I want them to get out. That is exactly right. And I want them to save themselves, because there is no use staying behind trying to save a country that was founded by Freemasons and Satanists, that is totally corrupt, totally evil, Sodom and Gomorrah. If you want to stick around and stay in that cesspool, okay, good luck. It tells the citizens that the firearms will be of no use, and they will be of no use. They will be of no use. I'm sorry. I love the Second Amendment, but they will be of no use. Eliminates armed citizens because they've been so stirred up by fear that they will take out utilities and be arrested. At no point have I ever advocated that anybody take out a 5G tower. That has been some people in the comments, and I've said no. I've said that if you do that, you're going to get arrested. Never did I advocate that. You are misleading. You are lying. I'm going to read that again. Eliminates armed citizens because they've been so stirred up by fear that they will take out utilities and be arrested. I've never recommended that. I've said if you go out there and shoot that 5G tower, you're going to be arrested. Don't do it. So, no, I don't appreciate that comment. That's totally misleading, Daisy. You just totally misquoted me and took me out of context. I'd never advocate something like that. We're trying to keep the channel up. I'm not advocating people go do stuff like that. I think that I wish everybody would rise up against 5G. Let's put it that way. That's it for the video. This part 3, and we're going to put timestamps in it so you guys can jump around. Thank you for the support. Thank you for all the people that have listened. I appreciate all the positive comments. And friends of David Goldberg and I are not giving up. We're not going to back down, and we're going to have more coming. I'm going to get more out because there's a lot to cover. We're going to have 10 to 15 of these videos, and I hope you listen to all of them and all of it. That's it. God bless. This is part 4. We're going to talk about gang stalking. We're going to talk about some of the disinfo psyops that's going on, but I think the thing that's on everyone's mind right now is the Iran situation, which is really escalating. It's really fascinating what's happening. So much of what's going on is exactly what David talked about. You do need to go back and listen to some of his videos on the Iran situation. David talked a lot about the predictive programming and the lead up to the war. Now, there's multiple reasons why they're doing all this. First of all, people have become skeptical. I mean, they're tired of the war. They can't do what they did with Iraq and 9/11 the same way. They've got to lead us up to this. They've got to gin us up for war. They got to prep us for war. And they got to do it in a way that doesn't make Trump look like a warmonger. You understand? I mean, they're very smart. They're very shifty in how they're doing this. David talked about it. He taught me a lot about what's going on over there in the Middle East. So we're going to kind of talk about Iran, and then I'll get into the other things, but let's just walk through what happened here. Trump blows up the top Iranian general, a general who had a hand in saving Syria from the deep state and ISIS and all the fake factions that are funded by the CIA. So the general was, in a way, he was a good guy. He was fighting against the bad guys, and Trump blows him up. Mike Pence comes out on Twitter and says that this Soleimani guy had a hand in 9/11, that he helped the hijackers get through Iran from Afghanistan. Mike Pence peddled a bunch of lies that are complete garbage. That tells you right there, these people are not acting in good faith, the people in the Trump White House, all right? So Mike Pence peddles a bunch of lies. Trump says that Soleimani was threatening Americans and that he was a terrorist and killed a bunch of Americans. No, nope, don't buy it. Not buying it. Trump committed a war crime. Trump murdered this guy. This guy was at the Baghdad airport, a civilian airport. That would be like Iran blowing somebody up at LAX, at Los Angeles International Airport. That'd be like Iran blowing up a top U.S. general at Los Angeles International Airport. Think about that. That's an act of war. That's absolute insanity. By no measure or any account was this Soleimani a direct threat to anybody in the United States. He wasn't doing anything. He's at the public airport. Does that sound like to you some kind of covert operation to kill Americans? Come on. But that's what happened on the surface. Again, we got to consider every possibility because the deception is so deep. Soleimani could be alive. This could all be staged. But my sense of it is, yeah, they did kill him. So Trump comes out today and he says that he's trying to prevent a war. He's trying to stop a war. No, he's not. No, he's not. But what they're aware of is the anti-war sentiment out there. So what they're having to do is a balancing act. And David touched on this. They're having to make Trump look anti-war while he does all these things that are provoking Iran and getting us into a quagmire or a situation. So the left hand is doing something while the right hand is doing something else. They're smart though. They realize that they can't go with the Bush era jingoism anymore. People are kind of woke on that. People don't like the war. They know that it's all fake. So what they're having to do is walk a fine line here where they don't look too warmongerish. They don't look too aggressive. Trump looks kind of anti-war. It's very manipulative. Now today they came out and they said that they're going to withdraw troops from Iraq. This memo came out. It was reported by Reuters and they said, okay, they're taking the troops out. But then the Secretary of Defense, Esper, comes out and says, oh, no, we're not. Why would they do that? Because it's manipulative. They're trying to kind of play with the narrative so it looks like, well, Trump's a little bit anti-war, Trump's removing troops from the Middle East, but he's really not. You know, ISIS went down because of Russia and because of Syria and because of this General Soleimani. ISIS was taken out, not because of Trump. He just took credit for it. So this is where we're at. I mean, things are really wild right now, and they're escalating, and the PSYOPs war, the disinfo war, is at a fever pitch. We got Trump doing something very provocative, blowing up a general at the Baghdad airport, unprovoked, total assassination and murder, and then he's like, well, I'm trying to stop a war. No way. I also wanted to mention this. This was something that Mossad wanted. The chief of Mossad had been calling for Soleimani's execution, assassination for a very long time. I'm going to have a link in the video I sent to the Friends of David Goldberg. You need to make that connection. It looks like Trump took orders from Mossad to do this. That's treason. So let that sink in. So this is in the blog post. You need to go read the blog post on the Friends of David Goldberg. I said this, look, in 1953, the U.S. went in there and took over Iran, and in 1979, they went in there and they instigated the Islamic Revolution. You need to understand that the U.S. has its fingers in the Iranian pie, and they've had it for a long time. We don't know to the extent that they control Iran, but I've said that this whole thing is scripted. Is the Ayatollah a asset of Israel or the United States? That's something to think about. It sounds insane, the guy who calls for death for America, but we need to think about that. The Iranian parliament's a giant pyramid with 33 windows on it. That is Freemasonic symbolism, and they drove Soleimani's body through the streets of Tehran in a Chevrolet truck, a new Chevrolet truck, and they had a bunch of M16s all around. That is symbolism. So there's something really weird going on where this could be staged. I mean, I think they did blow the guy up, but we have to consider all possibilities. What is the end game, though? What are they really marching toward? Well, they even talked about it. There's probably going to be a false flag. But they're so smart, they know that we're aware of the false flags. But they also have to gin us up for war. They've got the Islamic world inflamed. That's step one. They killed the general. Now Iran's upset. Now they're all mad. What's step two? They already did the predictive programming on step two. They're talking about how Iran's got pre-planted nuclear devices, how Iran's got sleeper cells. All these stories come out right after this. Do you think those stories are an accident? Boom, they're hitting the media with the stories about how Iran is going to retaliate. That's part of the predictive program leading up to some kind of false flag. But then again, as I said, and David talked about this, we had conversations about this. They're so smart now. They know we've smartened up, so they smartened up. They're not going to do anything real obvious. And if they do it, it's going to look like Iran did it. And it's going to be bloody, and it's going to be hellish. But I think that's going to happen because they have to do something that gets the Americans riled up. Just like Pearl Harbor, just like 9/11. Does that make sense? I think it's all in our minds. Like, what are they going to do? How are they going to execute this false flag to get us into the war? But they're smart. They know we know that. They know we wised up to 9/11. They know the American public has no appetite for this war. So expect them to continue to be crafty. Now, I mentioned this on the blog, and David talked about this a lot. He said that the rabbis want this. Some of them are getting really old. They want to live to see the day of the Moshiach and the Messiah and World War III. So it's coming. It could be a year, it could be 2 years, but it's coming. And it's going to be hellish. It's going to be bloody. Because they did World War I, they did World War II. When World War III comes, it's going to be worse than the first two. They want it to be absolute bloodbath, pure hell. A lot of people are going to die. But they got to pull it off in a way that they can gin up the support of the Americans so the Americans endorse the evil. That's part of their spiritual beliefs. Get the Americans to endorse the evil. And they do it every time. They did it with Pearl Harbor. They did it with 9/11. They did it with the Vietnam War. They staged some stupid false flag. They do something that anybody with a brain knows looks fishy. Way back at Pearl Harbor back in the 40s, people thought it was fishy. People thought Vietnam was fishy. People thought 9/11 was fishy. But then people endorse it and they let it slide, and then they get behind the war drums. And that is the American people endorsing the evil. So if you consent to evil, now they got your soul. I hope this makes sense. I hope this is all coming together for you. Before I get into this, I wanted to mention I do have an email that I sent to the friends of David Goldberg that you can write me to. I feel comfortable using it. I'm only going to access it from a way that they can't trace back to me. So if you want advice, if you want that guidance, I do encourage you to write. I am going to respond, and I want to help people. I feel like I got to do more. I feel like these videos are helping, but they're not enough for a lot of people out there. So take a look at that. I'm going to try to check that a few times a week. And I found out a way to check it that it makes me feel comfortable. They can't trace it back to my location. So beyond that, there's other things that are happening behind the scenes. We are working on something that's pretty big that I think is going to make a big difference. The whole idea here, the whole goal is to get people aware. And anybody who's watching this and sharing it on Facebook, sharing it on social media, sharing it with your friends, you are making a big difference. I know the friends of David Goldberg have told me that it looks like some people are sharing it on Facebook, and it is making a difference, and that's a big help. I mean, we're just not reaching enough people, and it's just not going to be enough. We've got to make people aware of Project Cypher, Project Pogo, of the AI program. I mean, if you don't have the details of what the enemy's going to do to you, you are going to be a sitting duck. A lot of these patriots have the right idea. They have the right mentality in terms of fighting the evil, prepping, bugging out, having guns. I mean, all of that is in the spirit, in the right spirit. But if you don't have the full details of what's happening, you are going to be a victim, and you're going to be a sitting duck because they don't have the full picture. They don't have the full picture, period. Think about it. The guns aren't the answer. I mean, I just saw this article about how American gun sales have skyrocketed. That has something to do with the Virginia issue where they're trying to suppress the guns. Guess what? Every time they do that, gun sales go through the roof. That's by design. I've talked about that. They don't care how many guns you've got. They don't care if you've got 100 guns in your house. What they want is for you to believe that you're safe because of the guns. A false sense of security. All right, the guns are no issue for them. They don't care about the guns. They don't care about the guns. And some people just seem really disbelieving of that. They're not believing what I'm saying on this, but you really, really need to think about it. What are your guns going to do to stop a military that has technology like TR-3Bs, anti-gravity ships that can fly around at unbelievable speeds, technology like the AI program I've talked about, nano device technology, technology that can imitate your voice, your likeness, and create a completely separate version of you that is identical to you in a virtual world. Drone technology that's way beyond what civilians can get. These aren't drones that you go buy at Walmart. Some guy was talking about how the drones can't do this and drones can't do that. Yes, they can. Not the ones you buy at Walmart, for crying out loud. We're talking about DARPA drones. So people are really not getting it. These Americans that are stockpiling the guns, they are back in the 19th century on this. They don't get it. They think their guns are going to stop the UN troops that are going to come knock on their door. That's not how it's going to go down. You're not going to have it play out like that. Now, I had some guy going on and on about how, well, they can't do that, and the drone can't do this, and it can't come through your window, and then what if your house pet tries to attack the drone? And he just had all these moronic reasons why this can't work, and I realized he's really just in denial. You bet it can work. I mean, the technology they've got is 20, 30, 40 years ahead of what you got, what you're even aware of. So the technology's there for them to pull this off with Project Zypher. You bet they can do it. And they've got the American patriots totally psyoped and brain dead and brain damaged right now, following Trump the Pied Piper over the cliff into hell. QAnon is a psyop. So they got you believing that Trump's anti-war. Wrong. He's the opposite. He's going to lead us into a scripted war, just like the collapse is going to be scripted. It's controlled. That's why I pointed you to that gentleman who has that website where he talked about how the Freemasons control the markets. He figured out how they control the price of the markets. It's all controlled. These companies are, it is scripted, and you're going to see a collapse that is controlled, that they have control over. They're going to control when it happens and how it happens. It's a reset. So how it plays out, I don't fully know. I mean, I've seen Project Zypher, I've seen the documents, I've seen the documents on Project Pogo, and I've talked to my military source who backed all that up. But I don't have all the answers either. I have a really strong picture of what's happening, and so did David. We did our best. David did his best before his death to make people aware. And I'm trying to carry that on. I feel like I have a duty to do it. I would not be doing it if we were still in the U.S., though. I had to get my family up. We had to be safe. And I do believe that we are safe now because of what David did for us and how he led us to something that I believe is very, very special. I know it's very special. So I put up my email if people want answers. I talk about the NDA that I signed, the non-disclosure agreement, and I've gotten permission to do a little bit more than what it allows. You have to ask for permission on these things, and I've gotten some permission to do things that I'm ready to do, and I really pushed for this, and they gave the green light on it. So my email's up if you want to contact me on that. So we're going to get into gang stalking here. We're going to talk about the disinfo psyops and how they control manipulate you into believing all kinds of wild nonsense. We'll get to that. So we're going to talk about gang stalking, and I wanted to get into that because I had a friend of mine who experienced this to a very severe degree. It's very sad. It is a form of torture, mental torture that these deep state goons conduct on individuals who have truth, who have spiritual truth and knowledge, and they can target them and they can find them. I'm not a perfect guy. I've done a lot of bad stuff in my life. I met my wonderful wife, and I turned my life around and became a Christian. And I've been in the dark for a long time. I voted for Trump, for example. I've been in the dark a long time. And only in recent years did I really, really wake up. And David really helped me wake up. And the reason I mention that is I'm not a candidate for gang stalking. They're not going to gang stalk me. They're not going to waste their time on it. They've surveilled me. They kind of had an idea what I was up to. I was able to get out of the country before they really took action. Because I wasn't a guy who was talking. I've only been talking now recently with this channel and sharing some of my knowledge recently. Other than that, I wasn't doing any of this. My point is, I'm not the guy that they're going to go after. Maybe now they will, and maybe they're getting upset about the videos. I don't know. It's a miracle the channel's still up, and I pray every day it stays up. It could be gone tomorrow. But the point I'm trying to make here is, I'm not a great guy. I haven't done the right things in my life. Only recently did I really, really wake up to the truth and really, really bring the whole full picture together. I mean, in the past couple of years. I'm not the guy they're going to go after. They're going to go after the people out there who really have what's called a spiritual signature. It's something they can detect where they see that person could really change things in this world and make a difference, and we got to stop them. I'm talking about truth tellers. I'm talking about people who can do real good in this world and really fight the bad guys. What do they do to them? Well, they gang stalk them. What is gang stalking? It's psychological and mental torture. It's where they follow you, they make you paranoid, they drop little weird messages, they leave weird emails, they leave weird messages on your phone, they start to destroy your relationships too. They will interfere. Let's say you had a girlfriend and you liked her and things are going good. They might step in and try to get her to cheat on you or introduce someone else to her and try to destroy that relationship, and you won't really know what's going on. And you'll think maybe she was all on her, but it wasn't really all on her, and it was them influencing her or coming between both of you. That's an example of things they'll do to your life. I mean, they'll make you lose your job. They will give you what's called Morgellons disease, where you have these weird fibrous things in your body that give you horrible pain and torture you, and people are connected to the chemtrails, but they're able to, go in and give the, poison people basically with Morgellons disease and destroy them. I mean, they can kill you any way they want to. They really don't like just killing people, though. They like to torture people, and that's why I've talked about the underground bases. A lot of people who you think died actually went to the underground bases. So I don't want to get off track here. My point is they're going to take these people who are a spiritual threat to them. They identify them. They have entire teams out there looking for these people. And these people are not typically loudmouths. They're not big YouTubers. They're not people like Alex Jones, for example. They're more quiet people who have something within them that they know is a threat. They could be future leaders. They could do something as simple as change the mind of one person, and it could have a butterfly effect that it affects their plans. I mean, this is stuff that they try to identify and stop, and they destroy these people. Gang stalking. I'm trying to help you understand what this is and why it happens. Are you a target? You could potentially be a target, yes. Like I said, they're not going after guys like me. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life. I've done a lot of dumb things, and I didn't fight for the truth for a very long time. I met my wife. I started to change then. I became a Christian. I met David. Over the past couple of years, I finally woke up. But I voted for Trump very enthusiastically. I was totally asleep when I did that. I didn't fully get the picture. I'm not a guy that they're going to stop everything and go after because I'm not a big threat. I'm kind of a bad dude most of my life, and then I kind of turned good. And only in the past couple months am I actually trying to make a difference by following through on David's vision and providing some guidance to people. Now, maybe they'll come after me. Maybe they'll come after my family now. I don't think so. I think we're pretty safe. But guys like me aren't a big deal to them. The people that are a big deal are the people that, I mean, my understanding is that there's a spiritual element to it. They can tell who these people are. I don't fully understand it, but they can sense, okay, this person is here on earth, and they can make a real difference, and we got to stop them. They could affect our plans. They could impact the evil things that we're doing. We need to stop them, and one way they do it is gang stalking. Now, they can't just go out and kill anybody. I mean, my understanding is that God allows certain things to happen in this world, but there are limits. That is why you have something called white balance, where they tell you the evil things they're going to do before they do it, and they get your permission, your consent. And that's what they're going to do with Iran, because they're going to get all these people believing that Trump is the answer and the Messiah, and that he's anti-war, and they're going to get them to rally around Trump, and then there's going to be a false flag, and they're going to say, oh, Trump has to attack Iran now. Total psychological manipulation to get the American people to endorse the evil. This is what they do. They're also showing you what the evil is. Ricky Gervais came out the other day at the Golden Globes, and he really put the evil on display. It's quite incredible what he did. And I thought it was really interesting that NBC has featured that video of him in his monologue, where he calls out and he says basically they all flew on Epstein's plane, and Epstein didn't kill himself, and they're all basically a bunch of pedophiles. I thought that was real interesting because they're taking a step forward. I mentioned this before. They're taking some steps forward where they're being pretty bold with this. They're not hiding it like they used to, partly because I think they realized they were exposed a little bit. So their next step here is to let you know, yeah, we're pedophiles. Yeah, we're Satanists. Yeah, we're Luciferians. Yeah, we're part of the Illuminati. Yeah, we're pure evil. Yeah, we manipulate you with our movies, and we put subliminal messaging in the movies, and we have agendas, political agendas. What are you going to do about it? You're just going to keep going and seeing our movies. So I think that's kind of what we're seeing unfold now, because they're getting a little more bold. They're letting some things come out. It's getting real obvious. This Epstein thing was wild because they're not suppressing it the way I thought they would. It's kind of out there that, wow, his death looks pretty suspicious, and look at all these high-profile people that he was involved in. You might have seen 5-10 years ago, you'd be total cover-up. It would be like Sandy Hook. Anybody talks about it is crazy. But Ricky Gervais just came out and talked about it at the Golden Globes, and he didn't hold back. You should watch that. So we need to ask, why are they letting that come out? Why are they being so bold? Why aren't they pushing back against it more? And my theory is they feel like the cat's out of the bag to some extent. They can't totally suppress it completely. But they also feel like Project Zypher is lined up. Project Pogo is lined up. So they're getting cocky, and I mentioned that in the blog post. They're getting cocky because they know what's coming with the collapse, with this World War III Iran thing. They know what's coming down the pike. And yeah, they're kind of getting wild about it and cocky, and they don't mind letting you know. Yeah, we're evil. Yeah, we're pedophiles. Yeah, we have an agenda. What are you going to do about it? You're still going to see our movies. You're still going to pay to go see this trash. You're still going to sign up for Netflix. And as Ricky Gervais alluded, all these evil companies are sitting there lecturing people about politics. But we're going to keep using their products. So this is their way of getting you to endorse the evil. You may acknowledge it. You may see, yep, they're evil. Yep, they're pedophiles. Yep, it's Hollywood. But they're going to get you to endorse it by continuing to partake in it and not fight against it. And I think they're getting lazy and a little bit cocky because they know Project Zypher's right around the corner, and they're not too worried about it. They know what's coming. So I got off track a little bit there. I do hope people listen to what I just said. I'm going to have friends of David Goldberg put a timestamp there, so you can go to that and you can just hear what I said about that, because I think it is important to kind of set people up to understand what's really happening right now. They are getting cocky, but it's partly because they know what's coming and they're not worried. They got Project Zypher. They got this World War III thing cooking. It's coming. They're not worried about getting exposed, and they know that Americans are not going to do anything about it. So let's just get back to just gang stalking. My heart breaks for the people that this happens to, and I hope some of you share your experiences in the comments. I know you're listening. I know you're going to see this word, and it's going to bring some of these people out, because they They are quiet sufferers. They suffer in silence. They are ignored. No one believes them. I'm here to tell you I believe you, and I know it's real. The things they can do to these people, they psychologically torture them. They can induce voices in their heads electronically. They can follow you. They destroy your life. They destroy your job. They destroy your relationships little by little. And you can never quite figure out who's behind it or how they're doing it. And it makes you look paranoid and insane, and no one believes you. But it is a program underway to destroy your life by these Luciferians. So that is my section on gang stalk, and we're going to go into disinfo next. Oh, you know, one thing you got to understand is that death is something that hangs over the heads of these morons who join the Illuminati and give their souls to Satan, who get blackmailed. People like Hillary, I mean, I think somebody like Hillary is not as quite as powerful as she seems to be, and I think that, you know, they probably gave her a memo and said, okay, it's Trump's turn, bye, don't make it too big of a stink of it, and if you do, we'll kill you. I don't think Hillary's the top dog. And I think somebody like Trump is definitely blackmailed. I mean, he's doing the bidding of Israel. He's doing what they want him to do. He's totally part and parcel of the whole thing. I mean, he's following the script. Why? Well, he is con man. He is totally blackmailed. We know he was with Epstein. We know he had an association with Ghislaine Maxwell and her father, who was the head of Mossad. Trump has too many connections to Israel, to the Rothschilds, to Mossad, for you to ignore, period. If you ignore those connections and you bury your head in the sand, you're in total denial. There's just too much there. He's too pro-Israel. He let his daughter convert and marry that guy Kushner. What does that say about him? Trump comes out and says that he could go shoot somebody in the street and his people would follow him. You know, I think he's just a master manipulator and con man, and he has been used as a vassal, as a vehicle for the Zionist agenda here to just totally destroy America and send it over the edge at some point. I don't know when, but it's coming. I mean, we're talking about a controlled collapse. We're talking about this Iran thing that's going to escalate. They're going to destroy the country, wreck it to shreds, and then rebuild it under the auspices of the New World Order. And they want to do something to where they get the conservatives, the Republicans, the Christians to go along with it. Instead of putting someone like Hillary in that forced them to go along with it, they put someone like Trump in to manipulate them, a Pied Piper, and send the country right over the edge with their vote and consent. Wow, they're good. You got to give them credit. They're good at what they do. But you cannot deny the connections that Trump has that are so disturbing and all the dumb things he's done to undermine this country. 5G, vaccines, signing these executive orders to take away our free speech, doing whatever Israel wants him to do. That, you know, he's blackmailed or he's part and parcel going along right along with it. But as I said, these people live under the specter of death if they don't obey. They're puppets. Trump's a joke. He's not draining any swamp. You got to remember, Trump was against the term drain the swamp. He didn't like it. It's not his term. He didn't come up with that phrase. He was against it. He said, I don't like that. I don't like that. And remember when he came out and said, well, we're not going to arrest Hillary. We're not going to put her in prison. But then he's retweeting the things about how he's going to put her in prison. And he didn't do it. It's all manipulation. Trump doesn't really believe half the things that he says. He likes playing the role. He likes the script they gave him. But if you look deep and you really listen to this guy, there are inconsistencies in that narrative that he spews. He didn't like drain the swamp. He came out after the election. He said, oh, we're not going to lock Hillary up. Oh, I didn't mean that. You got to listen to those things. You got to pay attention to those things, because those are truthful moments where we saw Trump's real character. He doesn't give a crap about draining the swamp or doing anything like that. It is all manipulation. Hire John Bolton, then fire him, so it looks like you're tired of John Bolton. You don't agree with the neocons. This is how it all just swirls around and plays out, but nothing fundamentally really changes. The deep state is still in power, and look at the people in his cabinet. They're all dual citizens of Israel. That's all you need to know. If by now you aren't convinced that Trump's a Chavez Gold butt sponge, I cannot help you. You're lost. You are unsavable. You're so blind. If you still think that Trump is the guy. That's the disinfo. And the channels, the YouTube channels, are all bought and paid for. They're all manipulated. And they're all telling you one thing: stay in the U.S., stay in the U.S., stay in the U.S., buy more crap, buy more prepper crap through our websites that are controlled by Israel, so they know where you are, they know where the prepper materials went, to what address. They've all got you tracked and tracked. TTID. There's nothing wrong with prepping or the concept of it, but it's all been co-opted a long time ago, and you're going to be a sitting duck when this goes down. When the collapse happens, they're going to know where you are, and they're going to come and get you if you don't take that microchip. End of story. And yeah, I got these people in the comments saying there aren't safer places on Earth. Yeah, there are. Yeah, there are. The United States is the #1 surveillance grid in the world. They haven't committed those resources to a lot of these other countries. You're going to have a better shot at survival and not taking the microchip if you get out. You've got to stop listening to the disinfo channels. Stop believing them is a better way to put it. That doesn't mean you don't listen to them. I mean, I listen to them too, because I want to know what the enemy's up to. But you've got to shut off some of that mind control that keeps you believing in Trump. This is a long game psyop that they figured out a long time ago. They knew the Bush era was over. They weren't going to be able to pull anything like that off again with what they did with 9/11 and going into Iraq. The mood of the country changed. People woke up. They got wise. So they came up with a new game plan, and that's Zionist puppet Donald Trump. Get him in there. Have him say everything they want to hear. He says everything they want to hear, but he's doing something else. In the meantime, got to look at his actions. This guy's compromised. This guy is not a good dude. He's a con man. He's an actor. And they're good at what they do. They know how to manipulate. Stephen Miller is a top scriptwriter. He's an avowed Zionist. He knows what he's doing. But you got to look at the details and the little things that Trump does and says that don't make sense, that don't fit with his whole America First narrative. He's doing things that are not America First. They know how to manipulate the patriots. They know how to manipulate the conservatives, though. They're really good at it. So you better get wise to all this, because just prepping and getting guns and saying you want to fight for America is not going to get the job done. You got to be smarter. You got to be smarter than them. And right now, the Patriots are getting played. And ironically, the Patriots lost. Football Patriots. Now, I don't think there's any connection. I don't think there's any real symbolism to that. Maybe there is. But wild things are happening right now, and I hope you're listening to this, and I hope you listen to this a couple of times. I hope you play it a few times so it all sinks in, and you share it on Facebook, share it with other people. They need this information on Project Cypher, Project Pogo, TTID. If you don't have that, that means you're being outsmarted. Even if your heart's in the right place and you love America and you want to defend it, if you don't have the information, you are going to be defeated. And Alex Jones sure as hell isn't going to tell you, because Alex Jones is one of them. Alex Jones covers for the Zionists. I mean, if you don't know that, you're way behind. Better get up to speed. Alex Jones is not telling the truth about Israel. He never has, not once. He's never told the truth about 9/11, not once. Now, he has acknowledged Israel and the influence years ago, but he won't talk about it. He hasn't talked about it for years and years. He just won't go there because he's either threatened, controlled, or manipulated to where he will not say the truth. So forget about him. If you're not calling out the J and Israel, you're part of the problem. Now, there's a gentleman in the comments saying that I wasn't doing that enough. Well, his comments are still up. They have not been deleted. But I have to be careful about what I say in the videos because we don't want them to get taken down. There are certain terminology and words and things you can and cannot say. It'll get taken down. So I've tried to be careful. I hope he realizes that. I've told the truth. I've called out what's going on. Straight up. If you listen to my videos and everything I've said, I've been straight up about it. We know who's behind this. That's Israel. That's Israel. Straight up. Anybody who's pro-Israel in the American government and parroting these lies is an enemy of you and your family and this country. Period. Hey everybody, this is Tom. This is part 5 of USA Genocide 2021-2025. This is going to be a really intense video. There's a lot we got to cover. I'm going to start right off. I spoke with my military source about a week ago. He told me something that scared me, but it made sense when he told me. So I'm just going to start off with that. We all know about the microchipping. We all know about Project Cypher. We all know about what the plans are here. There's going to be a collapse, and they're going to use that collapse as an excuse to microchip everybody. If you don't have the microchip, you can't eat. You can't get the food rations. You can't be a part of the American economy. You have to get the microchip. That's what they're going to try to do. But they realized something. They realized there was always going to be a lot of resistance from Christians and patriots and Republicans against this plan. Does that make sense? I mean, most Christians are not going to feel comfortable taking a microchip. It's not something they would want to do. So what the powers that be, the elites, what they realized is, let's get somebody like Trump in there. Because Trump has come out and said that he could shoot somebody in the street and the people would still support him. And it's true, because he's got people hypnotized. So what the plan is this: Donald Trump's going to be in power when all this happens, and he's going to say, all right, Republicans, go take the microchip. And they're going to do it, because Trump said so. So is this making sense? I mean, that scared me. That really shook me when he told me that, because I realized, wow, that is part of the plan, isn't it? Because if Hillary was president and she comes out and says, okay, everybody's going to take a microchip if you want to eat, half the country would not feel good about that. Republicans, conservatives would say, well, hold on a minute, we don't want to do that, we don't like that. There would be a lot of resistance from it. But if Trump's in there, then yeah, they're going to do it, because he's got everybody hypnotized. That's a key part of the puzzle you need to understand about Trump. And you need to go back and listen to the part 2 where I talk about Trump so you can get some perspective and you know what's going on. Because Trump is not on your side. All Trump is doing is tweeting. He did not do the fundamental things that needed to be done to save America. And I talked about that in part 2. He needed to declare martial law, arrest everybody in Washington, D.C., bring in the Marines, and arrest these people. He didn't do anything other than tweet. So I hope you're understanding the purpose of Trump and why he's there. He's there to usher in the New World Order. They don't care that he went against the climate accord. They don't care about that. Everybody points to that and says, well, Trump got us out of the Paris climate agreement, so Trump must be on our side. No! See, they know how to fool you with this stuff. They know how to have Trump do a few things that look like they're against the deep state, that look like they're going against the grain to get you on board and believing in him. But he's not doing what needs to be done to save the country. It's over. It is too late. He is owned by Israel. End of story. Don't get distracted by this guy. Because when this collapse happens in the next 2-3 years, Trump is going to tell you to take the microchip. And they're going to spin it in a way that it makes Trump look like he's good. They know how to do that. Look how he just killed this guy, this general, Iranian general. He murdered him. But they spun it so it looked like he was protecting America. So I hope all this is making sense to you. They're really going to ramp things up with this, everything happening right now. Turn on the news, for crying out loud. I mean, all you got to do is go to CNN.com, even though it is fake news, and you will see articles about AI, about automation, about the things that they're doing and the technology, and how they're taking away your rights and your privacy. They don't hide it. It's right in your face. But you're still asleep, and you still don't believe it. It drives me crazy, and part of the reason I'm upset right now is my family members. I've got family back up in the States, and they didn't listen to us. They didn't listen to my wife and I when we told them, you got to get out. You got to. They didn't listen to the advice that David gave us, the blessing that he gave us. We told our family members about it. Of course we told them. But they said, no, we're not interested. We don't believe in that. We think you're gone off the deep end, Tom. We're not into that. Well, lo and behold, here we are years later, and they are bitter and jealous, and they're upset because they saw what we did. And they saw what happened to us and the blessing that we have experienced financially. And we've had a lot of problems with that because now they want to be a part of it, but they can't be a part of it. That ship sailed, partly because of some of the things they did. They were rude. They burnt some bridges, in other words, and they're not going to ever have an opportunity like they had. I mean, I got to be careful. I can't, I signed an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. I got to be real careful about what I say, but I'm trying to give you a little bit of perspective on what happened. This was a long time ago. David had introduced us to this project, and, I was on board because I trusted David. I knew everything that was going on with him. I knew he was real and legitimate. I mean, I knew his financial situation, and he had a lot of money. And I trusted him, and we moved forward on that project, and I'm very thankful I did what I did, and my wife is very thankful that I did what I did. She was skeptical too, but she knew David too, and so she knew that it was legit. And we moved forward on it, but we told our family members about it, and we said, hey, you got to get involved in this. Hey, we need to get out of the United States for one thing, but to get out, you're going to need this. And they just they poured water all over the whole thing, and they said, we're not interested. This is ridiculous. Tom, you've lost your mind. I had a real falling out with my brother, and my wife had issues with her family. I mean, they really thought we were nuts for leaving. And they weren't interested in joining us on any of this. And here we are. It's been a long time, and they saw what happened, and they see that we are happier where we are. And they saw the financial windfall. And there's been a real rift, and a lot of bitterness and a lot of jealousy. And it is too late for them. They can't be involved in what we're involved in. We can help them financially a little bit, and we've tried to, but moving money back and forth like that is hard. And the blog post talks about that. If you haven't read the latest blog post, go read it. Open it up just so you have it up if you haven't read it. That's going to give you a lot of tips. And that's what I'm referring to when I talk about moving the money back and forth. It's not easy across borders. So we're trying to help our family up north, but it's too late. I mean, God, I want to talk about it more, but I can't. But it's got me real upset. I talked to my brother a little bit ago, and a lot of emotions there because I miss him, I love him, but he made some dumb choices when it counted, and now he's stuck and he can't get out really. I mean, he could, but it's not easy for him. And I'm not willing to go back and risk everything to save his ass. I'm not going to do that because I got my family to worry about. He knows that. He knows he's on his own. So that's just what's been on my mind. I want to try to stay focused here, get back on track, though. You know, Trump is part of all this, and when the microchipping happens, he's going to be there cheering it on, just like he cheered on 5G, quietly supporting vaccines, taking away people's free speech with executive order after executive order. It's going to keep on rolling this way, and they have a way of making you think that everything's normal when it's not. I'm telling you, 2 years from now, Trump's going to be on TV telling you to get microchipped, and your friends and your family are going to be cheering it on. Trump supporters are going to be cheering it on. And you're going to shake your head, and you're going to go, how did we get to this point? How the hell did we get to this point that Trump supporters are cheering on being microchipped? But that's coming. I guarantee you that is coming because he's got the country hypnotized. Now, it's a little different with Democrats. They don't like Trump, but Democrats aren't going to have as much problem getting microchipped because Democrats and liberals are more compliant. They'll go along with what the government wants. That's in their nature. They trust government. So they may not like Trump, but when he comes out and says, get microchipped if you want to eat, they're going to do it. They're not going to resist. It's the Christians they were worried about, the patriots, the conservatives they were worried about, but they solved that problem, didn't they, by putting Trump in there. He's a turncoat. He is a puppet of Israel. Get that through your head. All this tweeting is a distraction to keep you pacified. He feels like he's on your side. It feels like he's fighting the deep state. No, he's not. Nobody's been arrested. Nothing has happened. No justice. The swamp is right in place where it's been this whole time. And you know it. So that's my rant on Trump and what's coming with this microchip. And he's going to be involved. He's going to be there on TV telling everybody, well, you got to take it. You got to take that microchip to get food rations. And they'll find a way to spin it. I'm telling you, I don't know what they'll do. They'll make it seem like the Democrats are against it, or so, I don't know what they'll do, but they'll figure out a way to manipulate everybody into thinking that Trump is doing the right thing with the microchipping. That's why he said, I could shoot someone on the street and you'll still support me. That's why he read that snake poem. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just Google Trump snake poem. Trump snake poem. Google it. He's talking about himself. They're good. They know what they're doing. They're Satanists. This is what they believe in. They're Luciferians. They're going to tell you what they're going to do before they do it. And they're letting Project Zypher get out. they're allowing some of this to happen. But it's not reaching a lot of people. If this got big, if millions of people knew about Project Zypher, they'd clamp down on it. Just like with pizza. I'm not going to say the other part of the word. You know what I'm talking about. Pizza. I'm not going to say it because it'll trigger the algorithm in YouTube. You understand that? There's certain things I can't say, or the video won't stay up. But when pizza got big, they clamped down on it because they couldn't let that get out. The media went crazy. They said, oh, no, this isn't real. This is crazy. They really went crazy on that because it got a little too big. And if Project Zypher got too big, if it got on Fox News, they would clamp down. They'd try to discredit me, David. They'd say it's all fake. Don't believe it. They'd go nuts on it. But right now, it's not big enough for them to take action. And it's doing its intended purpose, and that is to let you know what they're going to do before they do it. That's my theory anyway. That's my theory as to why David got the documents, why I was allowed to see it, why this channel's still up, which I don't think it's going to be up much longer because we have signs as to why we don't think it's going to be up longer. I'll talk about that in a bit. God, there's so much going on. I'm sorry I'm rattling. I'm just so much on my mind. I mean, there's 20 things we need to talk about. But the title of this video is going to be, I believe, I told them to title it this, U.S. government to seize the bank accounts of Trump supporters and patriots. And I threw in Trump supporters, even though I think they're going to just go along with all this crap. I threw that in just so we can get people's attention. So the U.S. government is going to seize your bank account and is going to seize your property. They're going to freeze your bank accounts. This is part of Project Zypher and part of what's coming with the microchipping. And this is something I knew about. I hadn't talked about it because I hadn't discussed it with my military source. I had just heard about it elsewhere, and I talked to him. I went to him. I said, you got to confirm for me, is this part of the plan to freeze Americans' bank accounts, patriots, Trump supporters, whatever you want to call conspiracy theorists, Christians, anybody who's going to resist what's happening? Is it the plan to freeze the bank accounts and shut down the money and their property? And he said, absolutely, yes, that is going to happen, and that is part of the plans, and we have heard about it, and we are hearing about it, and we're concerned as hell about it. He is, and a few of his friends, but it's not enough to make a difference because everybody else they got in the military is totally brainwashed, and they just take orders. And the top brass are all Freemason Luciferians. It doesn't matter, man. I mean, it just doesn't matter at this point. It's over. There's not going to be a resistance in the U.S. government or the military. But he confirmed that for me, and that just scared the crap out of me because of my family, and I know that they're going to target them because of their association with me. We had something happen where my wife's sister received a letter, a suspicious letter, no return address, and my wife talked about this, and I recorded something with my wife. I don't know if I'm going to include it in this video or not. If it's not here, it's because I'm just protecting her. But if it is here, you'll hear it and you'll see the timestamp on what part of the video. You can go listen to that. But she talks about what happened with her sister and a letter that her sister received. And it has to do with the Illuminati card game. And I've included some links. I told the friends of David Goldberg, put this up so people can learn about it. But I think I'll include that section. You can listen to what she had to say about it, but it's very concerning. I mean, they're sending us a message with that. What they sent her sister and my brother, and a few other people got them, and I don't want to get into all of it, but I'm worried. I'm not worried about us because we are safe. We're very, very happy where we're at. There's a blog post. I hope you read it. I mean, I'm just so dejected. I just don't trust that people are following and listening and reading and doing what they need to do. But it's there. The information is there if you need it. And for those who seek, they shall find. And, you know, we can We can lead a horse to water, but we can't make him drink. And you got to read the latest blog post. There's a lot of good information there. Friends of David Goldberg did a great job. They brought in a cybersecurity firm just to review the whole article, and they added a whole bunch of stuff that was beyond even things that I knew about, that I learned a lot from what they added. And there's real good stuff there. It's a lot, but I learned some new things just about protecting yourself. And at the end of that article, I talk about the community project we want to start. I want to buy some land, and I want to get some houses on it, tiny houses, just little places that people can move to. Americans that want to get out, they can have a place to go, and we're going to take care of them and provide that for people. And if you're interested, you know what to do. My email address is out there, and we're going to keep providing information while we can, but you need to get the email address in case the video goes, the YouTube goes down or the blog goes down, and we don't know, but I think the email's pretty safe right now. At least you would have that. If something happened, you could still contact me. But we are going to start a community program for people here, and I haven't said where we're at. You can probably take a guess as to where it is, but I'm not ready to do that yet. I mean, it just put us in jeopardy if we did that, but you can get an idea. And we hope that we can help some people that we can trust and bring down here and help you. We have the money to do it, and I want to buy land, build houses on it, create a community. I mean, straight up, I just want a community that's safe for Americans who want to flee and get out. And they have a place that they can go to, and they'll have protection. Whatever happens to them, they'll have some protection from us. We can protect them. So that's something we're working on, and I'm hopeful. I mean, I don't know. I mean, people don't listen to these videos. They don't pay attention. They don't know what's going on. We got some real nasty people. I got some really weird emails, nasty emails, and the Friends of David Goldberg showed me some of those comments that people are leaving, that they have to delete these because they're so full of profanity and hatred. And I think some of these people are just really misguided Trump supporters that are scared and can't handle the truth. But I also think that these are satanic people. These are demon-possessed people that are coming after us and trying to scare us. And it is disturbing, some of the things that they've had to say to me in the emails that I've gotten. It does rattle me, and it makes me wonder if this is even worth it. But for the people that do listen and do care and do get it and do want to get out, we want to help. We want to create a community that you can go to. But we can't just come out and say, hey, go here, XYZ location. Because that'd make us a target. They'd know where we are. That'd be really dumb if we did that. But if we can talk by email, we can kind of get to know each other, I can trust you, then we can develop a relationship, and I can tell you, okay, here are the steps that you can take to get to where we're at. You know, we'll meet you in a big city, and then we'll take you to where we are. And that's kind of how I see it playing out. And I think somebody left a comment somewhere, and they're like, well, what if Tom's the guy who's going to take you underground or something? That's just some asinine garbage, so as if we're going to hurt people or something. Just disgusting. You know, we want to help people, and if you don't want to be a part of it and you're not sure about it, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. I had somebody writing me an email, and he just kept writing. He's written me a couple emails, and he said, well, tell me if I should do this or not. He kept saying that, and I can't tell you what to do. You're an adult. I'm not your caretaker. I'm not the boss of you. You got to make your own decisions. And this guy seemed real worried and real scared, and I just give the advice to people who are having difficulty. Get to Canada or get to a safe part of the United States. I mean, it's not taking steps to get off the grid is better than doing nothing. Do you understand? Not everybody can get out of the United States. I understand that. I've tried to give you the keys and the path to do it. Some people just don't listen. They don't understand. And that's fine. I've done what I can without jeopardizing all this for myself. But if you can't do that, it's okay to make plans to get off the grid, to find a place in the United States that you can go. Think about going to Canada. Alaska. I mean, there are safe places. It's not ideal, but, you know, I mean, it's worth the effort. Of course it is. Some of these people seem to think, well, I can't get out of the United States. They're just going to kill me, and they're going to take me underground. They're going to, you know, put me in a cage and take my limbs off and extract my adrenochrome, and they're going to keep me alive. I mean, yeah, that's going to happen. That's why we got the hell out of there. It's not just what I saw from David and the classified documents. It's what my military source have been telling me all these years. When that comes together for you, I mean, that's what happened to me. I've got this guy over here I've trusted for years, he's very high up in the military, telling me these things, and then I meet David, and it aligns. And it hit me, oh my God, I got to do something right now. This is real. They do have the underground bases. They are taking people down there now. Not tomorrow, not 6 months, not a year, not 2 years. It's happening right now. I've said that. Are you safe? Maybe, but they've gone after some people. I know for a fact they've gone after certain people that use the AI program so you don't even know about it. Look what happened with that guy who does the earthquake predictions. What is his name? God, his name escapes me right now. Oh, God. People know who I'm talking about. His whole YouTube disappeared and all that. He's been threatened, and I think they took him, and they're going to use the AI program, and he'll probably be back. What is his name? Oh, people know who I'm talking about. Somebody in the comments, leave a comment. Please, because it's escaping me right now. He does the earthquake predictions. He had a huge YouTube channel, and he disappeared. You know who I'm talking about. You guys will leave it in the comments. But my concern is they did the AI thing with him. He's still poking around. I know he's still around. He isn't completely gone. I think he's going to come back, and everybody's going to think, oh, he's back. But he's not back. And they've done the AI thing, and they took him somewhere. Because it looks like he stumbled across something they didn't want him to find. I mentioned that in the blog post. Oh, God, I mean, the things that are happening right now are so insane, and people just don't get it. They are so asleep. And we got people like that guy disappearing in front of our eyes, and we still don't believe that anything is happening. I think they're going to implement that AI thing with him, and he's going to be back, and everybody's going to be like, oh, he's back, everything's okay. But it's not him. You realize they got the technology for this. They could create a new Tom tomorrow, and you'll think, oh, Tom put up another video. Part 6, Part 7, there's Tom again, and it sounds like me. But it's not me. That's how scary this is. Their technology is way beyond what you understand. And they're still putting it out there for you to see. You can still go on the major news websites, Drudge Report, and they've got stories about it that sound like science fiction. They're putting it in your face, and you still don't believe it. They think you're so stupid and so ignorant and so easy to control. And they're right. They did it before 9/11. They told you 9/11 was going to happen. All these things were in the news and the media that they put there on purpose. But 9/11 happens and nobody connects the dots. Just a few conspiracy theorists figured it out. Nobody else. God, we're dumb. I'm scared for my brother, and I'm scared for my wife's family and her side. I'm really close to them too, and I'm just scared for them. That's why I'm so upset right now, because we had some things going on with them, and they're scared. They realize the mistake they made, and they realize it's too late in a lot of ways, in the sense that I can't help them the way I could have helped them. because they were stubborn. They didn't believe. They thought Trump was the answer because they're all Trump supporters. We're from a conservative part of the country. They all voted for Trump. And this was a long time ago when all this was happening, and all I got from them was, Donald Trump's in power. Donald Trump's taking care of it. Donald Trump's draining the swamp, Tom. What are you worried about? Don't you believe in Trump and what he's doing? You're just going to run away and hide? That's all I heard from them. When I told them, you got to get out. When I told them, you need to do what David, you need to get involved in the thing that David showed us and blessed us with. You need to get involved in that. And they just scoffed at us. And they said we were nuts. And they really gave us a hard time about it. So we left. We had a little bit of falling out. We didn't talk for a long time. Now we've been in communication, and I can tell that they're scared and that they regret how they treated us because they see what happened. First of all, they see what's going on in the country. They know a lot of things I've been talking about are true. And they see that what happened to us and how we were able to get out, and financially we were able to do it. And they see that things came through with respect to what David led us to, and they see all that now, and they burned that bridge big time. Because I stuck my neck out for them. I introduced them to that, trusting that they would handle themselves in a way that was respectful, and they didn't. And they burned that bridge, and they know it, and there is no getting back in for them. And that sucks, because I wish they could get back in that. Now, I can help them, but it's hard. I talked about that in that blog post, and you can go read it. Getting money in and out across borders, that's not easy. Boy, that was a challenge. It's not easy. You got to get the money out of the United States because they are going to seize your bank accounts. They're going to take your property. Hell, they're going to take your kids. They're going to take your pets. This is part of Agenda 2030. Things are really going to start ramping up, and you need to get prepared and get ready. You cannot take this lightly. I'm scared to death for my family. I want to help them, but we're finding it is real difficult for me to go back up there or get them money because it connects back to me, and I'm putting my family at risk now. Because we've taken every step to get down here and get off the grid. And we think that they don't quite know where we are based on a few things, but the letter that my wife's sister got and my brother got, it's a message. It's real cryptic and real scary, and I'm going to include that part here in the video, and you can listen to what my wife says about it. I'm probably going to include it. If it's not here, you know I didn't include it because to protect her, and that's the only reason it's not in here. But we think that they don't know where we are because, when I record these videos, for example, I drive really far from where we're at. I mean, really far. You understand that? I'm really far from where we live right now. Anytime I use an electronic device, I don't use it where we're located and where we live. Where we live has no electronic devices whatsoever. None. No computer, no phone, nothing. But we do have electronic devices located in a few locations around the country that we've placed there, specifically so we can go to those places and use a computer or use a phone when we need to. We took every step, every precaution. And that blog post, you need to read it. I learned some things. There are a few things in there I didn't know, and I'm going to implement some of that. Good information. Because the friends of David Goldberg went out of their way to get a cybersecurity firm to do a review of some of my information, add things that they felt would be beneficial, and they did, and they really know their stuff. They found a group of people that really knows their stuff. So that's good. You're going to need that. You're going to have to really, I'm worried about what's coming. I'm worried about the fact that it's going to be really hard to get out of the United States in 2021. this whole thing with the virus is the coronavirus, this virus thing, guys, come on. There's more to it than what they're telling you, because people die from the flu every day. 20,000 people a month, 200,000 people a year in China, I heard some number. A lot of people die from the flu every year, and you don't hear that much about it. They don't close down the airports. They don't shut everything down. But we got a new outbreak. We got a new virus, and I'm sure they're taking precautions. I think that's good. But a lot of times these things are done to take away your freedom and your freedom of movement and to clamp down more. And I have a feeling that's what this is. Now, I put in word with my military source. I wanted to ask him about this, see if he's heard anything. So I'm waiting to hear back on that. But I do believe that this new outbreak is going to be used as part of shutting down the movement and the travel. In addition to that, the Real ID Act is coming up here October 1st. That's in the blog post. You need to read it. You got to be prepared for that. You don't understand how bad that is. It is going to take away your ability to get out of the country. I don't know when. It won't be October 1st, but we're talking 2021, 2022. You're going to have problems getting out of the country. So I want to just say this to everybody. If you can't get out of the United States of America, don't give up. You can still get to Canada. You can still get off the grid. Cut down on electronic devices. Have a place to go in the United States that you feel is safe. I mean, it's better than doing nothing or staying in the cities. It just is. Your survival instincts are going to kick in, and you'll have a sense of it. You'll be able to figure out, you know what, I can't get out of the United States. I can't financially do it, but there's this part over here a few hundred miles away that I know is remote and has some caves or caverns, or we have a safe house out there, and we think that if we could get out there, leave our computers, leave our phones behind, we might have a shot. That's better than doing nothing and giving up. I'll tell you right now, the guns aren't going to save you. The guns might save you from other people, from other patriots that are around you that are desperate for food, but it's not going to stop the government. This whole thing with Virginia, the whole thing with the Virginia gun thing is not, again, it's not the obvious. God, I've got all these people saying to me, Tom, if they're not worried about the guns, why are they trying to take away the guns in Virginia? They're not. That's not what it's about. Stop looking at the obvious. These people are way smarter than that. They don't care about the guns. Look what happened. All these patriots showed up at the Capitol building down in Richmond for a rally. It was peaceful. It went off without a hitch, by all accounts. But guess what? Now they know who they are. They identified every single one of those people that showed up at that Second Amendment rally. Mission accomplished. Do you see what happened there? They don't care about the guns. They'll take the guns if they want to take them. Or they won't. It doesn't matter to them because the guns are meaningless. They have technology way beyond what we got. They can send a drone into your house. It'll cut a little hole in your window. It'll fly into your house when you're asleep. It'll shoot a puff of scopolamine in your face. And it'll paralyze you. It'll put you to sleep. It'll put you in a hypnotized state. And you're going to stand up and you're going to walk out of your house with your family right into a van or a bus, and they're going to take you to the underground base. The last thing they care about or they're worried about are your guns. So all this stuff with Virginia and the guns and this and that is distraction. What they really wanted to know is who is going to get off their butt and come out to a Second Amendment rally that has the potential of violence and get corralled around all of our barriers and all the fences we put up and put themselves in a sitting duck situation and expose who they are. And that's exactly what happened. They would be able to identify those conservatives and gun supporters who came out to the Capitol, and they were able to corral and herd them into different areas with barriers, and it's a psychological operation and part of Project Pogo and TTID to identify who those people are. Mission accomplished. They don't care about the guns. Stop looking at the obvious. Well, Trump tweeted about the deep state. So what? What the hell does a tweet accomplish? Has anybody been arrested? No. America is gone. It is lost. I'm going to take a break. I got to take a break. All right, I'm back. I'm back. I did a recording with my wife, like I mentioned, and I'm still not sure if I'm going to send that to the Friends of David Goldberg or not. Again, if it's not in this video, it's because I'm protecting her. But it was a nice little thing we did where we talked about, life down here from her perspective, the move, how difficult it was for us to move our family out of the United States, but how positive things have been since we've been here. And she talked a lot about going to church here, getting involved in the community, how accepted we've been. Because when you come here and you let the locals know that you hate the United States government, you know it's evil, and you want to escape, they are going to accept you because they get it. They like Americans, but they do understand the United States government is totally evil and satanic. These people are a little more aware and awake than I expected. But they get it, and if you communicate to them right away your intentions and why you're here and why you want to be here, why you left the U.S., they will accept you with open arms. And we go to the Catholic Church every week, and even though we are not Catholic, it is important to get involved with the community. And however you feel about the Vatican and however you feel about the Catholic Church, the everyday local people, they're good people. And we find that they are more humble and they're just good family people. And I like what I see when I go into that Catholic Church as opposed to the garbage I see in the American Christian churches that is so evil. Because all you hear when you go to church in America is how great Israel is. Well, we got to protect the Holy Land. Let's plan a trip for our congregation to go to Israel. Look how great it is that Trump moved the embassy to Jerusalem. This is all you hear up on the pulpit in America. From these preachers that are Freemasons, they're Luciferians, they're totally evil. People like John Hagee, look him up. That fat piece of garbage, totally bought and paid for by the Zionists. Total sellout. What are they telling their congregations every week? Stay here. Trust Trump. Don't worry, it's all going to be okay. They don't really tell the truth about what's going on. About the fact that you're going to be microchipped. What happens if you're a Christian and you take the microchip? You're not a Christian anymore. You're telling God, I don't want to go to heaven. I'm going to stay right here. I'm going to take the microchip. You're going to be in a tough spot because if you don't take the microchip, guess what happens? Your bank account gets frozen. They're going to take your money. They're going to take your property. And you're not going to eat. you're going to be left in a really tough position. What the hell do you think we got out of there? We want to have a choice, not to submit to the evil of the United States government. These Christian churches are part and parcel of the whole thing. They're totally deceived. Not all of them, but a lot of them. And don't get me wrong, the Catholic Church is deceived too, the Vatican. I don't like it. But at least at the ground level down here, the average person that goes to church just cares about their family and they're good people. They're not thinking on a real deep level in terms of the spiritual implications of being a Catholic. I'm not going to get into it. I'm just telling you right now, we're happy here. And there are also Protestant churches here that you can go to. Everywhere. And we're looking for one right now. So, all right, sorry about the rant, but I just had to get it out. I've got people leaving comments and they're like, well, they're all Catholic down there, and that's bad. Or they're not going to like us if we show up. Or, I mean, it's just not accurate. What a breath of fresh air getting down here. From the hellscape control grid of the United States. Fascist, evil, Luciferian, United States government wants to control every aspect of your life, surveil you, microchip you. Totally evil. Now, I've got people talking about protests. There was a protest in Santiago. Yeah, okay. You know what, that's a good thing. That the people are rising up and fighting the corruption, but that is isolated to that location. Just because you see a protest on the American television, not giving you the whole story. You cannot trust the fake news. Now, Trump's right about that, but he's not giving you the whole story when he talks about the fake news. If Trump were honest, he would talk about who owns the networks. All right? We all know who that is. He didn't talk about that, does he? So when you see something on the fake American Israel-controlled news networks about other things going on around the world, do not trust it. You're not getting the whole story. So, yeah, I just wanted to talk a little bit about that. You know, things down here are good. We're happy. Now, a few people wrote me and brought up residency and citizenship and how long can you stay down here. These are very complicated things. I mean, it's not easy. It's not easy. I mean, we're working our butts off getting all that paperwork worked out for all of us. It's tough. It's been tough. Thankfully, we've been blessed. And if you got money, it's going to help. If you got money, it's going to help grease the wheels a little bit on the bureaucracy and getting things taken care of and helping you get residency and legal status. If you don't have money, it's going to be a little harder, but you can, if the worst comes to worst, you can claim asylum. If the U.S. goes to hell, which it's going to, you will be able to claim asylum. You know, be thankful that the Catholic Church is as big as it is down here because they will help you too. And the Christian churches here will help you too. I mean, my feeling is things are going to get so chaotic when this collapse happens that you're not going to have to worry too much about getting deported or sent back to the United States if you play your cards right and you're smart and you got your ducks in order. Yeah, I can't guarantee or promise anything, but we're not that worried about it. And if something were to happen, we'd move on to the next country. But what we're seeing down here is there is less control grid. there is less control grid, and the authorities are a little more reasonable. They move a little slower, there's more bureaucracy, but it's not a police state in a lot of these countries. So you're so conditioned up there in the U.S. to be a slave and subject to your out-of-control evil government that you don't know that not every country's like that. Some are worse. There are some that are worse. But the U.S. is right up there at the top of that list. I mean, I could go into more detail on residency and things of that nature. It's all different for each country. So if you want to know more, you can write me at my email. I can try to give you some advice. But I don't know the details on every single country down here, just a few of them. And if it's something I don't know about, I can try to refer you to other information. It is available. Just search online and get involved in communities and find a country you want to settle in and that you feel good about. And, you know, we make assumptions about these countries, but there's a lot of good there that you don't see that may not get exposed in the media. With a lot of these places, I mean, really the worst of it is probably Venezuela right now. And that's really the worst of it. But outside of that, a lot of these places are pretty livable. So that's long and short of it. I mean, there are downsides. There are things that we don't like. There are a lot of times we say, wow, I wish they had this, or I wish they had that here. But it's nothing that we can't live without, that's for sure. And people talk about the language barrier. We've managed, we've done well, we've been learning more and more, but I'm not very good at it, and it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks, but that's something that you're going to be okay with. It's not that bad. What they appreciate is that you're a good person and you make an effort, and that matters more. So, and if you can get a device or a phone that can do translation, that can be a big help too, and we do use that when we go to the city. Like I said, we don't have any electronic devices where we live, but we have basically a safe area where we keep our things. It could be an apartment, it could be a storage area. I'm not going to say what it is, but we keep it in the city. We go there, we use our electronic devices there, and then we leave them there. And we've used some translation services when we do that, when we use our electronic devices, and those are very helpful. So that's the situation right now. I'm going to have to decide if I'm going to include this part I did with my wife. I'm going to listen to it one more time, make sure she just didn't say anything that revealed personal information, and make sure I didn't say anything that revealed personal information that I don't want to get out there to protect ourselves. So we'll see. 50-50 it ends up in the video. If it doesn't, she really just wanted to talk about it. And what she said was just that it's scary getting out, but once you get out, it is a relief, and it really is nice. And she also said that if you can't get out, don't give up hope. There's plenty of things you can do to protect yourself. And Canada is something you should look at. Canada is something you need to look at, because you can get there. And yeah, it's a heck of a lot safer than the U.S. And yeah, there are places way out there in Canada in the more remote areas that are very safe. It was not my top choice, but it is. If you got no other choice, heck yeah. You need to think about it, look into it. Absolutely. I would take Canada over Mexico too, particularly if you've got to drive across. Look into driving into Canada, look into it. Give it a real good hard look, because that is an option for a lot of Americans. If you can't get down here, you don't quite have the money for it, you can still look at Canada. And if you can't do Canada, there are still some places in America that are probably safe if you can really get off grid. I don't like it because I feel like they can still track you. But it's better than doing nothing or just giving up or sitting on your butt and thinking the guns are going to protect you. You need to have a plan. Everyone should have a plan. Ideally, you need to get out. think that's about it for this video. I'm trying to think of anything else I want to cover. It's really helpful if people share this stuff on Facebook. We found that's really getting some people to see the videos. So you doing that really is a big help. But I haven't pushed that hard. I haven't said, hey, share it, share it, share it. I just kind of assume people will do it. But people do need reminders, and we do appreciate you putting it on Facebook and getting it out there, because it has brought in some more eyeballs. It's not a lot. I mean, a few thousand people are getting the truth on this, and that's sad that it's not more. But I do think if we got up to a big amount of people, if we were talking 100,000, a million, whatever, seeing these videos, I think they'd shut it down right away. Like I said, when Pizza G came out, it got too big. And how did they react? They went crazy trying to discredit it. Crazy. The media went in full-blown discredit Pizza G. Boy, they got scared, because that got too big. Too many people caught on to that and figured it out. And wow, it really woke up a lot of people, thank goodness. Unfortunately, QAnon and Trump put them back to sleep. QAnon and Trump put those same people right back to sleep. The people who woke up on pizza in Sandy H went right back to sleep with Trump and QAnon. Think about that. They got the truth with Sandy H and Pizza G, but then they got put back to sleep with the disinfo from Trump and QAnon. That's sad, because they don't have the full picture. You got to have the full picture. And that full picture always includes Israel. Israel. You got to be willing to go there and not be afraid to call it out. Everyone, it's Tom. This is part 6. I see at the Friends of David Goldberg a blog post that I wanted them to publish, but then I told them not to publish it because it contains some information that is highly sensitive in nature, and I'm a little bit worried if that gets published, we could have a problem. So I told them to hold back on that, and I'm thinking of a way to get that out without causing problems. So just keep an eye on that. I recommend everybody go to the blog and read it and get up to speed. I've seen some comments from people, and they're not reading, they're not paying any attention, they don't read, and then they comment and they want to jump to conclusions. So they listen to a video, they listen to 5 minutes of it, and then they start leaving a comment, and they're like, well, what about this, and what about this, and this, and this, and this, and it's like, all you got to do is listen, or go to the blog, or send me an email. It's all right in front of your eyes. You have a brain, you've got 2 eyes in your head. Look forward, scroll down, open up the description of the video, and read it before you open your mouth and run off with your mouth in a comment where you don't know what you're talking about. Because I got people leaving comments and they're like, well, Tom, it can't happen, and they don't have that technology. And what if the drone that flies into your house burns the drapes? I saw a comment like that, because we've talked about the drones and Project Zypher, what they're going to do. The drone goes up to your house at night, it drills a hole into the window, it flies in, it shoots a pop of scopolamine into your face and some other compounds to put you in a hypnotized state so they can take you out of your home and take you down out of your home into the van waiting for you outside at night and then drive you to the underground base. What is hard to understand about that? Of course they got the technology for it. They had that technology probably 10, 20 years ago. But we got people leaving comments, and they come up with these cockamamie reasons why it's not possible. Well, Tom, what if the drone burns the drapes when it drills the hole? Or somebody said, there's no way that they could put a drill bit like that on a drone. And this person never considered they might have used laser technology. There's other ways of drilling a hole in a window. And then someone said, well, where's the glass going to go when it falls down after it drills the hole? Do you think that they don't have the technology or contingencies for all these things? Of course they do. Of course they do. You think drapes and a piece of glass falling on the floor is going to stop what they want to do to you? What that is denial. These people are in denial. They hear this information, they know in their hearts it's probably true, but they don't want to believe it, so they start coming up with reasons why it can't happen. Well, Tom, that can't happen. Well, they just don't have the technology for it. Yeah, they do. They do. And in fact, this isn't that hard for them. They're not worried about your guns. They're not worried about what you're going to do because they can neutralize you. Whether it's a drone, whether it is sound-induced disabling technology they've got, whether it's a virus that they could just drop on your house and infect your family with. It might not kill you, but it might have other effects on you mentally. Electronic warfare. They can fly a black helicopter over your house and they can do a x-ray of your entire home. They know where you are. They can read your signature, your body signature. They do things like this. And now they got the satellite technology. We've heard about Elon Musk. He's putting all these satellites up there. Do you think that's all just for Tesla or whatever the heck he's doing? No. There's a lot of military stuff going up into space where they are getting the technology where they can track you with the satellite from space everywhere. But some of these nano devices I've talked about, that they talk about in the documents, they're not very effective. I mean, they don't work when you're inside. They don't work when you're in a car, and they have problems in the body. They'll break down. They'll stop working. This is something they've been working on for a long time, and they said we've got to get people microchipped. If we get them microchipped, we can use the satellite technology. So the microchipping is very important to them. The microchipping is the next step. And what we see right now with the coronavirus, what's going on with this, it's absolutely wild. Now, there are a couple posts on the blog you should read about this. My military source told me 2 weeks ago everything that's happening right now. Everything he said is actually turned out to be true. If you go read that post, which was 2 weeks ago, everything he says has turned out to be true about what we know about this thing. But there's another element to it. I believe that what they're doing with the virus, long term, it's going to be used as a way of limiting travel. And we're going to start to see that play out. It's playing out slow. It's not quite getting here yet, but it's only been a couple of weeks. You got to remember that. I've seen some naysayers online, and they say, wow, it's a hoax, or it's not really happening the way we thought. This just started. And it's moving at a rapid pace. I think in the next couple of months, it is going to have a real impact. You're going to see more and more people getting sick from this. Now, a lot of people have said, and I said this in my last video, a lot of people get the flu virus. And that kills a lot of people. That is absolutely true. The flu is very, very deadly. And here we have the coronavirus. It's killed 500 people. The flu kills 30,000, examples of that. But you got to remember something. This virus is just starting to spread. The flu has spread throughout the population over and over and over again. Billions of people over and over again. This they don't know how to treat. This has a higher R0 number, so it's moving much faster, much more communicable. It has a longer period where it's dormant but contagious, which is different. There's a lot of scary things about this that look real. There's people out there that say it's a hoax, but this looks real to me. And based on what my military insider and source said, it is real. It is affecting people. It is dangerous. You do not want to get this thing. You'd probably rather have the flu than get this. 100%. Your body hasn't developed any immunity to it. It has exotic properties where it's affecting people's respiratory system, their kidneys. You might be a healthy person and be all right. But it looks dangerous, so it is happening. This is real. It's not a hoax. It looks like a bioweapon. Almost without any doubt, it is some kind of biologically designed virus. So it looks like it is going to continue to spread. It might not kill everybody on the planet, but it could start to impact the world slowly over time, and it may get worse and worse. If this thing continues to mutate the way they are saying it is, they're saying it could reinfect somebody who just had it. So we're going to see how it plays out. I'm very concerned, but we're in the early stages of it. So you can't make a judgment just yet. If a month or 2 months from now it hadn't changed much, then we might have got through the worst of it, but we still need a little more time to see what happens with this. It also ties in with what David talked about, what the documents talked about. It said clearly viruses will be used, targeted viruses. This could be the beginning of that. So that's what's going on. It's a big concern. And people are asking me in emails about the travel restrictions. Yeah, I mean, I think it is a concern. I'm worried about our passports being revoked. It hadn't happened yet, but I'm worried about it. And if you're still in the U.S., it is a concern. We could see that happen. They're either going to start targeting patriots and coming up with reasons to revoke or not renew your passport, or the coronavirus could play out to where they're going to just totally restrict travel if it gets worse in the next couple of months. So we'll see. What can you do about it? Well, I put together a blog post. It hadn't been posted yet, and part of it talks about what you can do in the United States to save yourself if you can't get out. Because I want to give people hope. Got a lot of people saying, oh, it's all doom and gloom, Tom. We can't get out. What about the people who can't get out? Well, I gave you the pathway to do that, and I'm grateful that some people followed that, and they found that way, and I've talked to a few of them, and they're going to be all right. But not everybody followed that. The gift that David gave me that I've talked about, I can't just talk about it. I signed a non-disclosure agreement. I'm not going to blab about it anymore. I've said enough. You can go through the videos. You can find the answer. It is still there, but I'm not going to get into it. And for those people who are still stuck in the United States, aren't going to be able to get out financially, I am preparing a blog. I told them not to post it yet. That is going to give you advice on that. And for all the people that prepped, all the people that bugged out, are you ready? Well, the problem is they know what you're doing because you bought all those things with your credit card, with your bank account, with your address. They know where you are. They know who you are. They know you have provisions. That was the dumbest thing you could do, to prep while using your bank account, while using your credit card to buy these things off Amazon or any website where you bought this stuff. Now they know. So you might have prepped, you might have a bug out bag, you might have a bug out location, but guess what? Because of TTID and because of Project Pogo, they know where you are, and they know that you prepped. And yes, you will be targeted by Project Zypher. So that's a huge problem in the prepper community right now, because none of these disinfo idiots gave the advice that I've been given, which is you got to take steps not to be seen when you're doing this online or making purchases. So you need to go read the blog post where I talk about the bank seizures and how to prepare and how to protect your online security. It's right there. If you did not read that, you are not prepared. You will not make it, period. You've got to read that. It's right there on the blog. Go look at it and read it. That's going to give you some insight on the steps you need to take to save yourself if you stay in the United States, if you stay there. Because you got to buy bug out things. You got to have a bug out property. You got to have provisions, but you cannot make those purchases with your credit card on your computer that's unsecured with a bank account to an address that they're going to track and see. You got to do it offline, or you got to do it on your computer that is secure. And you cannot do it with funds that they can track back to you. I don't know how more clear I can be. 99% of people that prepped and got a bug out bag and got off the grid bought all of that with their credit card or debit card and sent it to their address. Game over for those people, because now they're tracked and now they know where you are and what you're doing, and you will be targeted. All they got to do is send a drone out to your house, and they can do whatever they want. They can kill you. They can hypnotize you, can put you into a sleep state where they can come into your house. Not everybody's susceptible to hypnotism or these compounds that they use, or scopolamine. It helps. It works on most people, but not everybody works on. They've identified those people based on their data and their ability to profile you. So the 10 or 20% that aren't going to be as susceptible to that, they're going to send a drone out there, and they're going to send a team out there in a van to come to you at night to put you asleep and physically take you out of your house. Now, are they going to do that to 12 or 15 million Americans? No. They're going to do it to about 500,000 to a million of the high-level individuals, high-level targets on the list that they know are going to be a problem. The people who've prepped, the people off the grid, the people who are informed, they're going to take those people out physically. There's going to be a real operation to go get those people. And for the 12 to 15 million other Americans, they're going to use drones, and they're going to get you into a hypnotized state using scopolamine and other compounds that they have, and electronic warfare. These drones are equipped with electronics that can induce a hypnotic state or put you in an altered state to where you're going to walk out of your house. Walk out of your house into a waiting bus, a white UN bus. And I probably won't say UN on the side, but it is going to be a United Nations type vehicle that you're going to get into, and you're going to get in there with your family, and they're going to drive you to the underground bases. And people think that can't happen. It can, it will happen. World War I happened. World War II happened. Vietnam happened. A lot of mass killing has happened. It's happened in the Middle East with these wars. They've killed millions of people over there. But you are suffering from cognitive dissonance and normalcy bias where you believe, well, it just can't happen here. This is the plan. When is it going to happen? I say 2021, 2025. That's why all the videos are titled that way. That is the timeline. Could it happen in 2022? Sure it could. How much time do we really have? Well, they got to get Trump reelected, and they've got to play out this plan where they can get the Patriots to go along with it because Trump said so. Now, I talked about that in the last video. Trump's going to get the Patriots to move along with the plans. That's part of why he's there. So when the microchipping happens, and coronavirus and travel restrictions and economic collapse happens, Trump's in there to get the Republicans and the Patriots on board. Because the Democrats are going to do it. That's easy. They'll take the microchip. They don't care. The real resistance lies in the conservatives in the United States. They've got to have a guy like Trump in there who can walk into the street and shoot somebody and people will still follow him. Donald Trump is simply controlled by the Zionists. They've got him eating out of their hand because, for whatever reason, we don't fully know why. It could be they have videotapes of him raping a girl. They could have blackmail on him. Whatever. They bailed him out from all of his bankruptcies. They created him. They can use him. Now, Donald Trump seems to be the type of guy that his primary concern is he liked by his base? Can he create a buzz about himself that creates a cult of personality around himself? But he has shown that he is willing to do stupid things and betray the country with respect to 5G, vaccines, all the shenanigans in the Middle East, all the stuff he's doing for Israel. He will do what he's told when they want him to do it. But everything else he does is designed to build credibility. Because they know we've smartened up. They can't put another Bush guy in there. They had to get somebody in there who's got some credibility, who's a little bit of a conspiracy theorist himself. He is the perfect Pied Piper for the moment. The QAnon thing is your cue to let you know. CUE to let you know you're being psyoped. Because if we know the Q is a psyop, which we know, that tells you the whole thing is bogus with Trump. Now, if Q were real, then we could believe in something. I would totally be on board with that. I would say, okay, they're fighting the deep state. Q's trying to tell us about it. That would be great. We wish that was all true, but it turns out it's not. It's all BS. And Donald Trump's not really doing anything to drain the swamp. What he's doing is he's fighting for himself. He does go after the people who wronged him or Democrats or some of this stuff with Obama spying on him. He's very upset about that, but it only concerns him personally. You might argue, okay, some of the bad people in the FBI spied on Trump and now he's mad at them. That's fine, but that's not the whole of it. All that is whatever concerns him personally. He's not concerned with actually draining the swamp. You got to remember that there was a company called Cambridge Analytica that came out and they did a bunch of analysis on data. And they said, Donald Trump, listen to us. The people like the term, the phrase, drain the swamp. They came to him. They said they liked that phrase. We did the polls. We did the focus groups. They liked the phrase, drain the swamp. Donald Trump didn't like it. Donald Trump said, I don't like that. I'm not going to use that. Because he doesn't care. He didn't like it. He doesn't care about draining the swamp. The only reason he started to use it is because they told him, this is popular with your base. So he made the calculation, okay, popularity matters to me. Let's keep using it. And then think about Hillary. He made it a centerpiece of his campaign in 2016 to get Hillary. And just days after he was elected, he had a rally. And he said, oh, we're not serious about that. We're not going to lock her up. I was just kidding about that. We're not going to do that. Don't say that. I don't know if you can find that video, but it happened. He went to a rally and he dismissed the whole lock her up thing. Oh, we don't want to do that. What does that tell you? He's either a puppet, he's not sincere, he's controlled, but he's totally phony. Now, he's talked about locking her up again in the past year or two. He tweets about it. He says lock her up because his base loves it. His base loves it, so he uses it. But he has absolutely no intention of locking the Clintons up or investigating them or doing anything. He just uses it as red meat for his base. And they love it. But it's window dressing. There's no meat to it. He's not going to do anything about it. He's not making the fundamental changes that needed to happen to save the country. You had to become president, declare martial law, bring in the Marines, shut down the government, arrest everybody in the IRS, FBI, CIA, NSA, lock them up, put them in Guantanamo, put them in military camps, put them on trial. Shut it all down, every bit of it. Suspend the Fed. Bring in Ron Paul and make him vice president or something. You had to take the right action. He did not. All he did is talk about draining the swamp and fighting the deep state and QAnon. It's all talk. All he does is tweet and talk, and all he cares about is being liked by his base, his own popularity, and throwing red meat to his base that he knows they like to hear. And he's very concerned about himself. Who went after me? Who wasn't loyal to me? Obama spied on me. The FBI did this to me. The Democrats did this to me during the impeachment. I mean, this is all he cares about. Now, it may be true some of those people are part of the deep state, but that's secondary to his concerns. He's only concerned about the deep state in the context of, are they after me or doing something to me? So you have to look at it that way. When he tweets about it, he talks about deep state, he's only talking about in the context of, hey, those people came after me, I don't like them. He has no intention of changing Washington or doing anything like that. And he appointed all these judges, and they're all Freemasons. So I've gone on a big rant. I've gone on and on here. I hope this makes sense. I'm concerned about my family. We don't know how much longer we're going to keep doing this. We do have a community project we're trying to put together. It's hard to do because it's hard to do online because I have to drive really far to upload these videos, send them to friends of David Goldberg. I don't have any internet access where I'm at. We don't have any cell phones where we're at. But we are moving forward on that. If you want to be a part of it, I really just recommend emailing me. Even if I don't email back, at least I've got your email. So that if I can get a blog up or a website up in the next few months, then I can email you back and say, here's the blog we put up, go there so we can arrange things and help you out. So just get the email to me. Even if I don't respond, at least I've got your email. And I know you're interested, and I know you want to know more. And when I get a blog up, then I can help you out with that. I can get you the information you need. Because I am moving forward on the community project. I found a piece of land I like. We want to put some tiny houses on it. We're working on it. So really, best thing, email me. Outside of that, we are concerned about the threats. I don't know how much more I'm going to do with this. The channel may not be around much longer. I've got people that leave comments. And I see some of these comments sometimes, and they're like, why is the channel still up? Well, there's a lot of channels still up. Well, you know, why was Adam Green still up? We don't know the reasons. We've had threats. I don't know. I don't know. I hope that it's not part of some TTID thing where they're trying to track people. I hope that's not the case. If it is, you know, you got to make a decision for yourself. Maybe don't watch them. Don't participate in them. I think that once you're watching the video, they already know who you are because you've already watched other material like it. It doesn't matter. I mean, once they know, they know. You want to take the steps to protect your online privacy. Go to the blog I put up. And that's going to help you with that so that you can watch videos and feel safe doing it from a device that's secure. So that's about it. There's more. I'm going to end it right now. I wanted to give you an update. This is what's going on. I'm scared to death for my family up north. They had an opportunity to join us down here years ago. They had an opportunity to be a part of what David, the blessing that David gave us, and they refused it out of arrogance. And they said, well, Trump's taking care of things. We don't want to go anywhere. And now they regret it, and they're a little bitter and jealous, too, of what happened with us and how well we did. And it's sad. I'm trying to help them out, but that window started to close for them. Really sad. That's it. I'm going to cut this off now. Leave your comments. And like I said, and friends of David Goldberg have a disclaimer up, too, about this. If you want to leave stupid, threatening comments and you want to be nasty and evil and weird, we're going to just delete those and ban you. They're going to do it. I told them to do it too. I said, don't put up with it. So good luck with that. Some of the comments are so evil that I've seen, and they aren't always posted, or they'll delete them, or they'll show them to me afterwards and say, because some of them are about me. And some of you, I don't know if you're just mentally ill or what, but you are some sickos. You are demented, sick human beings that want to come after me and come after the channel. And the friends of David Goldberg put up a lot of stuff that's critical. They are okay with people posting critical comments or asking questions. You can see those comments are still there, but they're not okay with the threats and the nasty garbage that some of these people spew, and you don't have a right to do it and think you can get away with it. Yeah, you're going to get banned, and they're going to take you off, and they should. And they'll block you. And I agree with that, because I've seen that God, it's disgusting, the things these people say. That's it. I'm going to try to get part 7 up. It's going to involve some other issues that I want to talk about with respect to Project Zypher. There's more that we need to talk about. I'm a little nervous about posting it. I think if I post that 7th video, they will remove the channel, but I'm pretty sure I want to go forward with it anyway. That's it for now.